night. So cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. DD bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Champion. Good morning, stream. In case you didn't hear the news, we won the tournament. This is the second global futures trading championship tournament with 1,000 whatever plus people or whoever that I've won in a year, and this year, just this year alone, or within the last year. So you guys know me, I love trading contests. I love going in and showing my stuff, and I love winning, of course, obviously. Today is a market holiday, but you know, holidays are for whims. We're going to use this as an educational session. It's obviously a bank holiday, doesn't necessarily mean you guys get off work. You know, probably everybody has to continue with their day. The futures market's still open, so we're still going to be here and make use of this time. There's some trades. I might finish up some trades. I'm way up last night off of this volatility. I was trading within the first 10 minutes. I basically maxed out in my gains as much as I could go, you know, consistency locked and such. So I have a couple more, you know, trades I could probably make today, but we're going to use this day to go over some really cool stuff, educational session. We're going to cover how I won the tournament, what my strategy was, and a lot of other things. So welcome to the show. My friends, a morning roll call. Put on my glasses so I can read this. Simon Dean, Ski Bum, Slick Rick, Dog Trader, Volks Part, Mix Sun, Market Vision, Dorte Machado, what's up? DGPB, Lee Media, Cyril. Y'all have a great weekend. And we're going to only be streaming for like a couple hours. What kind of GPU do I have? So I have a 5090 in my laptop, which is over here, my gaming station. And I have a 5080 for the streaming computer. And over there on the floor in the other room, we got two 3080 Ti's I got to do something with. He keeps saying I should give away like my old computer on the stream or something. Old Dirty Trader, what's up? You have a 3060 Ti? Dude, 3060s are still good. 3070 Ti, those are all great cards still. Oh yeah, I'll talk about Battlefield 6. Oh yeah, did you guys play Battlefield 6 all weekend? We basically played it like all weekend. That's what we did. What's up? Good morning, Ryan Wade, Lucas. Bruce MD, iDoc, what's up? Jacob, what's up? Josh, what's up? Hey, some people do camps. Excellent. Yeah, we'll do it. Oh, thanks. All right. Appreciate that time. All right, so I got 30 bucks donated to the stream for a boot camp giveaway to everybody. Celebrate the victory. Thank you. I'll match that with another 90, 3-1. That's 5 boot camps. I'll put a little number 5 over here so I can remember this. Excellent. Excellente. All right. We're getting ready to go here. Now, talking about some stuff really quick. Let me get situated. Sure, I'm ready to go here. I get my dynamics on the chart. There is no market open today. Market does not open. Futures market are just trading. So let's be prepped and ready in case something does pop up. First thing I do every single night, pre-market, is I market my charts with dynamic overnight hedge pressures. Now, this is something that is currently in the Discord because we're in the process of automating it. Right now, it is on our test server. And essentially in the Discord, there's a channel that you'll see as of today, Futures Dynamic Hedge Pressure, that I just publish the levels. I have a local version of this and I run the calculation and then I put it here. Currently, it's working to be automated in the platform. This is the last manual thing that we do for hedge pressures. So I get 2 levels, orange and blue. I take them and I translate them to the charts. Okay, so right now we're going to do that. 6678. These are gamma exposure levels of market maker options, believe it or not. And we translate them into futures pivots. This is a whole revolutionary thing that we invented here. 6696. Some of these pivots under ideal conditions work 90% of the time. I'm about to show you that. So usually this is done overnight. I'll come in here and I'll mark these things up overnight. These calculations are presented at 5:45 Eastern the night before. So 689. Yeah, that's about right there. Close enough. And then 24,794. Now, because there's no market open, you're not going to see the traditional liquidity maps pop up at 9:30 because there is no equities market today. So we're not going to have that. And actually, are we way outside the bands? All right. Cool. Okay. So over the weekend, right, or Thursday, market completely collapsed. You guys remember that? Trump's tariff stuff. And there's a lot of people, this is your first go around trading, right? You've never really traded before, maybe you have. And this is your first time navigating the beautiful wasteland, which is known as, trade war in 2025. I must remind you that there are veterans in the house. A lot of you may be those veterans that remember, if you go all the way back, oops, come on. Well, I can click the button. There we go. If you go all the way back to the year, see all, you know, there's the financial recession in 2022, there's COVID in 2020, and you go back a couple years, right? So when old Donald Trump got elected. Now, again, you can come back. This is the, oh, this is a NASDAQ chart. Let me do the S&P chart. I'm more familiar with the numbers on that one. Clean that up. All right. S&P chart. Ready? Go all the way back in time, and you know that this is where, and you could just spot all these different things. This is the day Trump got elected. I remember this day. That's the last circuit breaker that we had in the stock market before COVID, when March 2020 had circuit breakers a handful of times. Okay, so we traded. We had bull market, bull market, bull market, bull market, bull market, and then we had Chinese tariff and trade war again. Now, we dealt with all of this another time before. This is back in Trump's first administration. And since about, let's find it, January of 2018 is when back over here, you know, the same stuff that's happening now happened back then. We went through pretty much the same, oops, there goes the shirt. The same exact song and dance. You know, this is just all over the place. And this is like trade war, you know, number one. We used to have like the Trump tariff stuff, and we had the same kind of crap all over again. And ultimately, the question is right now, you know, is this the tipping point? This is going to start a recession, stock market going to crash, whatever. Look, Trump's tariffs and policies have caused markets to crash temporarily, and they've only been stepping stones in the middle of a larger bull market. Now, again, if the market were to crash big time, it'd be off of bigger dynamics. The China-US trade talk, you know, is sort of exhausted at this point. The market has learned that apart from the temporary reset that it provides, it doesn't really necessarily, you know, destroy the economy. I mean, it's China, it's big, but it's not that big relative to other things that drive stock prices. So the first trade war in 2015, it looks a little, or 2025, looks a little familiar, doesn't it? This reminds you of all the same stuff we saw way back in the day. I mean, it doesn't look any different. You know, you had the first crashy crash and the second crashy crash, fall, consolidate, fall again. Oh God, market's dying. Oh no, that's the start of a 5-year rally or 3-year rally until COVID, right? So it's kind of the same exact, you know, response to Wall Street. You know, people were selling and then it falls and then there's more stuff. It consolidates and there's more stuff. They panic and then it V's up, right? Same thing before. Market falls, it consolidates, people panic, then it falls, then it V's up. All right. Back to where we started. Now, Trump decided to wipe out a month of gains in a single breath by talking about, you know, we're going to impose tariffs on China again. And everyone in Wall Street right now, there's half the influencers and streamers are like, is there a recession coming? Is this Black Tuesday? That's one thing I saw somebody said, or Black Monday. Like, no. Like, market moved, what, 2% on Tuesday? Chinese trade tariff war is not necessarily enough to spark a global stock market panic or bank run or anything like that. As a matter of fact, it's just, we know Trump. We don't believe him. I'm going to put in tariffs on China. And then you're like, okay. And then he's like, well, maybe we'll work it out. Oh, and then we're up another, you know, 300 points. This is kind of what it's going to be like. Now, let me remind you, when you're looking at the stock market, this is the way that you're supposed to think about it. It's the hardest thing to look at the past and say, well, this is how we responded 6 or 7 years ago. The economy was slightly different. You know, there's always different conditions. So the best thing to do is, how do we respond previously? Well, it took, let's put tariffs on everybody to panic the market into almost circuit breaker type crashing. Not, oh yeah, we're back to fighting with China, right? It's kind of like, I've seen some people on social media like scribbling the most nonsensical things. And it becomes sort of like comical just how many people have platforms on social media and trading who are just this many years into the game, like less than one, coaching people. But I'm going to tell you something. The easiest thing to do is say what happened recently. Well, this was all countries, and then this is just one. How would that even? And this is the same thing: 100% tariff, 500% tariff, 1,000,000% tariff, whatever. The threats of China, they worked it out. And threats in China, they're going to work it out. They always do. They did here. They did back then. They have along the way. There's not going to be. They need us. We need them. These two countries are not going to destroy each other. Neither one of us can survive without the other. So at the end of the day, it's called mutually assured destruction. As a trader, you can bet that they're going to come to some kind of resolution. The question is, when? And the markets keep going up. We all see that so far? Okay. That being said, Black Tuesday, there is like on Friday, all these posts, there's blood in the streets, market's dead. And I see people saying, yep, that's finally it. We're doomed. And drawing stuff like this, so ridiculous stuff like 2000 S&P and whatever. So one of the cool things I teach you how to do is you load up a log chart, right? This is just an icebreaker before we get started here. When most people will pile in, we'll start talking about some more stuff. A log chart. What a log chart does is it puts the entire market into the axis of the entire market on the y-axis on a logarithmic scale. Now, what does that mean, right? Well, if you have a linear scale, you've got each little, inch on the screen can be 100 points, 100 points, 100 points. It's the same scale on the way up. And then the chart kind of looks like this. Like if you put, let me see if I can make it. There we go. So when you look at the chart over the course of forever, the stock market just goes up like this. Like, why does it go up like that? Well, two reasons, right? Population growth. So one person has 2 kids, and those 2 kids have 2 kids, and those 2 kids have 2 kids, and then you got 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, etc. people. Population grows, and so you have more jobs, more people putting money into stock markets, more 401ks, all of that, and just market propagates higher. Remember, the stock market is the top 500 companies. There's clearly millions of companies, and most of them do fail, but the top 500 grow in value more and more and more so as the years go by. Now, the other reason this inflates is just run-of-the-mill inflation. Inflation inflates everything that has value. It doesn't matter if it's a loaf of bread, car, a stock. Anything with tangible value will suffer from inflation as well. Companies' inflation comes from the fact that they raise their price over time. Like I always like to use this metaphor. If you sell them, or this kind of analogy, if you sell 1 million cups of coffee at $1 a piece, and inflation is 2% a year, then the next year, all you have to do is sell 1 million cups of coffee and they're $1.02 a piece. And that's the normal inflation. You just made $20,000 more that year in sales. You didn't sell any more coffee. As a matter of fact, you could sell less coffee and still make more money if you've sold slightly less, but charge a little bit more. Inflation hits the balance sheet of companies, and therefore investors see that as attractive and also buy the stock too. So the stock goes up in value proportionate to the demand increase in that stock, which is proportionate to inflation as well. So both of those things propagate the market up like this, a giant infinitely shaped thing. Now, the way you kind of like put this on a more, I don't know, like an easier, why does this not go any further than 1 month? I can't like scoot it over anymore. Let me try this one more time here. I want to go all the way back in time. Oh, because that's ES. Okay, let's do SPX. That's why. Futures weren't around. SPX futures weren't around back then. Okay. So if you go all the way back in time, you can see the stock market does this, right? This is the SPX. And it goes forever and ever and ever and ever and ever back. Well, actually back to about like the early 20s. Okay. So SPX here, and the largest stock market crash in history was 1929. And because of the log or the exponential nature of growth of this market, you can't even see the 90% loss in value. It's a flat line over here to the left. You can't even see it. Like, you got to zoom in on it. I mean, you got to like really zoom in on it so you can see it. All right, let's go all the way back to here. All right, there it is. All right. It doesn't seem like much, but we went from like 32 to 4 on the SPX, right? As crazy as that is. Guys, the SPX was at 8, now it's at 6. Market's dying, right? That's kind of how bad it was. It took 3 years for that crash to kind of finally realize though. Now, again, because, you're on this kind of exponential scale, it's proportional, like exponentially. You're not going to see it as time goes by. And as time goes by here, 2001, 2008, 2020, April of 2025, these big old crashes we had, 30, 40, 50 years from now, maybe even 100 years from now, you're not going to see those either. As a matter of fact, in probably 50 years, 2008 is going to also look like a flat line. And in 50 years, the S&P is going to be like here, 50,000. And in 100 years, it'll be, 140,000. It's going to keep going on and on and on and on forever because of capitalism. It's the way inflation works. And it's always going to be that way. So to prevent you from or to let you see the market realistically, if you were to actually change the axis, I use Thinkorswim to do it. Right click, style, settings. You can change the price axis to log scale. And what that does is it changes the axis to be logarithmic. You can see how it's 10, 13, 17, 23. Then up here, it's like 1,700, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 7,000. See how it kind of like the axis exponentially goes up. Therefore, it makes the chart a straight line. You can see the perfect proportional stock market inflation, or a stock market move to inflation directly proportional by making the axis capture that exponential move. Therefore, it's a straight line. That's how you remove the exponential growth from the chart. Put in the axis. So this just goes up as a straight line. And you can see relative how each crash falls relative to its sort of own environment. It's not a straight line anymore that you can't see. Here's 1929. And when you do look on a logarithmic scale, you can see that 1929 is in fact the biggest stock market crash we've ever had. Here's just a little icebreaker to start the day off. And these little crashes up here were sort of baby crashes compared to what we've seen before. There's a lot of people like Black Tuesday, it's coming. Black Monday, it's coming. This market's going to die. And you have to understand that, the Great Depression and the biggest financial recession in our lifetime was here. And, you had the ones in the 70s that was here. This was also really bad. But these are really small, including COVID. Like COVID's very small relative to how much value it actually lost. It lost a lot, but on this particular scale, it's not really that big of a deal. And there's a lot of traders that started trading, since COVID, and they're all doom and gloom, and they don't know what a real recession or a real sort of, market crash is like. This was a, somewhat of a market crash, but this wasn't like, 2008. Whereas early as 2004, people were saying this is going to be a huge thing. The housing market's going to crash. LOL, housing is rock solid. No, it's not going to crash. Bro, I've looked at the mortgage bonds. They're garbage. The banks are over leveraged. This is big. Whatever, bro. I just bought my third house. Things are great. Wait, I can't afford my mortgages. Oh, wait. Now I'm defaulting. Okay, wait, now everyone's defaulting. Oh, wait, now a crisis. Now whatever. Oh, and now the banks are collapsing. Okay, yeah, you were right. But as early as like 2005 is when that debate, actually 2004 is when that debate started happening. This is when many traders started betting against the housing market. All the way back out in here. Defaults are expected to go through the roof around 2007 to turn mortgage bonds from AAA all the way down to AA's, B's, everything. Everything was supposed to collapse as those adjustable rates kicked in. We all remember 2008, right? And then the market finally just squeezed higher and higher and higher and higher for 2 years, despite everybody saying it's a bad thing, it's going to crash. And then finally it did. And it wasn't even like a market crash from the top. It was like, okay, we are going to be in somewhat of a recession. There's a big slowdown, and then all of a sudden the banks were like, investment banks are going under, and then the market crashed out. It's a process to crash. Trade tariffs are only going to redistribute money. They're not going to stop wealth or growth or anything. Redistribute money. What does that mean? Well, you're going to pay a little bit more for something, and that money is going to go to someone else's pocket who's going to pay a little bit more for something, and that's going to go in someone else's pocket that's going to pay a little bit more for something for the person that employs you. And therefore, when you ask for raises, they're more likely to give it. As the money gets shifted around, tariffs are a whole different sort of ball game than inflation. But still, the money's going to shift around somewhere. Companies are still going to need to work. And if one falls, they all fall. And the government's not going to let that happen either. So everyone's going to have to adjust, and everybody will adjust to any kind of tariffs. Maybe you find new suppliers. Maybe companies become more efficient. Maybe whatever. But tariffs do not cause a global meltdown, as we learned in 2018, and we're learned in 2025, and we're learning in 2025 part 2, which is today. But I saw some kids that, joined Twitter and, since COVID, and, they're saying, get ready for it. This is the big stock market crash, by the way. Here's a link to my Discord, $3.99 a month sort of stuff. More power to them. But, on the log scale, any kind of, thing that's going to drop outside of this kind of linear move and fall has to be like 2008 and 1974 in level financial crisis where banks are failing. You're not going to see the old tariff create a move that logarithmically falls. I've seen people draw like, this is it, guys. We're down to 1,500. Losing 75% of the market value didn't even happen in the biggest loss of market or of not market cap, biggest loss of asset value in the history of our country, which was actually 2008. Assets, housing crash, everything crashed. So that everything lost value. Here, went from 1,500 all the way down to 666. We only lost 60% over the course of 3 years. But there are people that are drawing like next year market's dead. And this is just an icebreaker to get you guys warmed up about, you put it on a log chart. Okay. Get your log out. Giggity. And then chart it up. Things just go in a straight line. You're not going to see, like, relative to where we are, this fall like that. This would be equivalent to that. Chinese tariffs, blowing my mind. People are, things move on a percent basis. Margin calls work on a percent basis. Entire Wall Street works on a percent basis. If you lose 50% of your position, you're likely in a margin call, right? So a percent off the top is going to be less than just a direct run value. You can't just draw a trend line. That's where we're going. If we were to fall to even 3,000, that would be devastating. That would be worse than the entire recession of 2022 and COVID put together. You have to think on that same sort of logarithmic value. Any sort of Trumpishness going into the Chinese tariffs is probably going to stay contained along this path. If we go to like another crazy sell-off or whatever, we're probably going to stay inside of there. I'd say, like something like that. And that's just kind of like, so essentially like buy the fucking dip. Like that's the whole icebreaker for me. Now when, well, we're going to find that out, but we just erased about a month of gains, over the course of a little bit. And it can turn into, like 2018, where the market sort of was in this place of, this triggered something. Now, let me tell you what we do now. Now, again, that doesn't mean I'm buying the dip now. But what that does mean is we're going to wait till stock market opens and run the monthly maps and see is this market still bullish or not. We fell from like 6,800 S&P all the way down to like 65. And that was pretty gnarly. Like it just fell. And then over the weekend, there, like we're going to put tariffs on China, but we might work it out. But, and then we're up another, 500, 300 points or something like that. And, it's just how fickle the market is. But a lot of this characteristic does come from a trick that I teach you guys about the VIX. I'm going to tell you guys, this is another trick that you're going to do every single month. Now, I want you to write this down because I'm going to teach y'all something. On the third Wednesday of the month, VIX options expire, monthly options, VIX. VIX is the volatility index of the CBOE. It's a large, giant equation that looks at the supply and demand of options. Let me see if I can pull this guy up. Looks at the supply and demand of options relative to when you buy them and where in time they are. And I teach this in my boot camp. I'm going to give you like a 30-second tutorial of this white paper. Now, this is the VIX. And the VIX, you always hear people say VIX, the volatility index. You scroll down, this is all the math that goes into it. It's a giant equation with all kind of terms. And then here's some examples of how to solve some of the terms. It's pretty gnarly. If you like math, have fun. If not, I'll give you like the 1-minute summary. Okay, ready? Ignoring all the math, VIX is two things. VIX is a squared or square root dependence of these terms. So VIX squared is equal to all of this. So VIX equals all of this square root. What is all of this? Well, you can divide all this into two pieces. You got some kind of term divided by time minus some other term squared divided by time. So you can simplify this as VIX equals the square root of A over time and minus B over time. Right? Squared. That's it. Some small equation like that. Let's make it easy to understand. So what's A and what's B? Well, this will tell you what A and B are, but there's a bunch of factors like the interval between two strike prices, like how far the options are spread apart from each other is there. The midpoint of the bid-ask spread for each option. So where the option's actual value is at each strike, that's there. The risk-free rate, you can Google that if you want to know what that is right here. So options have like this, at risk-free rate is like the perfect return you can get on something. This is comparing the demand of something's perfect value and actual value difference. So the demand will cause that difference minus this other term, which is this other stuff, the forward and Excel. Like, again, you can research what all these other terms are, but essentially it's the value of options measured by like the demand of options against some kind of promised perfect return over time. Meaning that if you go in there and you were to buy a bunch of options very quickly in the SPX, well, VIX will start moving. And VIX is looking at SPX options in a 30-day window, well, 30 days out, sorry, on a 2-week window. So if you go out 30 days from today and subtract 7 from that and add 7, you get a range from 23 to 40 days. That's what VIX is based on. SPX options way out in time. It's not using 0 days, it's not using near term, it's using like that kind of monthly sort of expiration term. And if you are to go out there and buy a ton of options, at the front end of that, so we'll say 23 and 40. If I were to go buy a ton of options that expire very soon, VIX is going to go up. If I were to go buy, and I'm going to tell you what kind of options, but I'm going to go buy a bunch of options that are further out in time, VIX is going to go up like this. Why? Well, because time is the denominator. If time was 0, pretend you could use 0, anything divided by 0 is infinity. So if I bought options that are expiring right now, VIX would be infinity, right? Because you're dividing by 0. T is the time to expiration. So the further out in expiration, the bigger the denominator. Therefore, the smaller the VIX. We do the math. So the two parts of this are that the sooner to now that you buy these options, the more responsive the VIX is. That's this one that goes up faster. The further out in time you buy the options is this one. Okay. So we've already solved that one. Look at this, you guys. You took a calculus class in 4 minutes. All right, so let's start with the next one. So the first observation is the nearer term options that people cluster in, the higher the responsiveness of the VIX. So you buy options sooner expiration rather than later, VIX will go up. The other thing is this like supply and demand terms up here. I'm gonna boil it down to the easiest way to think about it. It's like, you guys remember Squid Game, where they were jumping on the panes of glass, right? And if it was the quote unquote, the tempered glass, it wouldn't break. And if it was not, they would break or whatever. I don't remember all the pieces of it. Well, think of it like those panes of glass. And the idea is each pane of glass is an option you bought somewhere. Forget time at this point. It's just the same option. Now it strikes. If you were to buy options that are here, here, and here, you got 3 panes of glass. And if you were to jump on the panes of glass, you're probably going to break through one of them, if not a couple of them. But the other part of this term is if you put all the panes of glass right on top of each other and made like a thick stack of these things, you can jump up and down on the stack and the first one won't actually break because it's got the inertia of the second and third one underneath it below your feet. So inertia is, resistance to movement. So you're going to have stronger behavior the more clustered they are. So the second thing is when that demand, the demand is spread out, options VIX goes up as well. If all they're all stacked together, VIX will go down. So now you have a kind of a neat little understanding of this little trick I told you that could have told you the market's about to crash, as I said, all week, all month actually. You've got VIX. Now VIX has futures that you can predict or trade where the VIX will be at the end of the month. So you can also trade futures on it. Is there going to be a test on this? There's going to be a test on this. And there's no curve. So if you get an F on this, look to the left, look to the right. All three of you will not make it to the next class. I'm just kidding. That reminds me of my fluid dynamics professor. All right. So long story short, you guys just learned how the VIX works in 5 minutes. Fuck all the calculus, right? Okay. So that's really what it is. How spread out the glass is and how staggered in time that glass is. That glass can be all right here. That glass can be all right there. That glass can be all right there. So VIX is an explanation of where that glass is. Is it stacked together right now? Okay. If it's all stacked together, that's good for the VIX. That's good for the market. VIX goes down. But if it's right now, VIX goes up, and they kind of balance each other out. The how far apart they are is the numerator. The closer to now is the denominator. So when options risk is when the numerators, that's a word. When the numerator is the max and the denominator is the min is when VIX goes up the highest, meaning that when the options are spread out, or the panic or the risk of where you get in, sorry, not the panic, the risk of where you get in is maximum spread out, but all at the front end of that range, like as soon as possible, then VIX will go through the roof. Okay. So essentially when VIX goes up, what it means is that there are people clustering at random spots on the SPX now, well, 23 days out, and their option to jump into like options out of the blue, put options are just randomly sporadic. So you can imagine that when VIX goes up, people are buying nearer term options all over the fucking place. Okay, that's what it means. VIX will go through there. If you have spread out risk or demand, and then all of a sudden it's all clustered to like, we need to get in that insurance as soon as possible, expiration. So VIX goes up, numerator goes up, denominator goes down, it goes up exponentially. And when that happens, VIX will wind up. Now, again, you're understanding that VIX is like where people are buying their car insurance, right? How big is the policy? And you're buying it like for this month. You don't just like, I'm just going to buy some put options for like 3 months out or whatever. It's like, I need options now. 3 weeks out, and I need them near the money, right? So when you think about it, VIX, just like or any other product on the market, has a futures contract that you can trade. You're basically betting on its value at expiration. So there's a trick you can do. This is a trick. I teach this trick to all kind of traders. Now, VIX is betting on what the VIX futures is betting on what the VIX is going to be like. And just like any futures contract, there's multiple months you can trade. And like any other futures contract that expires every month, VIX also expires every month, and VIX also rolls over to the next, we call the forward month. This is the spot month or the current month or the front month. This is forward month. Am I going to the BDH? Yeah. I'm going to head out there as soon as Pat gets back into town and we can work something out. Here to there is this is the end of the previous month and we rolled into the new month. So why is there a space there? It has everything to do with futures, and you guys prop traders, y'all need to know this as well. These are two separate contracts that are both trading at the same time. This one just isn't showing the left side of that chart because whenever you like plot up just the continuous contract, which is like without any month designations, /BX and Thinkorswim shows each front month daisy chain together. So this month, this one still trades until you expire, just here, but we rolled into that contract there. So it's showing like previous month and next month. So by the way, stock market doesn't open. It's a holiday, guys, by the way. Nothing's going to happen in a minute. Maybe some algorithms are programmed to buy some stuff, but stock market's still closed. And I'll detail some things about like my trades in a little bit. But long story short, we rolled into new VIX contract. Okay, this is the previous month. We rolled into the next month. And then on here, this part is not shown and this part is not shown. So it looks like there's a gap, but there's not really a gap. But you can actually come in here and draw a midpoint between the close of the contract on that day and the open on this day. What is that day? It's the Tuesday before the third Wednesday of the month. Now, don't say the third Tuesday of the month, because it's not the third Tuesday of the month that the month starts on a Wednesday. That would be the second Tuesday of the month. Tell yourself the third Wednesday of the month is VIX options expiration. They expire in the morning. A little fun trivia. VIX options, SPX options, all CBOE options expire in mornings, by the way. Equities options like Tesla and SPY expire on the afternoons at market close. What's up? What's up? What's up? Is the market is open? I thought market is closed. Isn't today Columbus Day? Are y'all fucking with me? I thought today was a Columbus Day holiday. Is it just bonds? Oh, stocks are going? Well, shit. All right, let's do some trading then. I thought Columbus Day was a market holiday. I swear. Am I getting old and I forget this stuff? Oh shit, yeah, stock market is, just the bond market and banks are closed. Okay, all right, stock market's open. Let's go. All right, well, forget everything I said about market being closed. Let's do some trading, baby. I thought the stock market would, again, I can never follow these holiday schedules. Stock market is open with regular trading hours and NYSE, NASDAQ. It's just the bond market that's closed. The futures are open, okay? All right, regular sesh. Let's roll it. Broker tech is closed. Okay, it's just a non-settlement day. Dude, I swear. There's so many holidays and changes and things, I lose track of all of it. Juneteenth is a market holiday now, as of like 2 or 3 years ago. There we go. All right, let's get our stuff going on here. All right, well, we have bull market. I'll finish the VIX lesson in a little bit. I was trying to give you guys a good lesson on that. Okay, so we are opening pretty solid, I would say, bull long up, blue, orange, blue. Yeah, I thought, I don't know, dude, my brain turns to mush after 15 years of doing this. You freaking turn to mush. All right, maybe I should quit trading because my eyes aren't working. Okay, so MHP is strong long, orange to blue. S&P, this is about 50 points of run. That isn't necessarily too bad. Nasdaq futures actually opening flat. Resiliences are pretty decent here. Okay, so this is a somewhat bull setup. Now remember, we are way out of bounds on the DD bands, so small trades only. But yeah, so let this market pull back a little bit. I've got A+ setups right here and right here. I've got A+ setup on S&P right here. Let me go ahead and just sort of like clean up. Let me do the overnight pivots here. I swear to God. I was like under the, and somebody in chat was also saying, and I think that's what happened. Somebody was like, yeah, market holiday on Monday. I was like, oh, sweet. Okay. I was like, oh yeah, it is Columbus Day. Bonds are closed. Yeah, bond market's closed. The stock market is open. So we got some, and I thought futures market would still be open. That's why we're still streaming. But yeah, we will have liquidity maps, which is great. So let me give you guys a lesson on liquidity maps today as well. Woo, baby. All right, friends, hit that like button. Don't forget. We're gonna have to do we'll do a prop giveaway as well. And I'll detail some of the stuff I did for, let me do this real quick. Bulls on bottom, decent long. Little announcement. I was having fun teaching, but I'll have to finish up in a little bit. All right. What's up, guys? Good morning. I was trying to, I'll finish up a little bit and tell you guys how I could just see the market winding up for something. Now, the ultimate punchline of that lesson is that there's insider trading going on. I'll show you how to see it. I'll teach you guys how to see Wall Street the right way. All right. So S&P on the right, Let me run monthly maps. This is the most important part of today is we need to see DD ratio is 0.54, which is bullish enough. Let's run up and see if we are trading outside of the monthly maps over here. I love when y'all scream at me when I'm not paying attention to something. All right, so this is possible long setup. Now, again, I've maxed out on most of my accounts, so I really don't have much I can trade. So let me get right here on hedge pressure. And let me just trade micros because we're completely out of bounds today. Here's A+. Oh, I've already maxed out that one, huh? All right. It won't let me enter the position because I've already hit my profit. Okay, this one. Okay. I put limits on my position. I put limits on my trade evade. That doesn't allow me to trade past a certain profit. I manage my accounts that way. So it's just a A+ long setup with 3 micros right here at monthly hedge. And again, if we break this, the market's going to collapse. So I'm keeping it light, keeping it small, right on the edge. I'm going to add some more right here at bear zone top, and just like I said, keep it super light. And let me just do that real quick. All right, and I would say that today's monthly map is going to be 658 on SPY, which is bear zone top, which we have cleared. So 658 is basically 27 points off the open on futures. So I'm going to draw that for you guys right here. 27 points is going to be 43. I'm going to draw a huge line right here. And we're going to paint that line gray, right? And we're going to put some text on this. Let you guys know that this is long-term bull market above and this is long-term bear market. This is the break point. If you guys, when y'all go to our dude, y'all know how happy I was that I was like, oh shit, I'll probably just stream half the day then. It's a holiday. I was so excited to like do nothing today. I was gonna stream and give y'all a lesson and then cheese it and go play some Battlefield or something, but whatever. This A+ setup, 90% probability this bounces right here, baby. I know, I was ready to fucking go play some Battlefield or something. Now I gotta work all day. I could still do nothing. I technically could still do nothing. That's right. All right, grab 4 micros on the dip. This is Rock Scooter A+ setup, high probable, high volume, predictable, high volume pivot right here. A+ setups, very much so. Stream BF6. We were crushing it over the weekend. Me and Simon Fraser and Sir Buck and a bunch of you guys. Condos. I forgot what his tag was. We had probably like 10 or 15 people in Discord just playing BF. Yeah, I got to get to the DMs today. I didn't get to all of them. I have to do them today. All right, so this is A+ setup. That's it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm keeping the trade small, just trading micros. And the longer term bull market and bear market split is here. This is monthly maps bear zone top and monthly maps bull zone bottom. Okay. This is rock solid here. Always got to reset this. Now, when I get a break in a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and finish my story about VIX. Very important to understand what that is. And that's also from our boot camp, by the way. We buy this one every single time. We call it the EST trade. We have All the resiliences, everything looks good, nice and solid. A huge gap up. Now the market is going to try to fill its gap, but the thing is that you have bull zone and hedge pressure support with DD is good. Monthly hedge resilience is good. So this is all good for support. You guys can see our predictable high volume pivots, hedge pressure, 100% volume prediction. It's never wrong. It's make a SEC watchdogs. It's 100%. And I'll make that claim because it's never wrong. It always predicts volume. Now, whether doesn't predict the stock market, no one can do that, but it always predicts volume. This is gamma exposure level of market makers. We're the first in retail to have something like this. And if I'm wrong from the right place. If the market loses this, I'm just going to cut out. If we lose this, I'm going to cut out and just walk away and it's going to crash. The longer term bull market supports here. So if we break this and if we fall, and if I'm a bull that's like, man, I want to buy this dip because that was the dip to get in on, this is where the break point is, and this is where I would stop out of my 401k, and the market would be crashing below here. Monthly maps is the longer term bear structure. And so 66.43 is enough to plunge this into darkness. If we lose bear zone on monthly maps, then the market's going to plunge and die. You guys follow? Get what I'm saying? Intraday, not that big of a deal. These are pretty solid here for a move up. Now I just got micros just to keep it light. You know, market's moving hundreds of points every couple minutes. You don't need to go in there with a lot of risk. As a matter of fact, I was just pumping a handful of micros there. On NASDAQ, let's do the same type of analysis over here. Again, keeping it light. If we lose monthly hedge pressure, it's another day like Friday where the market's going to collapse on itself. So we'll look at the same levels on NASDAQ and mark it up the same way as we did on the S&P. And NASDAQ today, it's the 13th. We're actually good today. For today, 600 is the level. Oh, wait. Okay, we're not good yet. We'll mark the same sort of long-term structure point there. Structure point there. All right. Are you guys in chat longing or shorting? Clear question. Are y'all in a trade? Are y'all waiting out? What's up? And I'm gonna tell you guys, I feel like an idiot because I always remember that I always thought in my brain, I always remember Columbus Day being like the day off, but maybe it's been like, as the years go by, your brain really does turn to mush. So much data, and you get older, data just sort of like congeals together to a fucking jelly in your brain. So, you guys long in it? EST every single time. I know it's just micros, but I'm gonna take the profit on the open there. Close out, close out, close out, close out. Quickie little 7,000 there. That's pretty simple. All right. Easy peasy. BST every single time. I'm gonna get AI to clean up my old recordings of my old band. You guys who show me that AI cleaned up my little like video game music that y'all heard me write and y'all cleaned it up. I'm gonna find my old recordings of me singing in my metal band that are so horrible and get AI to clean it up to make me sound awesome, and I'll play it for you guys. Trading with you, bro, is magic. In and out, baby. That was it. 4 micros. That was $500 on that one, but all my other accounts I hit with the minis, so. Well, the ones I could trade. I'm not gonna take too much risk today. All right. Let's take sound performance. Yo, what's up? We got Sean Sawyer in the house. What's up, Sean? This is the first time in a while bonds close with equities and futures open, but you're too old. I know, right? This was like, how do we follow this anymore? It was like last year, earlier this year, I was like, wait, Juneteenth is a market holiday? And they're like, yeah, it's been a market holiday for like 2 years. And I'm like, really? It never was. And I was like, oh, I guess it never was a holiday. And then I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, Biden made it a national holiday and like a year or two after COVID or something. So that was a market holiday. Times, as Bob Dylan would say, the times they are changing. A market holiday for Juneteenth doesn't make any sense, but it's a national holiday, so I mean Juneteenth makes sense, but as a market holiday, a bank holiday, I guess any federal holiday you shut down, you know, markets and banks in honor, but as traders, we kind of like, can we have more days open? Every day off is a day we can't work. Traders are like the few people that like hate holidays. Like traders are like, oh man, holiday. Wow, that only get a 4-day trading week. That sucks. Y'all are a bunch of degens. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wonderful celebration, wonderful holiday, but no more holidays. Like let's leave it at what it is, you know? Although when I was an engineer, I did like the idea of having like 3-day weekends all the time when they would line up. How to make all that profit if I didn't even know the market was open today? I'm a fucking wizard. I made most of it last night. I'm going to go over my trades in a little bit. But futures were open. I knew futures market was open. It's an equities market I didn't think was going to be open. I logged in to trade futures for you guys. I just didn't think we would have our calculations because I thought the equities market was closed. But the equities market is open, so we finally got our calcs come in. Yeah. You want 8 days a week trading? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Hey, Billy, you can watch Billy Eyelash. You can watch the, I love that. That's an Ozzy Osbourne. Isn't it? Are you referencing when Ozzy called her Beanie Eyelash? I don't know the Beanie Eyelash. Hilarious name and rip Ozzy. But yeah, yeah, you can watch the boot camp at any point in time. The class is pre-recorded and you can watch them anytime. What's my indicator called on TradingView? Our TradingView is not strong enough to power our stuff. You have to get it on a cracked version of TradingView called Rocket Scooter, which is what's on my screen. And the link is in my description to get it. We basically created a cracked version of TradingView. It's allows ourselves to pull data from our server, which runs the calcs. Yeah, TradingView is very weak as far as that kind of stuff. Okay. The trade I did, I longed from MHP. Who here took a trade MHP open? Did y'all take that trade? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. Did you take any trade? Fantastic. Okay, back to my quick lesson really quick. VIX, to explain what it is, could have told you something's weird. Now again, at rollover, the Tuesday before the third Wednesday of the month, VIX is going to give you something to do. That Tuesday night, remember, Tuesday before the third Wednesday. Write that down. Don't say the third Tuesday because you'll be off by a week if the month starts on a Wednesday. Anywho, Tuesday before the third Wednesday. That night, when futures market closes at 5 p.m., you got an hour. Prepare. Right when it opens, you're going to do this very trick. You're going to do the current month's contract, the spot month, the current month, the front month, whatever you want to call it, that one. You mark half the distance. Whoops. You mark half the distance. That's it. It's very simple. It's a halfway point. It's the easiest. All that math and shit I told you, it's easy. It all boils down to this one thing. Draw here to that open. That's it. What's the space between these 2 points? Okay. And now you got a line. And that line, you can call it the contango midpoint. That's the extra amount of volatility that's priced in on September's expiration versus October's expiration. The idea is that if September closed at 16, then October is saying VIX will be 18 by the end of the month. It's all pricing out different points in time. Futures contracts, if this is now right here, and this is September, October, November. September is trading up. October is trading up. November is trading up. But September is just trying to value in that spot. October there and November there. And so if VIX was actually going down from those points in time in the future, then each contract would be valued slightly less now because futures are pricing in the future, right? So contango midpoint is the most important thing you'll ever learn from me just perusing through this stream. Normally in a bull market, the VIX tends to just decay. You overprice a little volatility and the market says, nope, still bullish, and it prices out. VIX has this natural instinct of decaying. It just trades down. You pop up into a new contract and it trades down. You can see every month there's like a pattern. Pops up, trades down, pops up, trades down, pops up, trades down, et cetera, as time goes by. Even in a bear market, it goes up and keeps going. At least it moves, right? It's very, 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 and I mean very rare for the VIX to not start the month and start immediately making a decision on that third Wednesday. This is pretty normal behavior. Every once in a while, and I mean like twice in my career, VIX will shock me and do something weird. Here's a great bull market from 2019, right? Gap up, trade down, gap up, trade down, gap up, trade up. You know, it's moving, but most of the time VIX is starting to decay. Now, roll forward into here. Do y'all notice something different about the old VIX here? Market's still rallying and going. Hell yeah. Yeah, no shorting today. This is 100% bull setup day. Y'all notice something here on the chart? Y'all notice something interesting? Can I trade on Rock Scooter? You can, a real futures brokerage account. Yes, not prop accounts though. Notice something weird as the month has progressed. The VIX has gone nowhere, right? No decay, nothing. It's just sort of sitting there and it's hitting that midpoint. And what you'll normally notice is that midpoint is actually going to be high volume when you get to it as well. There's all kind of hedging mechanics going on there. I won't bore you to death with it. But in reality, when you get close to that midpoint, you're going to see some activity start to spike up and pick up no matter what place you are. Like as we're getting closer to it, you can see there's a little bit of relative volume down here. Big volume spikes. Oops, y'all can't see that. Let me move up here. You know, big volume spike as you get close to it. There's something interesting going on around here, but it's a really solid pivot in VIX. Now, usually in our market, if VIX goes up, market's coming down usually. But really, VIX goes up when the market is surprised, when people flush or like flood to that insurance and buy near-term sporadic strike options, whether it is puts or calls. So anytime the market is destabilized and people rapidly run in to buy options near term, that's usually when VIX goes up. And that happens most of the time when the market's nice and stable and then it falls. The domino effect causes VIX to go up because everyone's rushing to buy puts or whatever last minute. But the same can be said when markets are selling off and then there's a short squeeze and you squeeze all those shorts out very quick. Shorts are running in to buy calls. So VIX will also go up at the bottom of a crash right when it squeezes up. So VIX usually goes up when the market is surprised and people are forced to do a bunch of stuff. That's really the whole lesson boils down to. VIX will go up when people have to run and buy near-term options super quick, and they're paying a premium price for them because they're jumping in at the last minute. So anyways, when VIX is testing that midpoint, if it is a bull market, it will likely continue to collapse below it. It'll interact with it, fail to bounce, reject, and trend down. And for the rest of that trading month, not calendar month, but VIX month, like third Wednesday to third Wednesday, it tends to be surprisingly bullish and not really that sensitive to news. The market shrugs off any kind of news. Fed days, you know, CPI days. CPI comes out and the market just does this really quick. Well, usually VIX is below that level. If CPI comes out and the market does this, VIX is probably up here. So anytime VIX is above here, the market is underpriced volatility. There's something brewing, is what you always tell yourself, and we didn't price it in enough. Why is VIX not decaying? Well, because people are now buying VIX assets, causing VIX to go up. But they already had them the previous month. Why are they buying more now? Well, because expected events are going to happen. So all month, the VIX did not move. As a matter of fact, the VIX just stayed put. It just sat here flat, like it wasn't decaying, it wasn't rallying. Every time and on the way up the market, the S&P was like doing this. Down days, up days, down days. It looked like a freaking sawtooth, right? What's going on? You could feel something winding up in the trading, but also you look at this and you go, hey, what the hell is going on here, right? It's not rallying, it's not selling off, and it's trying to decay, but it's still elevating. Like, what's going on? And I remember saying this in the BDH competition. I was like, something's going on here. I've never seen the VIX in recent memory. I had to go back. 2019 was the last time it did this. This is such a weird thing. Like, why are people loading in the volatility when the market's clean? The Fed's cutting rates. Trade wars solidified. Inflation's coming down. CPI's coming down. Jobs market looking healthier. Like, what the hell is going on? And, you know, it didn't, and then that, right? This is the same shit Trump did. Now, again, I will preempt this by saying I have zero desire to unalive myself when I tell you this. But remember, I love life. So if something happens to me, whatever. But the reason you go become a politician in the country is for fucking did I win BDH? I won BDH, yeah. You want to participate in like some insider trading with your golf buddies or whatever, you go become a politician. I swear to God, like this made no sense. Growing volume in the VIX. And then boom, the market just died for a day. How many billions of dollars of wealth were made through text circles on WhatsApp? I don't fucking know, between politicians. This shit is rigged. And that's exactly what all month we're just sitting there like there's something weird going on. And I remember 2 days before the crash in the boot camp, I said, guys, this is either winding up to be some kind of event now or a very, very, very bad November. Because the last time it did this in 2019, the following month was a sell-off month. And it just so happened the market exploded. Go figure. Well, here's another thing for you guys, right? Like leading into, you know, these events the day before, you just saw like even in European session, here we go. They have friends in Europe. Like what the hell is going on in Europe? People dumping, just random dumping. Like this makes no sense for the market to just dump in large lots all through European session. Somebody's tipped off. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like in hindsight, you look at the damage and you're like, we're like, you know, firemen, we're looking at how the thing burned down and we can see that somebody stuffed like tissue paper into the fucking electrical outlets to start a fire to cash in on the insurance. We can see that now. This isn't a natural, oh my God, surprise everybody sort of thing. You can tell that people knew this was coming. The weird, unusual volatility that we had, just massive amounts of selling and like, where's it coming from? Like who's liquidating over the last week? Like, and then you'd have like big sell-off days and then big up days, which tells you what? There's people in the know and there's people not in the know. That's exactly what this month told you. there's people in the know and there's people like, oh, hell yeah, buy the dip. There's people in the know. People like, oh, hell yeah, buy the dip. And it's like people in the know are like slowly rolling out in not only US, but in Asia and European markets. And then all of a sudden, market tumbles. All right. And so everybody out there is saying like, Black Tuesday, Black Monday, market's going to die. Look, we're back to bullish. All my trades today were long. Longer term, we need to crush out of those levels. S&P is good long term. So that's all I need to say. Yeah. Anyways, market died out. I made a fortune all month. I didn't lose anything. I had a huge green day on Friday. I have a huge green day today. Pretty good. Let me talk about the trades I made. Okay. Your VIX sort of clue was that something was winding up, y'all. And that's all I want to teach you guys. If you learn how that works, you're going to have a good time. And in our boot camp and the stuff that I teach you guys how the market really works. All month, it's like we were saying, like, what's going on? Like, what's about to happen? An experienced trader would stare at that VIX and go, something's brewing. And that's exactly what we said in the boot camp. And I remember telling people, I said, it's very likely that we're just winding up. We're trapped. VIX is trapped. And we're going to sort of finish out on October the 14th, which is when we roll over to a new VIX, which again is tomorrow. We do this whole process all over again tomorrow. And I say, this is when we roll into a new VIX and we're trapped until then. And then maybe the rest of October and November is the big sell-off month. And all of a sudden that wound up market, it reacted. Oh, all these people had been longing VIX options and buying VIX futures all month, keeping it from decaying. Oh, well, someone knew Trump was about to do something. This is how you can spot this shit in Wall Street. Isn't insider trading like that illegal? Yeah, everyone does it. Like in freaking politics, dude. Why else would you go be you have to be the world's biggest piece of shit to want to be a politician. A piece of shit that loves money. That's the only kind of person that would go become a politician. The advantages you get, the way you can move stuff. Somebody knew something, and we used to have theories back in the day. It's going to sound really funny that Trump and China are like, hey, they're pulling like a Biggie and Tupac on us. Didn't I say it last Monday? Yeah, I did, Ali, remember? That they're like fake beefing? I don't know. I mean, put on my tinfoil hat here. Hey, you want to make some money, President? Yeah. Okay, Donald, what's up? Well, I got an idea. Let's do old Biggie Tupac style trade war beef. But didn't we do that in 2018? Yeah, but let's do it again. People forgot. There's a lot to happen since then. Or maybe they don't even organize. I'm joking. They don't organize it like that, but I'm sure they both know. When Trump just calls and says, hey, you're going to do this, or I'm going to put some restrictions or tariffs on you guys. Well, we're not going to do it. And they both get up the phone. They both go, let's buy puts in the market. Okay. Like it's just understood between them that when they're bickering at each other, let's go. And then they call their trader friends. Hey guys, like I think Trump's going to put tariffs on us. Oh, thanks for letting us know. Yeah, we'll buy some VIX. Thanks, man. And then everybody goes and loads up just in case shit falls apart. Like if I was on the phone with someone threatening me and I got off the phone, I'd be like, all right, let me go short some stock market real. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, funny story is that it shows the evidence of people knew. Okay. All right. Trades I made overnight. Very simple overnight. Okay. We opened below MHP on NASDAQ. Right here. Let me sure I got the right level. Wait a minute. Why is that there? 24,689. Oh, no, that is right. Hold on. 689 was here. Okay. So this, right? Let me put up Thinkorswim because that's happened way too fast. You're gonna have to see it on a tick chart. I shorted off of MHP. It was the easiest money I ever made in my life. It was such a quick trade. I was in and out in like 4 minutes. Okay, 689. Put it all the way over here. 689. We open below monthly hedge pressure, and monthly hedge pressure rejects most of the time. 90% of days you will close on the same side you opened in. So when the market opened up literally 400 points higher, and then it within seconds it moved another 200 points, I go, okay, that's a 600 point move up in the MHP. And you guys have been through my boot camp, know I would short this every single time. I hit MHP trade. I trade that rejects every time. I threw shorts at it, and then when it overshot, I added some more, and then I just waited. Okay. This was all in the first 5 minutes. And then that right here was worth $20,000. This right here. So I took some heat on a bunch of them, and I was trading in volatility, and it was a lot, but I managed to get all whatever in this. So how did I know to let it overshoot that much as well? Well, when VIX is above that contango midpoint, you guys, you're going to know the market's going to be sensitive to news. And what I do, the trick is I use the largest 1 minute candle in the last hour to gauge my volatility. So this is a trick. I normally use 40 points on S&P. This was the trade. Here to there. That was all that you see, except for like the 3 trades I made today. But the market moves 540 to 740. That's like 200 points. Okay. I'm not going to allow 200 points to overshoot. So I arbitrarily said I'm going to give it about 100 points, about half of that. That's huge. So when it hit that and it overshot, right when we hit that and started moving, I started longing, and I was going to cut out at exactly 789, which is right here. And again, I started playing like one mini. I was going to long all, I was going to short all through there just to cap out. And then I would have probably busted some accounts or whatever had it not worked. But I was allowing some overshoot just to reject, and just so happens that it fell right to there, and then I hit target. So, but I always short off of MHP, below MHP. It's one of our strong short setups in the bootcamp. Easy peasy, baby. How much drawdown? I gave myself 100 points. Yeah, which is about half of that candle. I teach you guys that candle is your allowable overshoot. But I was like 200 is still too much. I don't want to play that. I'll just arbitrarily give it 100 points. And that's it. That's literally all I did. And then today, when we fell to MHP, I bought the dip. And that was my other trade. And this was pretty much Rocket Scooter textbook. Trade number 2, predictable high volume pivot, MHP support as the arrow shows, as the indicator shows. Open, orange, open. And some of you guys traded all the way up to here, which is good. NASDAQ was what I was actually trading today, and that was pretty clean. Open, orange, open on NASDAQ is that sort of V-shaped. Well, it doesn't show it on the orange, but the same thing applies. Blue and orange are at the same place. So open, blue, open, same thing. I just made this trade right there. This is this trade works 90% of the time when this ratio is greater than half off of there, and it works 90% of the time when this orange line is greater than 0 off of there, which is good. That setup actually has 90% probability. In and out. Where does monthly hedge pressure get its data from? Options. So we're the pioneers of the gamma exposure field that a million copycats have gamma exposure data now, JEX data and all this stuff. We're one of the original people that pioneered that portion of retail industry. The idea is that options reveal a lot of information about the market. Options will show you where market makers' risk is, and that's what we find with our software. And that's it. So basically, we use option to find high volume pivots and futures, predictable hedging. And this orange line right there is predictable high volume. Every one of these pivots are based on some kind of cool exploit, and then the algo just shows you is it support or resistance there. Today, everything was flagged as support. Across the board, support, 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 support. Maybe this one blue was resistance, but it's outweighed by all the bigger, longer supports, right? Yeah, the largest 1 minute candle in the past hour is usually my gauge on how much overshoot I allow. It's a really good trick. That first candle was wild. So usually I don't usually use that first candle when it's that big on a day like this. I've been trading long enough to know, you know, I'll give it like an arbitrary value bigger than 40 on NASDAQ, but certainly I'm not going to hold for 200 points of drawdown. So I gave myself, I was like, I'll hold 100 points of drawdown. That's $8,000. I'm sorry, 100 points of drawdown. It's $2,400 a contract. And so I could be down with 3, about $8,000, which these accounts have plenty of buffer to hold that. Yeah. Big stop expiration starts on the 3rd Wednesday of the month. It's probably tomorrow unless there is a holiday, which is this week, that usually bumps it. So with the, actually, it's normally the 3rd Wednesday of the month. You can go to VIX options expiration. And the calendar will show you. They might move it forward when you have holiday months. So yeah, this has been moved to the 22nd, probably because of the holiday this week. So yeah, so this one is actually a week from today. So actually, I was wrong this month too. I thought it was the 14th. Yeah, sometimes a holiday will bump it an additional week. All right, y'all. Let me talk about some of our prop deals going on here. Let me ask these guys, man. If I know. Okay.
Hello.
Howdy, what's up? Where you going?
Run errands. A lot of stuff. What? I'm meeting my other boyfriend.
You're shopping for my birthday, aren't you?
No.
You hesitated, I knew it.
That's why.
Yes. I'm so good at reading the market. I'm really good at reading people. You're hard to read though too.
How do you know
What's up, Pickle?
didn't set everything up already? I'm just running errands for my mom.
Oh, yeah, okay. I know what you're doing. Oh.
Yeah. I start early.
Her mom's a bookie. She's gonna go break legs. Just kidding.
No, I seriously will. Let me get your cash gun so I can point at them.
She's running errands for the family. It just sounded so mafia when you said that.
Yeah. Literally.
I'm going to be running some errands for the family. You know what I'm saying? She goes, yeah, IDOT goes out there. Where's my money, bitch? Just kidding. So today actually isn't a market holiday. I feel like the world's biggest idiot.
Why?
It's a bond market holiday. The stock market's open.
Oh.
It's, well, I mean, it's like it changes all the time, I feel like.
Wait.
So I actually have to work all day.
Did you know when you started streaming?
Everyone, well, no, I thought today, I read that it was bank holiday, and I always assume bank holidays mean markets are closed. And it's weird because some bank holidays, like Columbus Day market, stock market is open, bond market's closed. So technically it is a trading. A futures market is always open though.
Okay, but then you trade both, right?
Well, no, but it runs our calculations. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So regardless, you would have had to work anyways.
Yeah.
Whether it's Juneteenth, whether it's December, Christmas, Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
you
right.
technically could have traded.
But I also could have been done at like noon. I'm excited.
I know. Wait, can you still make it to the boot camp? I mean, not the boot camp,
Yeah. Well,
the
because I thought,
solid-
because on Friday, My Funded Futures was like, there's no show on Monday. That's what they said. And this is what it was in my head. Like, oh, because I remember they were saying like no show on Monday. All right. Anyways,
Dang, y'all. I bet you guys were the one that reminded him that he's still working today, right? Everyone is probably so confused.
all right, got an announcement, you guys. You ready for this? All right, so take a guess. Remember when I told you guys that I was going to give away Pat Whelan's prize money? Now, technically speaking, he offered $10,000, I think, to the winner, but somebody messaged me yesterday. I'm not going to go claim this. Pat was just rusing people up. He said if any major influencer won the BDH, should give them $100,000. So no, I'm not going to ask him for that. But if he did, I would also give like pretty much just about all of that away to my company and my, employees and you guys. Don't you remember he said that? Now, I'm sure he's not sweating or anything, but I didn't ever think that was the prize or even care. If he offers that, that'd be great. But if he doesn't, I don't even care. I don't really think about it. He was trying to bait people to compete. He likes getting people to compete, And but if he gives me the 100K, that'd be kind of cool. Either way, 10K is the prize money, and I'm gonna give 100% of it to you guys. When does it end? It ended on Friday. I actually won the tournament. So what do you think I'm gonna give to you guys? Because I'm giving you guys 10K. Take a guess, type in chat. Prop accounts. Let's do it. All right, so now I decided, when you look at how much the accounts are, so basically it's going to be equivalent of a, and you guys can get it for free. You go over there and you look at like, hold on. My Funded Futures decided, to cut a deal. I tried to ask him for like a lot just to see how far they would go. Clearly they have a business to run, but if you look at how much these accounts cost, and you do a little bit of, no, a couple lifetimes would be enough. They offered core, I asked for scale. I originally was like, we could do like 100 accounts, like 100 core, but I was like, actually give me a big discount. Give me like 200-300, something like that. We eventually settled on a number. 200 My Funded Futures scale accounts on top of the 100 else that they're giving me, on top of the other 20 they're giving me. They're giving me 100 accounts for doing some work with them. 200 for BDH. Plus, wait, how many do I normally give away with these guys? Give me like 50. Hold on, wait, let me double check. I forget. 2, 3, 4, 8, 16. So this month, I'll be giving away 316 My Fun Futures scale accounts. Divided by 20 is like 15 a day. What if My Fun Futures is not accepted in your country? There's nothing really I can do about that, I guess. Yeah. So I'm going to make videos. So My Fun Futures has asked me to become the face of the company, by the way, and all their marketing and media. So just a little teaser of that. They're going to be making all kind of commercials and stuff and videos and educational content for the website and stuff. They've actually elected me to be the person in all of their stuff. And when it came to discussing salary, they're like, so how much would you like to get paid for your work? So on weekends, I'll be filming videos with the production team. They did not pay Patrick 12 million. He's just fucking with you guys. They did not pay Pat anything. He just likes to say stuff to make you guys laugh and draw attention. He was just trolling y'all. When discussing salary, on how much you're going to pay me for my work, you know what I told them? I said I would like, you know, because I could have asked for 15, 20 grand a month for my time. I'll be doing a lot of work. I said, I don't want salary. Give me 100 extra accounts a month to give away to my community as a form of salary. So they can pay me in accounts to give away. I swear to you, the extra, I do get a salary working for My Funded, but for the show, but letting you guys know is that additional work that they want me to do. I asked them, because they were like, how much do you want to get paid? You know, what's your time worth? $1,000 an hour or something, yada, yada. I was like, just give me like 100 accounts a month and I'll do what y'all need me to do. I'll film all the videos, whatever. And then give me accounts to give away to the audience. I'm sure they were completely thrilled about that because they don't got to pay me any money. So I'm going to do all this work. I'm going to film like 30 something videos and star in a bunch of commercials and stuff for their brand. So that's just a little teaser hint, but if you guys like my content, there's a lot of cool stuff coming out that they're going to plan. So a ton of neat things. Just kind of teasing at it so you guys get hyped up about it. But yeah, they're going to pay me in prop accounts. Like you guys, I was like, I'm glad to do it. Just hook the community up. So 200 for the BDH plus 100 for my work plus 16 they give me to give away here. That's not including the 500 we give away in My Funded TV. So if you add it up, we give away about maybe, well, actually these days they lowered it. So it's usually about 10 to 20 a day. Let's use the low end of that. 10 would be 200 a month plus the 316 is like 500 a month. We'll be giving away 500 accounts a month just for My Funded Futures. Yeah, it'll be like a non-stop continuous spinning wheel. So 100%, they won't be paying me a dime to film all these videos for them. Ah! Should be cool. They just pay me in accounts. I'd love to re-gift it. You guys are on your trading journey. And now again, like, I mean, you know, I'm very well off in life. And I see the value in building a brand and building community more than I see just making a couple extra bucks. For you guys, the benefit is better. you know, better for us and better for y'all. If I were to give you guys that. Now you can do like one giveaway an hour. Oh yeah, dude, I can do like all day long. So am I exclusive to promoting my fun? No, I'm not. I just work on their, I'm on their show. So I work with 6 prop partners. Did Matt correspondent? No, I got my lawyers to draft up a contract. And he made me waste my time and money. What an absolute, like, literally, the guy made me waste my time and money. I asked him every day for his lawyer. Yeah, so the story there was when I was winning the BDH competition, you know, the AMC pump and dumper, that guy, Matt and Trey, there were 2 nobodies who ended up becoming huge on Wall Street Bets community.
Imagine being
for, you know, pumping and dumping AMC. Yeah, I don't work with Apex though. I need to change. I haven't changed my stuff. So yeah, essentially came into some thread. Pat was talking about it and was like, well, actually it's not a real trading competition. And Matt's not that good of a trader. He wouldn't be doing that well otherwise. And I'm just like, I got first place in ETF's month-long no YOLO contest, and I peaked top 5 in the Robbins Cup. This is all within the last year. Like, I'm pretty good. Like, whatever. Who are you? Oh, you're the AMC pump and dumper guy. Apparently, as that star started to fade, and people started realizing, you know, he was just dumping his stuff on them, making millions of dollars off of people. You know, his star faded. He was humiliated and embarrassed when that thing dropped. AMC's $2 now probably. And now hawking affiliate codes for trading products and futures like in our industry, trying to be part of what we're doing. And anyways, talk some shit. And I was like, we need to do a trading contest. Let's go. I'll challenge you. I'll put $50,000 in your account. I'll put $50,000 in charity if you beat me, and let's go. And everyone's like, oh shit, it's on. And then the guy like backpedaled, well, why don't we make it 100,000? Why don't we get lawyers involved? I was like, that's stupid. Let's just trade. And then he was like screaming for 2 days. Well, Matt won't get a lawyer to sign a contract. So whatever. So I called my lawyer. My lawyer drafted up a contract. Here's this guy. And like I said, I want you guys to do me a favor. Don't let him forget. There's a stream. Don't let him forget. He said he agreed. And I went out and I paid my lawyer to draft up a contract because he was like trying to act all big and tough. And then I finally called him out. So I have $100,000 wired into this fresh new Tradeovate account ready to go. It'll be ready by tomorrow. And I'm ready to go. Trading challenge. This guy scammed a bunch of people out of money. I'm 100% ready to reveal to the world that these people can't trade. So there's yeah. So, you know, I asked him for his lawyer's information 4 times and he never responded. Yeah. I went and opened an account. I went through all the hurdles. I moved $100,000 and then I wired it to this Tradeovate account, ready to go, fresh and clean, brand new. With all the trouble, got my lawyer drafted contract. Guy never said anything. Never said anything back. So anyways, y'all do me a favor and don't let him forget. He tried a clout chase off of our BDH name to save some viewers as the star is fading from the AMC stuff. I don't back down from a trading challenge. I will go 1-to-1, head-to-head. I'll put 100K on the line. I'll put $1 million on the line. I don't care. Against any trader out there who wants to show me they're good or buck up or whatever. I like it for sport, and I'm not even a bad sport about it. Everybody at BDH, everyone was all talking shit to each other and having fun, and it's fun. Competition's fun. And I don't just go in there like I'm some insecure person that got to prove something for my own ego. It's fun. I like showing that I'm good, and I'm such a PvPer in video games. I don't even play campaign mode on video games. I got to play against people. I always got to feel like I'm beating people, you know? So in trading, oh, you want to go head to head? It's like, dude, my underwear is feeling a little tight. You know, I'm a little half-mast right now. I get a little excited about that. So anyways, Why did I decide to compete in the BDH? Just because. I mean, it's a big trading contest, and I'm really good at trading contests. There's a secret to winning trading contests, by the way. It's not just being a better trader. There's ways to use the rules to your advantage, especially these prop trading contests. If you're smart, you can trade the rules that are and trade a certain style that's more likely to get first place. I've seen these trading contests. It's good traders will get into the top 50. It doesn't matter if you're a bad trader. If you're a good trader, you'll make it to the top 50 with profit. If you're a good trader with good luck, you'll make it to the top 25. But if you're a good trader, a grandmaster at trading competitions, and you have a few tricks up your sleeve on how to beat them, you'll make it to the top 5. And then in the top 5, it's those 5 grandmasters. The luckiest one is the winner. There's a difference between second and third place and 20th place in a competition. There's a whole league of difference in how you analyze and understand the competition in front of you. Yeah. Matt said, I won't sign the contract. I asked for it. I have a contract prepped and ready to go. I asked for his lawyer's contact information. According to my lawyer, we can compel him to compete under the order of a judge, and if he refuses, we can sue him for damages to reputation for agreeing to something and then backing out. And we said we can claim an enormous amount of damages, and they'll have to settle. And then as part of the settlement, we can force him to compete. That's what my lawyer said. So that'd be really funny if we do that. Yeah. I have, like, in this world, I have fuck you money, and I can do it just to say fuck you. I could just push a button, have it go off. They charge my bank account. I wouldn't even notice the dent. I wouldn't have, it would just be between the lawyers. I wouldn't have to think about it. And then they can go back to me in a couple months and say, yep, he's going to have to compete as terms of the settlement, or you can sue him for damages. Cool. I'm going to make him trade. It's on. He said, I agree on social media. So it's on. The best part, see, it's like we watched Wall Street last night. Me and iDoc did, with Michael Douglas. And she was like, isn't he already wealthy? Why does he care so much about, ruining, the airline? Why does he care so much? Why is he so angry when he didn't win? I was like, because at his level, it's not about the money. It's about winning. He's got the money to spend to win. That's all that matters. Anyways. We're gonna have some fun here. You ready for this, guys? Can y'all can do me a favor and have some fun with this? I'm very curious if it's really possible. And again, like I said, I'm just gonna hold on. Watch this. Okay, let me get this really quick. So just let me show you what we're up against here, just very quickly. Do you see how many times these Apex accounts have been reset? I can go as far back as you want. Look at this. Hold on, ready? Let's count them. Let's start from the beginning, right? Shall we? Here. Okay. This goes back to, I don't know, March the 10th. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Multiply these by 20, by the way. 4, 5, 6. Oh, you had a couple winning days. All right. Okay. Oh, 7, 8. Every time it starts over 50s, let's start over. 9, 10. Sorry, 10, 11, 12. And that's in May. That's 12 blowups of 20 in a month. Shall I continue? 52, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No. Day number 3 of new system and things are humming along. Let's go to it. No. Look. Ready? No, before I came up with this bit for the show, I went through and I actually double checked all of them. Okay, ready? Let's read the history. Let's have some fun with this. Ready? Watch this. Hold on. Let's have some fun with it. Okay, ready? I mean, he's trying. I mean, he's learning. He's learning trading. Okay, ready? Let's go all. God, April. All right, let's get ready. Let's go to it. All right. These are Apex accounts. They're trailing drawdown. All right. Lost my accounts on Friday. This is day 1. Check. 50,000. Oh, made 20 grand. There's no red shown anywhere. Oh, made some money, made some money, made some money. Ready? Oh wait, no, I need to go all the way back to April. Sorry, I'm sorry, let me go back. Let me show you. Hold on, be patient, be patient, be patient. Is he? Oh, I'm in the wrong month. Hold on. I'm gonna give you guys some fun entertainment today. Where the hell is it? Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so there's a time when he would show the balance when he was up, right? Like, look, I made $90,000 and all of a sudden he busted it all or whatever. Then he started over. Day 1 of the recovery tour. Okay, day 1, start over, 20 accounts. Ready? Made some money, made some money, made some money. Where's the red? Show the fucking red. He doesn't show the red. Day number 3, proud of today's patience. Where's the account balance? Motherfucker blew up and he's not showing the balance. Day number 2, blow up. All right. Day number 4, not showing the balance, blow up. Mysteriously the balance is gone in some of these posts when he's not on a streak. Day number 4, oh, decided to go back to the accounts I'm familiar with, the 50K, which means these 150Ks he was trading also blew up, number 4, and also the balance is gone again. Admission of blowing up because he bought new accounts. That's 4 blowups in a week. Slowly billing out the buffer. Aha, the account balance is back. There it is. Oh, okay, so let's do the math. You can add this to that to fucking equal that. Oh, but the account balance is gone again, number 5. All right. Oh, and the account balance is shown again. This is day number 2 of the new accounts. Okay, so that's still 5. And yet there is no red between the 26th and the 28th, and the account has gone down. Oh, but he said solid start to the new accounts. 6, okay. Because this is 29.30 in profit, and this is 29.22, which is this profit minus commissions. That's a blow up. Number 6 in a week and a half. These are fresh starts from 50. This isn't a loss from the previous day. This is 6 blowups in a week and a half. Ready? Let's keep going. Oh, here's April 1st. Here's number 7, 1530, 1522, 1530 minus commissions. That's 8 in 2 weeks. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy is horrible at trading. Let's keep going. And then he had 3 lucky days. I don't see a shred of red on here in 7 fucking blowups in 2 weeks. Let's keep going. Oh, there's all this green, all this green, all this green. Look at these apex, and it's gone. Are we on 8, 9, 10? I forgot. There's 8. Start over. There's the blow up. April 14th. This is in a month's time. Is that 8? Is that 9? Something like that. I don't know. But look, 2 days of winning. I don't see any red on this entire thing. No red. It's all fucking green. And it's gone. 9. $10.30, $10.18, which is this profit from the 50K start minus commission. That's the commission. That's 9. This is May 19th. Now this is just a month of time, and the account numbers again are hidden. And on 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 and on. All this green. A guy does nothing to blow up. Where's the red? Where's the red? Oh, let's go ahead and buy some take profits at the start of that too. These guys are here and they're making money and they're making money and they're gone. That's 10. Day number 3 of the new system and things are humming along. So let's try a new trading system 2 months later. The last thing wasn't working out. Let's try this new trading system. Made money 3 days in a row, 3 days in a row, 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row, and it's fucking gone. We're back at the start. $50,000 in Apex. Where did the red go? From 54 to 51. Where's the fucking red? Where's the red? The guy can't get the balance above 60K at all. And we've started over with the Apex. It was 54,000 and it's green, and now it's 51,000 and it's green. And for whatever reason, he's also trying to trade a sim account on stream, which again, I don't understand what that's for. All the rest of that sim, but hey, whatever. All right, let's keep going. I mean, I don't see anything substantial on here again. You can't get these accounts over $50,000. Sometimes the balance is there, sometimes it's not. Here's where he started over the 12th time. System's first day went well. If you go back, this is the 4th time he's tried a new trading system between May and June of the same fucking year. 4 trading systems. System's first day went well. We can go back to May. There was another system day number 1, dudes 2, 3, and 4. How many trading systems are you gonna try? None of it's working for you, dude. You're getting fucking cooked. I swear to God. I should get a Michelin 3-star review for how much I've cooked this fucking steak to a burnt crisp. I'm done with this. You can keep going. There's August. We started over again. I ain't seen a single red day amidst those months and months of blowups. That's hundreds and hundreds of blowups per month. Oh my God. How is he for the accounts? Well, apparently there's a lot of money in pumping and dumping penny stocks, so. No, because I hate penny stock pump and dumpers. That's the worst plague on this planet. If you pump it up a penny stock, it's over. It's over for you. Anyways. At least he's trying. Give him some. Anyways, well, why does it matter? Because he decided to clout chase in the BDH tournament to say that I wasn't any good at trading. So I decided to ask him to trade a challenge, and he goes, all this spinning. He was like, I'm better than you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. So anyways, the point is that we have a standing verbal contract to agree to a trading challenge on November 1st for y'all's entertainment. He's trying to back out of it. I would too if I were him, but Yeah. There's a ton of mining affiliate codes. All these fakers, man, they want to sell affiliate codes. But the one thing they don't do is show up to trading contests, and they just want to talk from afar. That's it. Yeah. Wait, he's a cat owner? Legally pursue it. Yeah, we're going to do it just because I want to, again, you guys may not take passion for it, but anybody that pumps and dumps penny stocks, I have this sort of innate desire to ruin them, you know, like financially, and take away their ill-gotten gains because they basically stole from people's grandmas and stuff. You know, it's kind of a nefarious way to make money. Which, on that note, I heard the Atlas court decision got overturned. Those guys are about to go back to another criminal trial for pumping and dumping penny stocks. So there's no way I can make him do it. Well, no. Well, here's again, according to the lawyer, he engaged in a verbal contract and then backed out, and it caused me damage to my reputation. So he said you could just sue him for damages, and then, you know, he can either chase that down for hundreds of $1,000s or agree to a settlement and then in a settlement agree to compete so that you don't sue him. Because the easiest way to compel that competition is to just sue him for fraud and to sue him for defamation. I have some really good lawyers. That's really smart. And then he'll just settle and he'll agree to the contest so you don't sue him. Even if you don't win the lawsuit, it'll cost him $500,000 to defend it. Yeah, you can compel somebody to compete in a trading contest. You kidding me? 6 attorneys that work for Rocket Scooter. The securities advisor, general counsel, litigator, tax advisor. I mean, I got the whole freaking attorney welcome kit for a corporation. Anyway, end of that story. But I'm letting you guys know, I'm winning trading contests. This person can't get an Apex account above $60,000. We're not the same. I never touch a penny stock in my life. People that touch penny stocks are garbage human beings, not just garbage traders. They're trash people. They make money off of convincing other people that something's worth their time. And then they basically pocket the money. I think that's despicable. And honestly, I have all the desire of the world to put an end to that stuff. I can't. So funded X accounts too. Yeah, I'm going to give away 100 funded X accounts this month. Yeah. Why do I make all my profits before the stream starts? What do you mean? Why do I do some overnight trades? Just because there was an overnight setup. I made like 3 trades today since this morning. Overnight in the last month, there's just been an amazingly good amount of trading setups in the overnight. It's been like absolutely fantastic. Yeah, guys like that ruin people's lives. It's not just like it's trading beef. These people destroy people's lives. And I have a particular hatred for people that do that. I'm the person that I won $10,000 and I given it to you guys, right? I'm doing work for my funded futures. They're paying me in gifts for you guys. It's like, what am I taking from y'all? Nothing, right? Somebody, it's ill-gotten gains and posing as a trader. Like, I'm a really good trader. That wasn't trading. That's selling. You're a salesman. Like, you're selling an idea to somebody. And like the selling was so hard that it makes me so sad that people were convinced that a movie theater company was worth investing in during COVID, during a global pandemic. I can't believe that there were people convinced. There were people, like hardworking people, that lost everything. Like literally everything because of the GameStop and AMC clowns out there. And you know who made everything? Those guys did. Those guys are the ones that made everything. The promoters. The overnight levels come with Rocket Scooter Sell. Yes, they do. So Malavelli lost 1.1 million to penny stocks in 2021. So thank you for speaking up. This is why I do. Like, You know, we're honest here about what we represent. I tell you guys, I'm prop trading. I'm doing prop trading on stream. There's no outlandish sort of claim of, trust me guys, this is the next big thing. Penny stock people really just, it's like Jordan Belfort. I mean, you're calling average people and convincing them there's an opportunity and, you know, lying to them to make money. I can't believe they don't go to jail for this, but yeah, I do speak up. So I'm glad that you like that I do. I'm only showing the green, where's the red? Well, whenever I have some, I'll show you. Yeah. They all, yeah, that Trey guy did too. They did. And I honestly think that it's like one thing. Yeah, they can go have their own day in court or whatever. But it's another thing to like also take that same lying mentality and then go there and then just post green on your Twitter for 6 months when you can easily just do the math and count the blowups. I wanted to make a video of all the blowups and put it to like the Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario World theme song. Ding, 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 ding. And then show like all the adding and subtracting to really show blow up, blow up, blow up. And actually, me and my team counted the blow ups last night. We counted like 26 blow ups over the course of the year. If you actually do the math, subtract the commissions at Apex, which we did the math for, there's 26 blow ups at least on 20 accounts and not a single red day posted on that Twitter. So that's at least a count 26 times 2,520 accounts blown up. So we thought it'd be fun to like make a video out of it. Then we just said, whatever. But yeah, I'm particularly irked that I paid my lawyer to write a contract and he won't give me his attorney's info because that's what he wanted for this trading competition. He wants to race around the block and he's like, okay, well, we're going to sign a contract. It's gonna be $100,000. I'm like, okay, what's your attorney's info? We've made one. And it's been crickets ever since. That's why I'm saying these scam artists here, their rats will just crawl into a hole. But the idea that it's hiding, right? You see nothing but green on a Twitter when there's obvious red there. I have this particular hatred. It's stolen valor. It's people that are lying and pretending that they're doing what I'm doing for a living. And again, duping people into selling, you know, them products or whatever. Well, what was the sale before? It was AMC stock. What's it now? Spot Gamma? Affiliate codes? It's these salesmen is all they do is they're salesmen. I'm not sure. I'm fully flat right now. I'm waiting for the next A+ setup. I entertain you guys in between trades. A+ here, A+ here, A+ here. Inside of here, no trade. So what I do is I wait for my high volume pivots. I'll finish the VIX lesson in a second, by the way. Here, and here are my A+ setups on NASDAQ and on S&P. If we do lose monthly hedge pressure, this is the longer term breakpoint here. Bull bear breakpoint on S&P and NASDAQ here. NASDAQ is up here somewhere. I swear I drew it. Where the hell did I draw it at? Oh shit, I drew it on QQQ, didn't I? Whoops, 600. My bad. It's going, so QQQ is already back into bear territory. It's going to be essentially 12 points above the open on NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is already in long-term bear territory again. So we 836 is monthly maps. Okay, so right here is the longer term bull and bear break of NASDAQ. So we'll do this long. So the break point is exactly where I draw this line right here. So longer term breakpoint, Nasdaq's in bear territory, S&P is still in bull territory, which is actually pretty good. Any downside today on S&P that does test this area, this is kind of like the bigger area. If I were like long-term swinging puts and calls down here at the base, I would be buying puts just in case it broke this. The market crashes out if we lose that level. So by the way, this is week number 6 of win streak, by the way. I haven't had a losing day in 6 weeks. It's been absolutely insane trading, and I've been lucky every day. So it's been crazy. 6 weeks win streak. Oh, let's get that off my screen. What's up? Okay. From here?
Yeah, because you're the dancer in your room now. They can't enter any other part of the house except for.
Okay. Okay.
Probably won't spray behind the electronics though. So these edges.
Now you can get rid of that computer. Are you guys ready to give away in a second? All right, so what's my words per minute? I did a typing test on the stream one time and it was like 80 or something. It wasn't like that. It wasn't that good, but it was pretty good. Yeah, so at Hedge Pressure one more time. Let me see, do I have any room to trade in this account on stream here? This one can still make a few more bucks on micros. Now, again, the question is, do I want to even try to take it? I feel like it's trying to sell off now again. But every single time is every single time. So let me take it with 2 micros. Again, I'm just trading small on this one. I have a couple more that I can do here. Bum, 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 bum. All right, got some micros here. Can this one? These are all pretty. This is okay. So I can trade up to like maybe $400 more in this one account here. That's it. And then I'm pretty much done. Volatility starting to pick up at hedge pressures, which you can expect. Get that bounce, baby. How to turn the contract size with a market condition. I have a whole class that I teach in the bootcamp on contract sizing. It is a very cool process. Oh, let me check this one account really quick. Hold on. All right. Good longs, good longs. Let's go. This one is... Okay, 1 second. One second, guys. I'm gonna trade. I gotta get it right on point so I can close out. Getting ready for. I gotta get it right on around the nose here. Give me some movement, baby. I hate when you're like freaking $5 away from your target and just hanging on to it. It's the worst feeling in the world. The best straight to funded accounts, ETF has a good program and Tradeify has a good program. Those are like basically the two. Contract size towel is based on, I have the spreadsheet that I give to people in the bootcamp on how to calculate contract size based on the parameters of your prop firm or based on the parameters of a real account. So normally what I wait for is I long before and then slightly under and then near my stop. I build a position around the pivot. That's basically how that works. Okay, throw some micros up. Now again, if we break monthly hedge pressure, the market's going to die out today. So be very careful. We are bouncing at it one more time. Monthly res is positive, so the support is still pretty strong. But again, like I said, if a red candle comes out of nowhere, it's just a quickie loss. That's why I'm keeping the trade small. And the idea that it's consolidating lower, it doesn't feel like it's that good of a setup. So the longer term bull market supports here. That's why I have micros. I'll be willing to hold on to dip all the way to there, and then I'll cut out if S&P loses that by proxy. And I'm trading NASDAQ, but I'm watching S&P 66.43 is about 20 points a drop, which is 80 points a drop in NASDAQ. And at 0.3 of a contract, that's $480 for 80 points on NASDAQ. And you do that math real quick in your head. I'll lose $500 if I draw down all the way to there, which is why I keep it at 3 micros. I'm trading with $500. Yeah. So back to the VIX conversation, you guys, just letting you guys know, we knew that VIX was winding up for some things and we knew that something crazy was going to happen. Now the BDH trades, I know you guys are all excited to see like what I did at BDH. Let me teach you guys. I'll give my little TED talk here on how to beat trading competitions. Like I said, the rule of a trading contest is very simple. Okay. A good trader will make it into the top 50 of any trading competition. A good trader. A good trader with good luck will make it to the top 25. The top 10 are great traders with good luck, but the top 5 is a special breed of people. The top 5 are great traders with good luck, but also gamed the rules or advantage played the rules to their advantage, because in a trading competition, I've done enough of them to know the dynamics. The people that win are always advantage play. They're always people that figured out a way to gimmick or game. Hold on, I need to just make like $400 on this account. I'm gonna close it out. Hold on. All right, I'm just gonna watch this here while I'm talking. If this pops here, I'm gonna close out. I need to get it just like good enough. Advantage play. What is advantage play? Well, there's rules, right? And the rules are designed for some specific purpose. And if you can't read the rules and know what the contest really is, you're at a disadvantage to somebody that understands. Pat laid out a series of rules for this contest. Now, to preempt, I have peaked in the top 5 in Robins last year. I was first place in ETF's global futures competition, which had 1,000 people in it. It was a month long, no YOLO. It was just straight up trading. 2 contract maximum, I believe, for the course of a month. And I doubled the account size starting 2 weeks late, and I still won. There was no gimmicks with that one. They actually designed a contest you couldn't gimmick. And when I say gimmick, that's not cheating. You're doing exactly what's allowed within the rule set, but you're smarter than the average person, which gives you an advantage. The whole point of trading a contest is to understand what rules there are. If the race allows you, to choose if you're going to walk or ride a bike, you're going to ride a bike. That's the part of the race. And if you don't, someone else will, and then they'll win. So everybody has to ride a bike to remember, that convergent evolution of processes to get people on the same page. They will all converge onto the most efficient method to solve the problem. Now, in the case of the BDH tournament, the rules were designed as such to where when I saw them, my brain immediately goes, okay, I need to get in first place on the first day and then coast to victory. And let me tell you about how I made that calculation. Can we just stop dancing around like this one tick? Can I just get like enough green to just get to 780? The idea is that when you get a contest and give you the rules are as follows. 1 reset that they actually changed to be unlimited resets is what they said. But I think ultimately the real answer was you got 2 resets. Because I remember they sent an email that said, actually, we listened to you guys, and now we're gonna give unlimited resets. But then I think that people were saying it actually was 2. No, giveaway's not done yet. So the idea becomes, okay, number 1, I'm a great trader. Number 2, I'm gonna win a contest. But number 3, I'm also gonna play the rules. Okay, 1 reset, 5K, and I actually found this out the hard way because I didn't read the rules as well as I thought I did. 5K end of the day drawdown, that everybody assumed that whenever you go from 0 or you make your drawdown in buffer, your drawdown freezes at 0 and then it's static for the rest of the account. This is how all end of the day drawdown accounts work. However, Pat's tournament wasn't like that. The end of the day trailed with you indefinitely, which was kind of like hard to trade because normally, hold on, I can close my position. Come on, give me like, I'm like $50 from freaking closing this out. Come on. I gotta get right on the edge here. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. All right. I just secured another payout. Perfect. Perfect. Let me clean this one too. Hold on. Make sure this one is good. Okay. 2 payouts secured. Let's go. Okay. Now, this one is still trading. This one still has some room to go. This is number 3. This one has $160 more to go, and then I'll close it out. But this is automated to close out. Okay. Okay. So the trick is that I found out the hard way. I busted the first account because I made 28,000 the first day. Let me start over. My thought was end of the day drawdown would stop at 0 and stop trailing. Then you had infinite amount of move to go with a buffer, which is normally at the end of the day contest. It's really great. With an end of the day contest that allows a reset, the goal is to build a buffer on the first trade. As a matter of fact, that's one of the goals of any kind of prop account, especially when there's a sale. It's to build a buffer the first trade. Build a buffer, make the first trade your best trade, and then build a huge buffer. And then now you have room to trade. Now you can hold through drawdown. You can hold through getting 2 or 3 trades wrong in a day and still have the account active. So the first day out the door, I had hit an amazing run. The first day out the door, I was up $28,000 the first day. I was in 4th place. Somebody was in 1st place with 50. And so the people that were in the top 5 understood the assignment. The assignment was you get a reset. Your first trade needs to be a grand slam to get on the leaderboard. That is the rule. Okay, this automatically closed out. Perfect. I have officially tapped out full profit with the exception of my funded necks that are going for 100K payouts. Those guys, I'm closing them out around $2,500. I don't want to risk them any further in this kind of volatility. Those accounts I'm trying to protect so I can get a 100K payout across the board. So anyways, by my limits, I have made maximum profit in each of the accounts. So I'm done for the day. Let me update the screenshot. I'm fully flat. That's one hell of a day, guys. And we crushed it today again. I've secured 3 payouts with Tradeify now. I am almost certain that I am going to be 9K away or 6K away after these. I need to redo the math of going live with Tradeify. So I'll be live with Tradeify by the end of the month at this rate, which is good. I made 80K in payouts with them. All right, back to the lesson. So if you know there's a reset and you know there's a drawdown, you can build a buffer. You just need to build a buffer. That way you can compete with the static account. Goal number 1 in an end of the day drawdown trading account is to turn it into a static. Do we all understand what that means, class? Turn it into a static? Anybody not understand what I mean by converting the end of the day to a static? You get a choice to do that, by the way. Right? Chat, we good? Okay, so end of the day drawdown, a difference between end of the day and static, right, is here's your 0 point. A static account gives you a fixed balance to blow up on. Let's say it's $2,000, okay? And it's always minus 2,000. If you start at 50K, then 48, you're busted. But with the static, the account just doesn't change. You can make as much as you want, and it's minus 48, you blow up. So you have the fixed drawdown point, period. Now, with most end of the day drawdown accounts like Funded Next, Tradeify, My Funded Futures, an end of the day drawdown trails with you. End of the day trailing drawdown trails with you every day, no matter what your trading day is like. If the day ends right here, then this moves 2,000 below that finishing point. And if you continue to trade, then it falls below you as well. Right? So it's always $2,000 off of the top of the balance. So your blow up point follows you instead of staying put. Now, the difference is with most trailing drawdown accounts, once you make your drawdown allowance in profit, it will become a static. This is normal in most prop firms. If your trailing drawdown is $2,000, say with My Funded Futures or anyone else, as long as you make $2,000 in profit, which is equal to your loss, this goes to 0 and then stops trailing forever. It becomes a static at the 0 point plus whatever, a buffer, usually $50 or whatever it is, but static, right? You get rid of one of the rules out the door. So when you make your drawdown in profit, then it stops trailing. So that's one more thing off your plate, which is good. Right? So that makes the contest automatically easier. Step number 1, if you get a reset, welcome to build a buffer. Your biggest trade must be your best trade. Your first trade is your best trade, and then get your trailing drawdown to 0 and convert it to static. And then it's easy from there, easier. But the problem was that these accounts didn't stop trailing at 0. And most people made that complaint was that, hey, I thought I built a buffer, because most people understood the assignment. Not YOLO. People are like, YOLO is how you win. It's not YOLO. I mean, it's full porting, but it's not stupid full porting. You have to wait and have the pivot to begin with. If you get 15, and another thing is contract size. Contract size allowance was 10 contracts, but I've done enough trading contests to realize it's not 10 contracts. I know how to look around. First thing you do is you go and check, can I also trade minis? I mean, can I also trade micros? The answer was yes. You can trade 10 S&P minis and then 50 S&P micros. So actually, you can actually be trading 15 contracts to go even faster. Remember, it's not cheating because everyone will eventually discover it. You just have to find all the limitations first and be the first one to see it. If I didn't, someone else would. Therefore, it's an easy playing field. And unless they set the limit, people do that. There are other people, and I didn't go do this, but there are other people that were trading 10 S&P and then 10 gold. And they were trading 20 contracts. I heard that you can trade metals and all kind of stuff and get up to 30, but I don't know anybody that did that. I only went up to 15. Yeah. So yeah, people didn't know you could do this. So with one reset, you can reset once. So the first thing I did was I waited and waited and waited, and I waited for the best time to strike. Now, my first trade, I actually got a trade right when the market opened that Sunday. So when the market opened, I immediately longed out the door. All of my signals, we had monthly hedge pressure there or wherever, whatever thing I had, I longed at the open and then made some money there. I ended up trading the rest of that day. And I think I might have shorted during the day. I can't remember what I did, but by the end of this day, I had 28,000 and I was 4th on the leaderboard. The leaderboard published that afternoon. And I said, you know, I always, at the end of the day, I said, I have 28,000. With the way that the market moved, there's likely 10 or 15 other people that did the same thing I did. And then thousands of just sort of schmucks that didn't read the rules. Out the door, 15, no, I didn't do 15 the first trade, but I did pretty heavy. I think I did like 5 or maybe 10. I can't remember. But I was hitting it pretty hard to build a buffer just to see where people were. And other people, someone in first place was 50. Somebody in, around me was like 25. It was all 20s. And somebody had 50. So that night I was like, okay, well, then I got some ground to make up. Your first trade is your most important trade. But I was like, I got 28K worth of buffer. I can hit it hard. So I actually longed. And then I took a $5,000 loss right there on my long. And that actually blew up the account, even though I was up 23,000. I knew I had a reset, but I was like, wait. And I went and I looked at the rules and I was investigating further. The end of the day does not stop at 0, which is abnormal for most end of the day drawdown accounts. And that's where most people got confused. Even like Nutty Bar and a couple people were like, yeah, that busted me because I didn't know the rule either. So you got a free reset, which is fine. So we decided to start over. But I was actually up 23,000 and it busted the account. Then I said, okay, let me start over and do this right. I've got to beat $50,000 plus or minus what they might have made the next day. And I got to get it in one trade. I get one other chance to do it. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. And then I waited until here and I had the perfect short setup lineup and I hit it with the full 15 and I shorted it all the way to monthly hedge pressure. There's a reel on my Instagram and the short here on my YouTube that show that trade. I shorted all the way to MHP. Then I closed out here. This was 50K just in that trade. Okay. And then I flipped and then I longed here on NASDAQ and I took my 40 points and then I stopped out and then I shorted again and then I closed out and then I shorted again and I closed out. And I think I shorted all of these. I shorted every pop and closed out and managed to make another 20,000 bucks just taking these trades. And I tried to make one more trade at the end of the day, but then I closed out flat right at the end of the day. Right here, right before MOC, I tried to short somewhere in here and then it popped against me and came here and I closed flat. So I didn't make anything. So essentially short cover, long short, short cover, short cover, short cover, short cover. I hit each one of those legs and put another 27,000 in the account. And then I was up 77,000 in a day. Why is it important to make it all in one day? Because if you're if you have a static, you have an end of the day drawdown of minus 5,000 from your previous day's closing balance, in my case, a fresh start. When you make money that day only, this is buffer that you can have drawdown with. I can take 10 and 20K thousand worth of drawdown if I'm up 50. So the rule of a contest like that is to make sure you have the biggest buffer you can from your first trade. Therefore, you can navigate the rest of the day like normal. Do y'all understand what that means? My Instagram is Day Trader Paradise. Right? If I put 50K in the first trade, then I can absorb 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 and still be okay. If you're at zero and you haven't built that buffer, you lose 5,000, you blow up. So the trick number one, make your first trade count. Trick number two, trade it as aggressively and hard as you can that day with that buffer that you have. And you saw me scalping more than you guys ever would. You never see me scalping that much, you guys. Long, short, long, flip-flopping, stuff that I don't teach y'all to do in a normal day. But it's contest mechanics. I don't normally trade like that. And I had a 100% win rate on that account. I didn't lose a single trade that day, which is great. I ended the day at 78,000 in first place. My goal was to get first place on the first trade. It wasn't just get first place in the competition. No. Walking in my TED Talk, it was to get first place in the first trade. And then I've turned two rules off of me. Number one, get huge buffer, trade one. Check. Buffer number one. Number two, use that buffer that day to build that account. And by the end of day one, you need to be in first place because that does two things. Number one, the buffer gets rid of the end of the day drawdown for that day only, and you get plenty of room to build. Okay, check. Number two, get first place the second day. Why? Because now it's everybody else who didn't understand the assignment that now has the pressure, and I have none. I'm going to wait every day until someone passes me up, and then I'm going to act again. I get $5,000 of drawdown to play with, period, no matter what my balance is. And so I don't need to act until somebody beats me. The pressure is on them. Somebody up 20,000 and 30,000 the very next day gets 5,000 of drawdown to make the remaining 40. They got to get an 8-to-1 trade to beat me. Impossible. So I imagine that, and I teach this in my bootcamp, is that your daily loss limit, or your trailing loss limit, is your scalability per day. If you get a 1-to-1 trade, they're only making 5,000 a day. Somebody at 30,000 statistically will not catch up to me at 5,000 a day if I'm at 78. So I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited. And as people were getting closer, I still decided to make some trades, but I lost on I lost on Thursday. I didn't trade Wednesday to see what the competition was like, and nobody inched up, and I was like, perfect. So then Thursday and Friday, I was like, A+ setups only. I'll probably make $2 or $3 grand if I'm right. And both Thursday and Friday trades were losers. Thursday I lost $1,300, and then Friday I lost another $3. So I had about 1,000 left over in buffer before I blew up the account. So I traded very high to get in the first place. I waited a day to see if anybody caught up, and nobody did. So now I made a spreadsheet of everybody's changes from day 2 to day 1 to day 2. So I have a spreadsheet, right? I put every competitor there and what their day 1 balance was and their day 2 balance was, and I created the average of everybody's gain over the course of the second day. And then I looked at everybody's gain versus loss. I looked at how many people fell out of the competition. I looked at everybody's R&R on their trades, what they're willing to risk from their balance to what they're willing to make. And I saw that nobody had an R&R that would beat me. Step number 4 is to gauge the market conditions. The only thing that worried me was that VIX was above BBB, which allowed me to know that volatility was possible and that somebody would luck into victory if the market just moved fast enough and somebody in 5th or 10th or 20th place was like, whatever, I'll just full port this, fuck this. Now, the thing is that you can't just full port and say, fuck this, because with high volatility, unless you get that pivot exactly right, you'll get squeezed before you're right. You can't lever up 15 contracts without the NASDAQ squeezing you out. You know, it's $800 every 40. So if you're up 15, that's $12,000 every 40. You move 40 points, you've busted the account in a full port. You move 20 points, you've busted that $5,000 drawdown on a 20-point move in the NASDAQ. So you got to time that top perfectly. to catch that volatile swing, which is almost impossible to do on a short because shorts tend to overreact before they sell off. So then I gauged that idea that I'm probably not going to lose because nobody was trading 2 or 3 to 1, and the volatility was big enough that you had to get exactly the right spot just to get the short off of. And so I said, well, then I don't think the market's going to move fast enough. We're not really, giving people that opportunity. And then every day I looked at and seen people were basically inching forward, 5,000, 10. Nobody was moving $30,000 trades. Nobody was taking the ball, so YOLO. So then contest mechanic number 5, which is always what happens in a paper trading contest, is what I call YOLO on the last day. Everybody, because it doesn't cost you any money, $39 to enter. In a real trading contest like Robin's, people don't do this because it's their real capital. But in a fake fake paper trading competition, everyone does this on the last day. I'm surprised not a lot of people did it though. Everyone YOLOs the last day because there's no victory in 10th place, 12th place unless you have an ego and you care to brag about it. It's a paper contest. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to me that I won. I like winning trading contests, yeah. But I got $10,000 free dollars I get to share with you guys. But unless you're winning a prize, and then there's no victory in being outside the top 3. 4th place is the first loser. So you got to win. So if you're in the top 10, unless you care to brag about it to build your social following, which I don't, you'll know I'm good already. Then if I'm in 2nd place, I'm full porting on the last day. If I'm in 10th place or 20th place, I'm also full porting the last day. Full porting the last day is what most people will do, just to say, whatever, fuck it, roll the dice because I'm losing anyways. And so usually on the last day, you have to assume the other competitors will have done such and therefore beat you. And I was so worried when the stock market crashed here because I was like, dude, somebody got in and just full ported a short and market dumped out. Now, when I consulted my spreadsheet, I would show you guys, but it has some top secret like math in it. I don't want to show you how I do this, but how I analyze each trader is kind of a half of the reason I win these things a lot, because I analyze the rate, the play rate of everybody playing the game. Remember, there are levels to this. And the way I look at every trader and how they're doing and make graphs and stuff is part of it. There's a difference between first place and top 10. There's a whole league of difference in these contests. Okay. I go to that level. And so here, the only reason I think nobody got the full port off and a lot of people blew up is because they did try to short at the wrong place and got squeezed before they left. And then before they lost, or sorry, before they could have won. The NASDAQ this day was moving up and down 80 points. At a full port 15 contract NASDAQ trade, like I said, 20 points you blow up. There was enough variance in here that people didn't catch the short because they probably shorted here and got blown up. So you had to just kind of like have guessed, yep, let me short at the peak, full port, or even 5 contracts would have got you the victory, but nobody got it. I thought when that happened, people would have jumped in and just full ported short, yet nobody did. People were like more in this contest more than any contest in the world, and I'm going to call it the Pat effect. People were more concerned with looking good under Pat's spotlight than they were actually trying to win the contest. People were trying to protect their 3rd place, 8th place, 15th place, so they can say they got 15th place. There's a lot of influencers are building prance than actually trying to win this. So most people didn't take the risk, and that's a note in my spreadsheet. People aren't taking the risk. It's the Pat effect. They'd rather look good in front of Pat than risk saying they blew up in front of their audience. This is the grandmaster level of trading competitions that you have to think like this. Are people going to be too scared to take the risk? I don't care. I will YOLO and blow up a contest on the last day, and who cares if I blow up? If I'm not first, I'm last. Like, I have that mentality. Most people didn't move. Most people in 3rd, 4th, 5th didn't move fast. They were either stuck because they couldn't take the drawdown anymore, or they didn't move fast because they're like, well, I got top 10, so I'm okay with it. So nobody actually went in there and took the risk to go to first to get the big prize. Everybody settled for a lesser prize, which is what's called a Nash equilibrium. And John Nash won a Nobel Prize for talking about this, is where collectively, well, this is not necessarily a competition between people. People like choose internally to either risk it all for the bigger prize or accept the lesser prize But the perception is the lesser prize was a bigger prize than blowing up. So people settled on a lesser prize, which was, oh, well, I'll take top 10 even though I don't win anything. I can still at least brag about that. It wasn't worth it for people to take the risk. Even when the market was crashing, nobody did. So we were like playing playing a Battlefield with me and like 20 people from Streamroll in Discord. And the people were like, oh, Matt, you finally won. And so I didn't know. I was worried the whole day. I was like, man, somebody edged me out of it. But the variance was too much that the people that were trying did get blown up because you either caught it right here or you just got chopped through Chop City there. So in reality, right, the contest mechanics is a mix of being good at trading, being lucky enough to get your trade right. I mean, you get the trade right and wrong, just like anybody else. But the goal is read the rules. The rules are you get 10 contracts to play, technically 15. And there's a reset allowed. You got to hit it hard the first day and get on leaderboard the first day. And the psychology's in everyone else's head that they got to put in the work. And you just get to react once one of them passes you. And that's how I win these things. There's levels to this game, y'all. In prop firms, I do the same sort of like, you know, rule bending razzmatazz to get massive payouts of prop firms too. Prop firms have bendable rules too. You got to just learn the game in front of you. Don't play their game. Don't play the game they give you. Play the game that you can create with the rules they give you. They're going to give you a set of rules and they're going to tell you the game. Maybe they haven't thought of all their rules. I was one of the first people to teach people how to get around a DCA rule years ago. DCA rule, you can't DCA in your account. What's that mean? Well, you can't long if the market goes red, long again, and the market goes red, long again, and then ultimately break even with the profit. They would block your payment and say that's DCA. So I said, okay, well, long, and if you want to add some more, close out the first long, then long 2. And if you want to long some more, close out that long and then long 3. It's the same thing. You just close and reopen in the middle. And therefore, you're not dollar cost averaging anything. You were in zero when you got into the second trade. There's no rule against getting a second trade in after closing a first one that loses. Therefore, we skirted DCA rule for the longest time. And because of that teaching and because of people doing that, competition had these prop firms just get rid of DCA rule altogether. Now they kind of allow it because it's so easy to get around. The point is that in the world of doing this, it's not illegal to count cards. It's not illegal to have some kind of advantage with the rules given you. It's only rewarded if you're smart enough to figure it out. When's the giveaway? Right now, baby. Let's go. My Funded Futures. Type it in. Anywho. I was kind of hoping today would be the day off, though. So I could play Battlefield, damn it. Korea, love the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you too. All right, so back to finishing up this morning's VIX lesson. VIX doesn't roll over until a week from now, and we knew that the market was going to be crazy because VIX was winding up, and now it's unwound. And there's something weird going on. And again, we'd like to see the VIX sort of stabilize and pull back. This massive gap up, let me teach you guys a trick. Anytime you have a gap in futures, always mark the halfway point. This is going to be something very useful to y'all. Half gap is always going to be a high volume pivot. This is a trick you guys can take with you. Let me mark this up so you can see it. So right here, this halfway point is always going to be a support pivot. If whatever case may be, if the market does decide to die, you will see interaction in high volume at the midpoint of any gap. This is some trading 101 stuff. It's the So for NASDAQ, let's do the same thing. You guys will actually have a really good time with this technique here. It's going to be, again, we always try to teach you techniques on how to find high volume pivots. And guys, do me a favor, sub the channel if you haven't. We also have 5 boot camps to give away. Don't let me forget, because Simon Fraser donated some money to the stream. And every time donations come or we win prize or whatever, I give it back to you guys because, you know, I like to see y'all happy. Makes me happy. Okay. Okay. You see my entries, lots of people's stop losses. Well, when you have high volume pivots that you can plan for ahead of time, it's really exciting. Now, you guys, we do have the best gamma exposure tools at our disposal, which is really nice. Monthly hedge pressure, this orange line, under ideal conditions, sorry, what you do have, 90% of days will close above that orange pivot. This is from our boot camp itself. Does everybody understand that? 10% of days will break through it. It is the perfect high volume pivot to long from, and even the guide to the right tells me I long from it. NASDAQ. Oh my God, this has been beautiful. Had I still been trading, I would still made tons of money, but I've freaking crushed it here. I've hit my max profit target in every account. I'm on a 6-week win streak. Did I not clear previous giveaway participants? I did. I think I did. We'll see. We'll see if something, maybe I didn't. You might be right. If somebody doesn't claim, then I'll start it over. How about that? But I think it did when I typed MFU, it automatically clears. But we shall see. So the official like big giveaways, I got to figure out how to do it. We can't spin the wheel like 20 times. Now I think about it. Is BJ the DJ here? Teach like a DJ. That was you yesterday. Was that you yesterday? So I didn't clear the participants. Oh my word. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. All right. I'm gonna make you get, well, whatever. You'll have to type letters again, so don't even worry about it. Okay. I am going to reset everything. I didn't clear it. Man, I'm telling you, dude, when you get to be like old in life, your brain turns to mush. Now, unlike Lance the trader, I can still function enough to trade. But I feel like, you know, I get confused a little bit. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, where am I? I don't know where I am right now. I tend to like, I used to be so sharp and on point with all these little things I did. Once you start to get like, you know, I mean, like I'm still functioning very well, but I'm saying like, I feel like parts of my brain have turned to liquid and they like ooze out of my ear when I'm sleeping. So wait, is my funded TV not having a show today, right? Hold on. This is why I thought it was a market holiday. Yeah, this is where my confusion came from now that I know. Because my funded TV basically said no stream on Monday. And that's where in my head, hey, Tal, well, welcome to the cadet squad, dude. In my head, that's where I was like, oh, Columbus Day, no stream, cool, stock holiday, which is why this morning when there was like ding, 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 and then the DOM's going off, and then everybody's like, Matt, stocks are actually open today. And I was like, what? No, wait. So yeah, so my funded canceled their show, so I don't have anywhere to go. Let's just stay here and stream all day. Fuck it. So yeah, no my funded TV today, and y'all just got me on my stream, so let's hang out. They did the Q&A with Denny today. Very cool. Yeah, the bond market was closed. Okay. You guys will be kind of like good to know. You know, there's people in the community, you know, Pat, myself. You know, I'm chatting with Brian and Nutty Bar right now. We're like, what are you doing with the money? How are you going to give it away? There's a lot of people out there that are very cool about like really building community. It's very important. You'll see a lot of people out there. Brian was like, yeah, I do that too. You know, like basically just donate. If you get a haul or a prize money from some of your, you know, firms, you just get them to send you an invoice. You're like, hey, I'm going to buy like a lot of accounts for you guys to give away. Like, it's really important. I mean, obviously it's good brand building as well, but also it feels good. Because what is another 10,000 of me? This doesn't go to a pot of money, but you know, that money can go really far. I mean, that $10,000 can convert into hundreds of thousands of dollars of payouts for some of y'all. Like, I look at that and I say, that's actually pretty neat. You know what I mean? If one of you guys go out there and you take one of these free accounts and you crush it and make 10 or 15 grand, you're gonna be seeing our prices, right? There's a return on investment for this as well. But honestly, it's like a lot of these, there's a difference between a trader that needs the money and a trader that doesn't need the money. You can tell like with the windfall I get, and plus with the work I'll be doing with my funded, I'm like, you guys will need to pay me cash. Just pay me, just give me some giveaway accounts. Cash will be taxed. Giveaway accounts aren't. Like, they're just giving me free accounts. You know what I mean? Like, I'm working for free. I'm already under contract. I said, you guys can lump it into the original existing work contract. Just give me a bigger, you know, pen that contract so that I work for you guys. And instead, y'all give me extra accounts. Perfect. You know what I mean? somebody said the other day, Matt is not only like somebody said something about this, and I thought it was I never thought about myself like this, but they go, you know, Matt is a good trader. He's, you know, he's got good tools, good trader, but Matt is a ruthless businessman, like a shark I've never seen one before. That's something like that in chat. And I was like blown away because I never thought about how I perceive business. Like me telling you guys I made a spreadsheet tracking all the competitors' gains and losses is like how I approach business and life. It's just, I just been wired to look at data, and I have to go the extra mile with it. But I'm hopefully inspire you guys to know going the extra mile pays off. If you do the right stuff and make the right analysis, and it's a perfect storm of, you know, decent trading, good tools, a lot of good luck. I mean, I got lucky too, but understanding the rules and then understanding your competitors is how you win a contest. Any joker can get top 25 by pushing a button, but there's miles of difference between that coffee shop that's succeeding and yours that's not, right? Or that yoga studio that's succeeding and yours that's not. There's a whole difference in this between that finer tuning of that upper echelon of talent. Everyone's decent. Everyone can run a business. Everyone can make money. But there's, for the 9 people who are like, why not me? Why them? The one person that's like, yeah, it's me. They've got some kind of thing that they do that's just so vastly different than second place. There's like leaps ahead. Again, it's Malcolm Gladwell's outliers. It's what a grandmaster does that's different than a master. There's a league of difference between that small amount of success change is infinite amount of wisdom and effort for that incremental gain. You know, it might take you, you know, 2 months to go from 100th place to 50th place. It might take you 2 months to go 50th place to top 25. It might take you a year to go to top 10. It might take you 10 years to go to top 5. And it might take you a lifetime, if ever, to get to first place. The scale is like this of Grand Mastery. The difference between second and first place is decades of work. The difference between 59th and 49th place is no days of work, right? Okay, let's give away like 10 of these. Wait, let's do 20 a day. How much is 300 divided by 20? That's 15, right? So 15 a day. Let's have a bang. Let's make a bang out of this. Let's do 15 today. Like 5 at a time. Okay. Hey, and you guys have any questions for me, by the way? Since I'm not going to my fun to TV, it's my first time I'm just going to stream all day. Should be fun. I need to start adding some of the songs from the song. And I need to also distribute, oh God, you guys have to remind me. I need to distribute the song writing contest prizes. Man, I'm telling you, like my brain is freaking mush. Let me make a note of this. I still haven't even, the lifetimers got their lifetime. But I didn't give out like top 10 prizes. So let me make sure I give those out this week. Give away song writing contest prizes. I'm not going to lie and pretend that I got busy working and that I'm being responsible. I was playing Battlefield all weekend and I got carried away. I procrastinated. My bad. I know I promised I would take care of stuff this weekend, but I forgot. Don't hate me so much. All right. William, next winner. Well, let me play a song though. It's a giveaway, but we'll do like every 30 minutes. We'll spin the wheel again. How about that? Oh, dude, I love the BDH thing. Howdy, partner. How do you collect? I'll let you guys know after the wheel stops spinning. So we'll do batches of 5, maybe like every 30 minutes or so.
Well, the charts went silent in the midday sun.
The midday sun.
Matt kicked open the saloon, yelling free stuff.
Stuff's on. He's got proper bounties and a burlap sack.
And a boot camp lasso slung
Trimmed across his back. I'm losing my voice. Let's give away a bonanza.
rocket scooter master in up a stanza.
When props are cheap, should you YOLO the first day? Isaac, you're now starting to think between the rules. The answer is I do. I can't give you guys investment and trading advice, but I do. When prop accounts are cheap, that's when you burn it. I call it burn and churn method. Remember, you're using the rules to your advantage. When you're having a 90% off Apex sale, okay, imagine Apex or MK winner number 2. Imagine Apex are like $200 each, plus the 150 activation fee or whatever, 350. You're not going to go out there and burn those. But when it's 90% off sale and they're $20 a pop, imagine you just bought, you know, full price, 350 times 20, 7,000 bucks. Okay, 7,000 bucks, hoping you pass all 20 and don't blow up. But imagine this: if they're $20 a piece at 80% off, and the market just fell, and you just, you know, you longed them in batches of 3, long. By the end of the day, you could blow up 10 times as much as this and pay the same price to win, which means you can just brute force your way to getting 20 funded accounts. Imagine you blow up 3 sets of 20 and your 4th one wins. Okay, so 20 times 20 is equal to $400 for every 20 accounts you blow up. And all of a sudden you blow up, try again, blow up, try it, blow again, try again, made some money on your 4th go. And say you might only spent 1,200 bucks to do that. And then on your 5th go, you paid another 400. Now you're up 1,600 in the hole to pass. Now those 20 that you passed, you put 150 activation fee on top of that, plus 3,000, 150 times 20. Then you paid 4,600 bucks, which is less than paying full price. So some people do burn and churn whenever they're dirt cheap, and they don't just stupidly long the market or YOLO at dumb places, but they strategically do. If I was doing like the 90% off at Apex and I've got all these pivots to play with, the risk is at a tenth of, or 90% of what it was. I would long here, and if it failed, I'd long there, and if it failed, I'd long there, and failed, I'd long there, and I do $400 each attempt, and then once I pass, it's 3,000 to go activate them all. You know what I'm saying? So the idea is there are now, not even you're gonna do full 20, but there's people that do that. And at the end of the day, because you can fail 9 times for every normal 1 time when there's a sale, is you can just basically churn through it. And then, you know, essentially there's people that trade Apex as an example with their funded accounts and then they blow up. Well, they don't just want to waste their time trading the eval. They're rich people that put money in, and then they also try to get payouts on top of that. So they're willing to spend the money on doing this method and save the time. They don't want to spend 3, 4, 5 days in the eval side. Plus, if you don't pass by the end of the sale, then you have to pay full price. And that is the risk you run by not doing that, right? So the idea is if you don't pass by the end of the sale, then you didn't get the money, and then you have to pay full price. And that's what people are fighting against. So I call it the burn and churn method. When there's a huge sale, you can sort of just pick one side of the market and keep attacking. The long side is what works. The short side, don't do it short. The long side is how I do it. I buy every dip. I long at the open, buy at the dip, buy at the dip, buy at the dip at each pivot. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you'll get funded in 20 accounts pretty much every time, unless the market just happens to be crashing. So That's just on the eval side. And once the account goes funded, you're not going to do that. You're going to take them seriously. But a lot of people just do that to skip the eval phase altogether and just brute force it to the end. Does that make sense, everybody? Quick in chat. Brute forcing the eval just to pay least amount of money during a sale than actually trading 3 days and blowing up and then trading 3 days and blowing. Just get them done in the first day if you can, right? Would I full port it? No, I wouldn't even full port it. I would trade it like normal, but I would try to at least build at least a buffer. Or if you can pass it in the first day, some prop firms allow you to pass on the first day. You can YOLO pass the first day when there's a sale, yes. But at minimum, your goal is to get to your consistency on the first day, the maximum profit you can make on the first day. Normally doesn't, like if there's a 20% or a 50% consistency, you only need to make half your balance. You don't need to full port by any means to make half of your balance necessary. As the trading is scaled to give you 10, 15, 20 contracts, you might only need 2 or 3 contracts to hit your 3,000 target on NASDAQ or whatever it is. You never need to full port in a prop account, like ever. I mean, ever. None of you should ever be full porting a prop account, eval side or funded side. It's not needed. Not needed at all. All right. We have some new songs in the songwriting competition. Go to the song submission channel if you guys want to submit a song. We have some new songs by some of the OGs in here. Sardar coming across with Rocket Scooter Rising. I want to hear this one. Sean Kyle, the next winner. What do I think about ETF? ETF is good. They have a right now 70% off their static, which is by far the easiest prop account to pass. How many is that? 4? Okay, we'll do one more. We'll do 5 every 30 minutes. How's that sound? Mad Yoda. Yeah, hit me in Discord, dude. No, go to Slacks. Go to Slacks. How many is that? Is that 5? Okay. All right. So the winner, the winners right now. We need to make like a whole new freaking sheet. I got so many giveaway. All right, hold on. This is my Fund of Future's biggest giveaway in the history of the company. 317 accounts. All right, let's do this. All right, so Slacks, grab it. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so the 5 of you that won, we'll do 5 every 30 minutes. Contest over for now. What I want you guys to do was that 6. Oh, my bad. That does count. Okay, so 6. My bad. Okay, we'll give away 15 today. Now, here's the thing. 80% of Apex is code Rocket Scooter, by the way. What is my thoughts on market recovering all of Friday's losses? Well, I mean, people are just remembering how fickle trade war bearishness is. And China, while it did cause a panic with the wound up VIX, China's issues with the United States is not bearish for the long-term market. The market sold off, but it didn't sell hard enough to break into long-term bear market structure, which is at the 66.43. This is from Rocket Scooter's monthly map technique. The monthly map looks 3 months into advance. It's gamma. It's the best gamma exposure tools on the planet. And you can look, you can map out the market 3 months in advance. Let me show you how to do it. What you're looking for is the distribution of these light gray and dark gray boxes right here. And it's going to tell you bear or bull market. At the end of the day, the bull market stops at the top of the light gray. And so while we did sell off Friday into bear territory, this is bear territory all the way through the end of October. Today, we recovered at least on the S&P above this 658 level, which is right here. We're trading way up in here. So we actually recovered overnight back to bull territory. And it's exactly what I thought was going to happen. And we actually might even rally back up within a day or two back to the top of this. I don't think trade war or threats with China is going to be like another 2018. I don't think it's going to be another March of 2025. I think it's going to be just a product of, you know, the market being wound up because of the VIX and people taking a quick buck off of it. Do I think this time to short from here? Absolutely not. Sir Dar, bro. Oh my God, that song was fire, man. I loved it. I loved it. That was a good song. So after you've won, you need to go to my Discord. A, link is in the description below. B, you need to go to the contest channel. C, you need to look up an admin named Slacks. D, take a screenshot of your YouTube ID from inside your account. Send him that screenshot. E, make a 500 Futures account. 6, give him, I'm changing from letters to numbers. Give Slacks your email address. Slacks is our admin, SLACKS. Send him your email address for MyFunded Futures, and we'll hook you up with your accounts. Blue line on S&P is overnight dynamic hedge pressure. These are estimates from the real-time open interest model that we've created. And this real-time open interest model is really solid as far as pivots go. My overnight trades were shorting off of that MHP last night, which was a banger trade, which was this level here. Just those scalps, that was enough. Dang, what a day, man. What a day. I can't believe Friday happened the way that it did. Friday was nuts. Yeah, I was like so confused today because my funded futures was like, it's a market holiday. No show on Monday. I was like, oh, sweet. I'm just going to get up and do like a 2-hour lesson. I don't normally trade futures through the equities session too often if the equities market doesn't open, give me my printouts, but 66.96 is dynamic hedge pressure. It's based on real-time open interest model here. Any trade opportunity for now? Right now, the only options that I have for today, we're just trading off of this MHP low. I trade this all day today. This is a fantastic setup. I longed out the door. I longed here again. Pretty much maxed out on everything. I've secured 3 payouts. I'm like after these payouts, I'm less than 10K away from going. My calculations, I'm less than 10K away from going live with Tradeify. Which will be my 3rd live prop account I've earned in a year. Less than a year, actually. My goal is just to go live. I don't even care about it. Like, I don't even, the live accounts don't even mean much to me. They have rules and contract limits and stuff. But earning them is just to show that I can do it. Sorry, I'm smacking on the mic. So let me give you guys some real talk. When you start getting big in social media, right? The space on your screen changes. Let me explain something to you. You start getting big in social media. Imagine your screen as being real estate, okay? Think of this as like, you know, on a Park Avenue, right? Think of this as like, I don't know, Madison Avenue, right? Start thinking of this. I don't let people live here for free anymore. So I'll give you guys some real talk. You now rent from me to have anything shown on my screen, including trading your accounts. Oops, that's not rent. That's just real talk. You rent the space. You want me to show your accounts, you're paying me for it. Yeah, this is just real. I'll be honest with you guys. I lease out space on my stream for money. So my fund and futures doesn't pay me enough to show their accounts on my stream. That's real talk. So I like, Matt, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Where's your real accounts? Well, people pay me to trade their prop accounts. A lot of money. Like a lot. Like, talk about our brand all day. We'll pay you a big salary if you do it. 100% real. Yeah, my fund and futures pay me. They don't pay me enough to show they don't rent the space on my screen anymore. I went to them and say, you can pay me or else I won't talk about your account anymore. They didn't want to do it, so I didn't want to do it. Yeah, I need to remove Apex. So that's real talk for you guys. I mean, I'm not a person that like hides my motives there. This is real estate. You now rent. I don't go for affiliate bucks. I have partnership deals with people. So you now rent space on a stream, just like any TV show. You're buying ads and you're buying ad space. That's pretty much how it works. Yeah, Pat does the same thing. It's how any TV show works. You want space on screen, you get an ad. So they can pay money and I'll show their account on my screen for sure. But I mean, you're renting like a billboard. That's how it works. And I'm not like other people that like sugarcoat around it. I'm very much honest with you guys about it. The account's doing okay. I just don't even, you know what I mean? I don't let people live for free anymore. Do I fast sometimes? Actually, Steven, I do. I stopped eating lunch in college. It was a thing mostly because I was poor, but I stopped eating lunch a lot of the time because when I would eat, it would slow me down. And like, you know, when you're eating, your blood vessels dilate and it directs blood to your stomach and you have like less oxygen circulating through your brain, sort of thing. Eating always makes you tired for that particular reason. And so I always get slowed down after I would eat a lot. And I realized that if you don't eat a lot, you know, you've got maximum focus and brain power from fasting. I do spend a lot of time not eating. I'll have breakfast in the morning and then a moderate dinner, and I may snack in the day if I feel hungry, which is rare. But I definitely don't eat a lot at all. I usually do what I like to, like, essentially, like, I saw my breakfast burrito, like 4 hours later I'm snacking on. So I basically eat until I'm no longer hungry. I never eat until I'm full, and that perfect balance has me at like maximum capacity. You know what I mean? So like, eat until your stomach stops growling, but then don't eat until you feel engorged. And the balance is incredible. And fasting is very good for you. Also, as an engineer, I'll tell you, anytime you overwork a machine, a filter, or whatever, it breaks down faster. If you're overeating and shitting that out and overeating and shitting that out, you're just making all your filters and machines work twice as hard when you don't really need all those calories throughout the day. So overeating will also aid you by breaking down your organs as well. Eat just enough to function and stay alive and to serve your caloric need for the day, and don't eat any further. And don't eat a lot of sugar. Like, sugar is what leads to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, overweightness. When you're overweight, your heart has to work twice as hard. You know, it's like, cut out processed sugar, only eat until not hungry, and you will notice a body change in your life, and your life start feeling better. Like for me, I went back to cutting most sugar out of my diet to help my triglycerides go down. When you start getting old, that shit gets harder to deal with. So it kind of sucks. Sugar is like the worst thing you can do. Yeah, like sugar and carbs. Yeah, any large doses of sugar will spike your insulin and create those issues for you. Carbs have a slower burn that don't create as big of an insulin spike, and so your body doesn't overreact as much. Carbs are limited, are good in like limited amounts. You need a balanced diet. That's the one thing too. You don't want to, like, if you want to lose weight and you want your shit to get better, I promise, just cut refined sugars out. Like anything that has sugar in it. Eat just enough to fuel your brain's glucose needs and your muscles needs, and then which is very little. And you'll notice your health will mysteriously start getting better. And only eat until not hungry. Don't overeat, and you'll start to feel different. You'll feel better. Cinnabons are so tough. I know, right? A lot of real talk today. I realize there's like no magic to health. You know, health is a dice roll. You're either lucky to have good genetics or you're not. But what you are dealt with, everybody has the same path. Sugar and overeating will fuck you up. It really will. It'll make, you know, you don't want to overwork your kidneys and your liver, and, you know, drinking will overwork your liver. You know, it's like, but yeah, I'll snap. IDOC's always trying to bring me food. She's like, you need to eat more. You know, it's like, you know, Vietnamese girlfriend, you guys, any Asian families in the house, you know what it's like when your aunties are always shoving food in your mouth every time you go over. You need to eat. You're looking skinny. Eat, you know? And so she's kind of like that with me. She's like, you need to eat. You need to eat. I'm like, I don't want to eat. I like try to. So it's really funny. She's always like bringing in plates of food, and I'm like, at the end of the day, I still got the breakfast and the lunch all just halfway still sitting here. Yeah. When the giveaway start? We'll be doing another one in like 15 minutes. All right, bull market's running up. Bull zone support today. NASDAQ, we had hedge pressure support, monthly hedge pressure on S&P. Nice and clean. How about brain boosting with Adderall? See, that's a mix. Yeah. Do I drink coffee? A little bit. Like I have a cup of coffee and I just sip it throughout the day. Like here's my coffee and it starts here. And by the end of the day, it's like right here, it's about there. Like I drink a little bit of it, but that's because my blood pressure is really high and I'm trying to regulate my caffeine intake. So I used to be a freaking crackhead, dude, with like caffeine, energy drinks, and Adderall together. That was my combo. Like literally, I called myself a crackhead because how cracked out I was earlier. Like when I was building Rocket Scooter, I'd wake up in the morning, slam an energy drink is the first thing I would do, and then take my Adderall. I'm probably paying for it now with my ridiculous high blood pressure, but honestly, and then I would sip coffee throughout the stream. So yeah, no possible. I'm like so fortunate I'm not dead, right? Because that's enough stimulant to like kill anybody. That's like being, yeah, it's like being on meth all day long. I mean, it really is. The energy drink is probably the worst part of that combination. Adderall is not so bad compared to the energy drink because it's got shit ton of like chemicals in it that you don't know the long-term effects. The Adderall's, you know, going to speed up your heart rate and, you know, basically flush out of your system really good. It'll overwork some of your organs a little bit, but it'll age you for sure. You ever see like meth heads? They look old because they get dehydrated. Their teeth start to rot. Their face starts to slag. Anything that speeds up your body speeds up your aging. This is part of speeding up your body. Your body's a clock with cycles. And if it's running faster, it's just you're progressing through life faster. It's bad for you. So I'm a heavy believer that stimulants age you. Yeah, so I would do, because I was on Adderall for my ADHD, but then I got into drinking energy drinks and it was bad. And I finally quit. I quit all of that stuff. I'm particularly like drug free these days. Like I'll occasionally do a gummy or something just to veg out. But like other than that, I don't do much of anything because I'm all super health nut now. But man, oh dude, I would get crashes. I'd be ragey. I'd be aggressive. Now, when I was in college, Adderall was the sole reason I got my shit together because I have severe ADHD. I mean, I'm kind of weird upstairs a little bit. You know, I'm ADHD. I'm somewhat OCD. I've got Tourette's. I mean, I'm probably like a couple toes on the spectrum here. You know, like I'm social enough to be friendly with people, but I also am like very like blast information at people without, you know, thinking sometimes. I'm not as bad as, you know, some people that are full blown, but I have like, you know, those kind of tendencies. Engineers were all kind of like that though, right? So, you know, so for me, it's like I would just get on my meds, hyper focused, and that was good. But it's very, I feel like it's very, I always felt like it felt toxic. I love the mental stamina boost I would get. Like Adderall would just make me like superhuman. Like your kids will get A's on all their classes on Adderall, but at what expense, right? You know, once you become hooked on that stuff, you have to keep upping the dose so you don't feel it. And it's addictive, right? If you like the high feeling, which I didn't, I hated the high feeling. I just liked the mental capacity from it.
I got an F on my test on Adderall in college.
Did you study for it?
I did.
What test was it?
Some stupid, I don't know, physics test.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I already suck at math as it is. I don't think it made you smarter if you already suck.
No, it doesn't make you smarter.
No,
Adderall doesn't unveil like potential.
I was already a dumbass and it made me even worse because it only stored things in my short-term memory and I stayed up all night, right? So by the time the test, I stayed up all night. So then by the time 9 a.m. rolled around, everything left because Adderall was gone.
Yeah, it doesn't like, it doesn't invent knowledge, you know? It's not like, it's like, you're not like Bradley Cooper in that movie where like all of a sudden you're speaking. Yeah, and he's like mastering financial markets and speaking 20 languages overnight, you know? Like, yeah.
Yeah, well, no. When you said all your kids will make A's on their tests on Adderall, that's a lie, guys.
No, well, not because of the drug, but because they will actually study for their tests.
I actually studied and I still failed.
It's okay.
I don't think
It's all right.
I don't think it works for those who don't have real ADHD.
I don't think or I also think it doesn't work for physics in general. That shit's hard. Like,
I know.
For most people.
I dropped that class right after and then went to optometry school instead. There goes my dream of being a physicist. Who thought that was a good idea?
Yeah.
All right. Again, this guy went to the wrong house. He went to my parents' house, so that's why now I'm still here. I haven't done anything all day for work.
Very nice. Yeah. But if, like I said, if you need it to function, which I did, but over time, I've learned that I don't need it to function. This is year number 2 of me being off Adderall.
Oh, I took it that one time that almost killed you.
Yeah.
Because it dried you up.
The last time I took Adderall was when I had the flu last summer or last winter, and we were moving into the house, and I wanted to burn through it. So I took an Adderall, and I was like grabbing boxes of stuff because your dad was doing it. Your dad, he's like say 80. Her dad is like helping us move stuff in, trying his hardest, picking up boxes. And I was like dead sick. He's like, "Oh, I want to help because you're sick." And I was like, "No, don't lift the boxes and move the stuff in." He's like, "No, I want to help."
He's like worse than my dad in terms of health because he was suffering from the flu.
I was so sick. So then I popped an Addy, and then I was like Popeye eating a spinach. My fucking biceps pumped. And then I got up and I was like, "I got this." So I'm grabbing boxes. I'm like running up the stairs, 3 flights of stairs, and it dehydrated me so much that I had mucus that clogged up my lungs to the point I couldn't breathe, and we had to go to the hospital. And so I hadn't taken it since, but I didn't want her dad lifting boxes. So
our intro to our home.
Yeah.
I missed that. It's almost been a year that we've been in this new house.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm just messing with you. But yeah, that's the last time I took it.
Hire movers? No, we did hire movers, but Matt is very particular about his electronics. He had to move all these screens, his PC instead.
Yeah. I don't let movers touch my stuff because it gets dented and broken. I had movers break a toaster one time. How do you break a toaster?
I don't know.
There's no electronic components on a toaster.
I feel like you would think they're indestructible, but they are the most destructible kind of.
A toaster has like 2 components. It's got a circuit that when you close it, it heats up a heating coil. And then there's a latch that closes it when you pull the thing down. That's it. There's two mechanical components.
That's how you break it, because it's too simple.
The latch broke. I mean, how do you had to really like drop the toaster with a lot of force to break a damn toaster. A little bit of a market flush here. See you later. Let me pull up the news here really quick. What is all this? Finance issues implementation rules on port fees on US ships. Again, every time the word China is going to be mentioned, the market's just going to be stupid. So, still nice, still bullish, still pretty cool. Things have solidified. We've opened on monthly maps. Bull zone support both sides. Gamma positive across the board. Giveaway in 7 minutes. China. China. You have an energy drink, but you mix it with water to like water it down. Yeah, that's good to do that. Yeah. But now I'm telling you, back in the day, it's just because like, holy shit. Look at this over response to this. The habit formingness of like those things is that, you know, Adderall, I didn't feel like it did anything other than I felt like I could feel like it was aging me. I could feel like my body's overworking right now. And over time, I learned that it wasn't really needed. It was needed for like an instant fix for my ADHD. But at that time, I was also doing so much stuff. And it was like things I wasn't passionate about was the only thing I wasn't motivated in. I was actually very motivated in things I was passionate about doing. Something I loved, I would naturally fixate on it. And so I think that really is the real cure for a lot of people's ADHD, is that they're just in an environment where they're not thriving because they're just particularly not interested enough to keep focus. But everybody's interested in something. They maybe just haven't found it yet. So, you know, in engineering school and stuff, I mean, I was not passionate about it. Engineering was a side degree. I was actually going to be a doctor. Engineering was my backup degree, actually. And so I was like, my whole brain was like, it's whatever. So I wasn't as passionate about it as I could have been, but like trading and building stuff and programming, all this stuff, I love it. And like, I could focus on it naturally. So that's how I feel. Like ADHD is coming from lack of interest more than anything. And then it's just more severe with some people, that they refuse to like cope with that lack of interest and just put their head down and still work. They more likely would rather be focusing on something they're interested in. So I don't think ADHD is really a lack of the ability to focus. I always believed ADHD is a lack of the ability to focus on something you're being forced to focus on. And you're not focusing on it because you're focusing on something else. So like as parents, you know, because I'm like with my son, I'm always thinking the same thing. Like, what if he has the same, you know, brain I do and the same issues? Is to make sure you enhance whatever it is they are interested in and really let them have an environment they can thrive in. So that's how I feel. Yeah. And Jinka is like, yeah, give you a school book, you'll throw it out the window, or go out of class, we give you a tool or machine and you'll work it for 12 hours. I think it's because humans are becoming, like, as we evolve as a species, you know, back in the day, we all just had to like hunt and fish and throw rocks and stuff, right, as cavemen. But now with all this hyper specificity of what you can accomplish as a human, there's 10 million things out there. You can be so micro focused on one particular path that's so unique to you that people just need to find that path for them, and they'll focus like crazy. You know, it's the world where there's 10 billion options for you rather than what do you want to do? Hunt, fish, grow, plant. Which one I want to do, caveman? Like, you can do anything. You just got to find what it is. So people's attention spans are shorter. They get bored more easily. They're so hyper stimulated with so many different options. They just haven't found the thing for them yet. And I was like, maybe that. Now, again, I'm not trying to take away from anybody that's really suffering from ADHD, because I know I do, but everyone's unique. For me, I figured out that when I focus on the things I love, and I could do well without it. And I hated having like meth rage, you know, from Adderall. You get ragey, dude. It's bad. If you don't have ADHD and you take the Addy, do you get superpowers? Yeah, you do. You get like your calculative brain power. You feel smarter. Like anything you're trying to do, you will feel like you're more capable. You're smarter at it. You're faster at it. You're more organized. You'll be over here like organizing your life in spreadsheets. It gives you that. Everybody I know that's ever taken it are like, dude, I freaking saved my bills like $1,000 a month because I went through every payment I ever made for the last 10 years and I made a spreadsheet, blah, 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 and they're just like, you know what I mean? And then once you come off that high, you feel a little like down a little bit, but it's not a medicine that makes you want to go party and have fun. It's a medicine that makes you like want to be productive. It really, everyone I know feels that way. You definitely, but yeah. The number of things you can process in one thought doubles. Yeah, I feel like your clock cycle is like a computer. You get like double clock cycles. You go, your computer's working twice as fast. Yeah, Mark is definitely making up for Friday's move. Did Pot does that to you? Same with me. I get a little more creative on THC. Like my creative juices get pretty good and going. Mike took Adderall in college and he would study super hard and played Griffball and Halo for 8 hours. Yeah, that's also true, man. Because when you're playing video games, your hand-eye coordination gets better and you're like backflip, headshot, no scope. It's kind of funny. 6-hour hacky sessions on Adderall? Nope, not really. Yeah. Anyways, the point of this conversation was I got off all that stuff and started eating better. So you're trading live money through NT8 and gross realized P&L is 3 times higher than your realized P&L. your gross realized P&L is higher than your realized P&L. I don't know what NT is talking about that, but what would be the difference between gross and net would be some kind of commission and taxes. But like, I don't know that NT would track that. Hold on. 3 times doesn't sound right. It's your commissions and fees, but 3 times sounds a little weird. Your fees wouldn't be 2/3 of your account. I don't understand why it would be that much. So essentially, gross P&L is your straight run P&L of what you've made before commissions. And so I guess in the platform level, they're not accounting for taxes, but they're accounting for your commissions and fees. But 3x is huge. I can't explain that. I don't know. Anybody else have that issue? No, gross realized is just your distance on your trade, in and outs, profit. And then when you take out the fees and commissions, like exchange fee, clearing fee, commission, then that's your actual realized P&L. Somebody asked you if you took a withdrawal. That might count out of the balance, yeah. Grim Skull was on Vyvanse and Adderall, you totally get it. Yeah, like once I realized I could function at the things I loved doing without it, I decided to like not poison my fucking brain any further. Yeah, today is regular hours of the market. Yeah, my fund and futures confused me when they were telling me there was no show today because of the market holiday. Sometimes I forget which days are just bond closures and which days are equities closures. I don't trade stock market. Futures is open every day. So I trade every day regardless, but I've never dealt with like, you know, I don't trade stocks and care about that kind of stuff. So I never really studied when stock markets are open or not. How much does it cost to open up your own prop firm? 0. There's no fee for it. You just open up, you have to get approved. And they're very particular about the requirements. Now, I know the requirements, but I can't tell you the requirements, but you can go if you want to open a prop firm. They have options. You can go through Tradeovate. You can go through Project X. And go through what their steps are. Yeah, it's not a group text. They're like, market's closed on Mondays, so no show. I was drinking cocktails and playing Battlefield 6 all weekend. I was like, sweet. But I guess the equities market was open. I'm a futures trader. I don't pay attention to stocks. Stock trading is for amateurs. Who wants to pay short-term capital gains tax on their returns? Not me. No. Futures is where it's at. Futures is the way to go. Futures is the future. Stocks are for investors. Set it, forget it, let it run for a year, pay 15%, you're good. You're day trading stocks. Day trading options. Your Uncle Sam's a bitch at that point. Yeah, stocks have their places, just not day trading. Yeah, day trading stocks is to waste your money. You're not holding it for long enough to collect dividend. You're paying short-term capital gains tax, which adds to the top of your income. Why bother? If you believe a company is going to go up, buy the fucking NASDAQ. It will go up too. If you want to trade NVIDIA stock, then trade NASDAQ futures. Save 20% on your taxes. Flexibility to close your position liquid at 23 hours a day. Yeah. I day traded stocks like the first couple of years I started until I realized, how do you make money doing this? Even when you make money doing this, you're going to lose most of it to taxes. Like, What? Futures is capital gains, but it's a different rule. Futures are subsidized due to the original necessity of them to be subsidized in the agricultural industry. Long time ago, the agriculture where farmers are growing crops, right, is subsidized from the US government. Subsidized means you pump money into the industry. You give them money so they can drive their prices lower to keep food costs lower so your population doesn't starve. Farmers operate at a net loss and the government allows them to be profitable by giving them money. So when you're subsidizing an industry such as agriculture and people are buying like wheat futures and corn futures and such to hedge their crop, it didn't make sense for the Chicago world of agricultural futures contracts to be taxed as short-term capital gains either. So through all the, you know, sort of evolving of the industry, futures were taxed at a lower tax rate. It's called the 60-40 rule, where 60% of the transaction or the gain is taxed at long-term capital gains, even when you're day trading, and 40% is at short-term. So effectively, your tax rate is 20%, 20 something, depending on your income, apart from your 37, whatever the highest tax, 40% tax bracket you'd get at max income. And so you wouldn't subsidize farmers and then tax them on the back end. It would defeat the purpose. Y'all understand that, right? The government pumped money in and then they're hedging their production with contracts and then they siphon the money back out due to taxes. The farmers would still lose money. So it's a second layer of subsidization, which is a tax break to agricultural commodities traders and meat and farmers and stuff. It just so happens the entire industry was also under that same tax rule. Therefore, when the CME group decided to make pure speculative cash settled gambling instruments, i.e. the NASDAQ and S&P futures, that don't settle in bushels of wheat and corn and stuff, they settle in fucking cold, hard gambling cash, you still get the tax break, which is fantastic. Also, a loss carryback up to 3 years on a 1256 if you have a bad year. Solano is hitting you guys with some awesome tax benefits as well. Well, right. So the idea is that's just how the futures industry was built. You remember, the futures industry is regulated by the CFTC, the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, and that's a government organization that has deep ties, just like the SEC does. And so the industry is given that entire sort of structure. And again, like I said, there's no reason to subsidize cash settled instruments, but they do. And until they do, futures is where you should be tit for tat choosing day trading over equities products because, you know, the tax event. And also index options also have that same tax break. I hear. I don't trade SPX options, but I hear they're also taxed at the same rule. So you have to just find which things are taxed better. Like, why trade SPY options when you can trade SPX options at better taxes? Why go buy Tesla stock when you can buy NASDAQ futures at better taxes? Like, you don't start, because a lot of people don't start thinking about this, because you don't start thinking about this until you have your first winning year. And then you realize your sweet victory is hit with the tax bill and you're like, oh, all right, round two. All right, I gotta figure out, how do I do better in the tax front with it? So prop income is taxed like a 1099. So prop income is the worst of all trading income. It's taxed just like short-term capital gains. It's 1099 revenue, which just adds to your income on your bottom line. So anything you make in a prop firm is anything you make in a prop firm is just income. With the exception of once you go live, then it's 1256 or K1, depending on the structure of the prop firm. Usually 1256. Giveaway? Nope, we can do another one. Well, let's go. How QQQ open levels placed on the NASDAQ? It's very simple. It's whatever the NASDAQ futures are at exactly 9:30. We just draw a line. So at exactly that same snapshot, we just draw the line. Where are futures at 9:30? All right, MFFU, y'all. I'm gonna have to reset the participants here. Try one more time. There's no My Fun to TV day. This is the first time I've streamed straight through. Oh wow. Yeah, I'll be right back. Ow. All right, let's see how the rest of this day plays out. Alrighty, new song. I like some of these. Rock Suitor Rising, dope. Luau made a song called it's a Hugo song. Hell yeah, and it's punk too. Hugo lost his confidence. He didn't short the 75s. Let's go. 5 more winners. Have you ever gone train hopping? No, I've never done that. You mean like actually like just going from city to city on a train?
Just like you go.
All right. Pollock, Vignesh. That's a joke from when I interviewed Stephen Kalajian.
Is this the trade of life? Is this insanity? Caught in a margin call, no more liquidity.
This is an inspiration of Bohemian Rhapsody, according to is it Sir Darb who wrote this, or Rogue? Hold on, Rogue of the Lamb wrote this one.
I need no sympathy, 'cause I'm easy win, easy blow, highlight equity low. Anyway, resilience goes, doesn't really matter.
Can you have the prop firm pay your LLC and S corp to help curb taxes? I believe so. I'm not the biggest expert at that. This is my first year ever touching props. But I'm certain you can get paid through an LLC or to an S corp. For sure. Wait, you're saying only 5 done today with clean list? What do you mean? Yeah, so we're doing 5 each time. This is an all-day stream today. So earlier it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now we have 2 more. That's 8.
I sometimes wish I'd never traded at all. Who full ported again? I see a little silhouette of a man. Full port, diddy YOLO on the macro. Hedge pressure lightning, very, very frightening. Liquidity.
Oh, that's kind of cool because this is like, hold on, I gotta. Oops, my bad. What am I doing here? Sorry about that. Taylor.
Liquidity has some margin put aside for me. For me. For me. For me. So you think you can YOLO and laugh in my face? So you think you can scalp it and leave without grace? Oh, baby, can't full port this way, baby. Just gotta get out, gotta get right out of here. Risk is all that matters. Anyone can see.
8 fingers, next winner.
Risk is all that matters. That's the only way to be free.
Anyway, the whoosh blows doesn't really matter To me. To me. Give 8 fingers to accounts to account for the missing 2 fingers. Okay. He's already at a disadvantage. He's not able to type MFFU fast enough. Missing 2 fingers, I guess. We should let him enter. With this 20% deficit, we should give him a 20% boost. 1.2 entries for every entry. Marco Turim. That's 5 for this round. And we'll do a couple more after this. I don't know if I want to go all the way till market close, but we'll see. We'll see. There we go. Mama just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Like, can I even sing that? Will I get canceled on YouTube? That sounds like promoting violence. Mama, life has just begun. And now you've gone and thrown it all away. Where's this at? I gotta take the winners in here. Oh, here they are. Mama, woo, woo, woo. Didn't mean to make you cry. Big Nash, okay. I'm not back again this time tomorrow. YOLO on. As if full porting really matters. 8 fingers. Marco, Turim. Okay. You guys are the winners. Here's what you need to do. It's over for now. We'll do a little bit in a little bit. We'll do 5 in a bunch. Did I see the French flash mob version of the song? I didn't. So winners, go to Discord. Go to the contest channel. Discord is links in the description below. Take a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Locate an admin named Slacks. Send him a message. Contact him. Show him that screenshot. Have an account with My Funded Futures. Give him the email with that account as well. And then he'll give you the directions on how to get your account. 5 you winners. Congratulations. We're going to give away 300 something MFFU accounts this month to celebrate my BDH victory. I'm going to give away Pat's 10K to the community as a prize, as a thank you. Okay, so I didn't even realize that this was a thing, but check this out. I don't know which one of you guys or girls is behind this podcast, but I recently heard about it, and I'm going to tell you guys, give it a follow. Well, you know, at least for now, like, oh, wait, here. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. This is the one. Like, for now, they're covering all the hot topics in trading on this show. Yeah, the animated one. I didn't hear about it until Terry texted me a couple weeks ago, and she's like, hey, you're on this episode. It's talking about you smashing Lance up, right? And the last 3 episodes have been about like me and that stuff that's gone on with me. So it's been kind of funny if you guys haven't seen it. I don't know if I want to watch the whole thing with y'all, but I want y'all to see a little bit of it. It's really funny. It's like the Saturday Night Live. Essentially, it's the AI version of these of the 2 guys on Saturday Night Live. Kind of looks like it. It's AI based, but
World Cup competition. And what does Lance Burpstein have? Well, he's still polishing his I used to work at Trillium Trophy and explaining how
this is about us, about me.
But here's what makes this story incredible. Matt didn't just stumble into victory. He called his shot like he was Caitlin Clark hitting Logo 3. I got you, D-Money. Before markets even opened, he boldly predicted his own success. Then he pulled out his signature strategy, literally sketching the exact price pattern he expected to see unfold. And guess what happened next? The market moved exactly as he drew it. He executed his trades flawlessly, following his own roadmap to victory. It's like watching someone predict the weather and then somehow controlling the clouds. Pure trading poetry in motion that left everyone else wondering how he made it look so effortless. After that, he coasted. Like four-time WMVP Asia Wilson, I still got you D. Dominant, unbothered, already celebrating before the buzzer. And that's where the story should have ended. But before the confetti could hit the floor, things at BDH went nuclear. And what started as innocent fun became the most chaotic meltdown the trading community has ever witnessed.
Let me take you back to where this all began. Patrick Wieland, the man behind the BDH, had what seemed like a brilliant idea.
It's really funny.
Launch a community-driven trading contest where everyday traders could compete for serious money. The concept was simple. Purchase evaluation accounts, trade your heart out, and may the best trader win. Patrick wasn't just promoting this thing. He was literally putting his own money where his mouth was, contributing to prize payouts from his personal wallet. The hype was immediate and intense. Traders flooded in, influencers started hyping it up, and suddenly everyone in the trading sphere was watching. This felt different from the usual corporate-sponsored competitions. This had that grassroots energy that gets people genuinely excited. Patrick seemed stoked about bringing the community together for something fun and competitive. But then reality hit like a freight train, and it all started with one massive misunderstanding about the rules.
After the first day, traders started to realize the rules weren't quite what they'd signed up for. The understanding was simple. Once you hit $5,000 in
Some participants thought they were in a skill-based challenge that
It's like 20 minutes long, but I was playing you guys excerpts, the part that was like talking about what we were doing.
rewarded talent and strategy. But Matt was clear about this from the beginning.
contest trading isn't the same as real trading. On Tuesday morning, Matt basically gave a 15-minute TED Talk on contest dynamics. Here's the short version. Just because someone hands you a basketball doesn't mean you're playing that game. Maybe it's who can hit a midcourt three. Maybe it's who can drain the most threes in 60 seconds. Or maybe it's just who can sink the most consecutive free throws. And that's where Matt had already won. He understood the assignment. He knew the contest wasn't about being the best trader. It was about beating the rules that were given for the contest. Despite everyone having the same circumstances, Patrick found himself apologizing yet again, explaining that there had been serious miscommunication about the rules, while also reminding everyone that he hadn't actually created these policies in the first place. He was caught between angry traders and the need to manage expectations.
Anyways, it seemed pretty cool. Like this was chatting. This was a smaller version of us. The last two were like pretty. Yeah, somebody said they painted me to look evil. The fun, not evil. Like whoever made this at least seems like they're kind of it's like whoever made this knows me. They know that I'm like a comedian and that I try to just like deliver like one-liners, you know, like for fun. And they get the joke. Whoever made this understands me and gets the joke of what I'm doing. Like they understand they just get me. And so I know it's gotta be one of you guys. All right. So anyways, this is the part I want y'all to see. This here goes. Okay. Now again, let's just remember, you know, I really don't care. I don't have a care about people's issues or dramas or anything like that. Actually, market seems to be moving right now. Into liquidity pocket. If we break through here, there's another move to 25. Honestly, this is just looking solid for a continual run up off of Friday. I don't see any downside to this. But anyways, you know, it's for fun. It's all fun and games. You know, I tend to, you know, bust people on their elaborate stories. I don't go pick on people because of an ego thing. I go pull apart fraudulent stories. And I tend to have fun with it, but I'm also very sharp-witted, is what somebody has said. And I tend to use words and make them hurt. So these guys picked up on it. They get it.
Imagine you're cruising down the highway when a bright yellow Lamborghini blows past you like it's auditioning for the Fast and the Furious. You flip on the red and blues, thinking, wow, that guy must be loaded. But here's where it gets weird. You pull him over, walk up to the window, and instead of handing over his license, the guy just says, "My name's Bob. The DMV already verified everything about me." Would you just accept that and let him go? Of course not. You'd want to see actual documentation, license, registration, insurance, the whole works. This brings us to our main character, Lance Breitstein, a guy who claims he made more money trading than most people see in 10 lifetimes. The catch? He won't prove it. And when people started asking reasonable questions like, hey, can you show us literally any evidence? Suddenly everyone asking becomes the villain.
Enter Rocket Scooter Matt, a trader with the subtlety of a bulldozer and the timing of a stand-up comedian. Matt looked at Lance's claims and basically said, hold up, if you really made that much money, why did you quit trading to sell courses? It's like claiming you're a master chef but retired to sell cookbook PDFs. Lance's defense was genuinely tragic. He said trading was literally destroying his health. Bad eyesight, stress, burnout, the whole 9 yards of trader misery. Now, if this were true, you'd expect some sympathy, right? Wrong. Matt fired back with the trading
Thanks,
equivalent
Trendy.
of a tactical nuke, posting on social media that trading only kills you when you're terrible at it. This is where things got absolutely unhinged. Matt decided to prove his point by posting his actual daily profits. We're talking over $18,000 in a single day. Then Matt dropped the line that broke the internet. He said he fixed his eye problems with eye drops in millions of dollars. Because apparently when your bank account has more commas than a grammar textbook, even eye drops become a business expense.
Then came the memes, and oh boy, did they deliver. Matt posted that disturbing scene from A Clockwork Orange, you know, the one with the eyelid clamps, captioned it as live futures trading with eye drops included. It was brutal, dark, and absolutely hilarious in the most uncomfortable way possible. The psychological
I'm
warfare
out of
continued.
control sometimes.
Matt posted another gem. Trading is killing me. Or just make 25,000 in a day. Attached was a screenshot of profits so green you could use it for photosynthesis. Somewhere in the digital distance, you could almost hear Lance's ring light flickering in existential dread. But the masterpiece was yet to come. Matt created a fake quote meme featuring Lance, complete with speech bubbles saying, "My eyes have atrophied 30% as a trading guru. I am nearly blind. I quit trading. But I sell a $10,000 course even though I'm worth $100 million.
The second speech bubble continued. Also, please ignore the screens behind me full of dozens of lines of small text that I wrote. Yes, my TOS font settings are set to size small, but I can see that totally fine when I make my course material. I'm only blind when I trade on the same screen. The post went nuclear faster than you could say retail trader. At this point, Matt wasn't just tweeting, he was performing a public autopsy on an entire business model. But things really escalated when Matt turned his next live stream into a full-blown Comedy Central roast.
Everybody out there defending Lance Boo Doo Doo, whatever his name was. Freaking Michael Paddock from Top Step. Stay in your own lane, bro. You ain't a fucking trader either. I think the requirement to get a job on Top Step TVs, you need to be 16 and be old enough to drive yourself to work. That's basically fucking it. They ain't out there asking for verification for those coaches. I've seen the house account. It's pathetic. I said those kids couldn't trade a bottle of water to a thirsty man in a desert. It's like the Mickey Mouse Club of traders. Look, at the end of the day, I challenged that Lance guy that said I made $100 million and now I'm public enemy #1 to a bunch of fucking, you know, trading teat sucking Kool-Aid drinkers that are like, no, he's a legend. The guy in the book said he's a legend. The guy in the book's also selling you a fucking book. Lance came out and made a video, why I sell a course. I actually quit trading because trading is killing me. You know why trading is killing you? Because you fucking suck at it. Traders move to coaching. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, basketball players move to coaching when their knees stop working. Your brain doesn't stop working when you're 45 years old, like fucking Lance Barfstein. Like, seriously? His approach to being asked for broker statements was extremely embarrassingly beta male. He's like proof that male masculinity is no longer taught by fathers to I feel generations like of men. they actually
that's who you want to learn
choose
from.
a side.
Someone that can't
They don't
control their
just
fucking
do AI. I
emotions.
think that
All right,
they
yeah.
know
Go
what they
buy that
want to
course
say
for
and then they
$10,000
program the AI to say what they want to say.
out in 5 years.
He goes to sleep every night planning how he's going to counter what I said on Twitter. That's a level of insecurity I can't even fathom.
James believes keeping a close watch on his spending helps him resist temptation. By tracking spending in the Wells Fargo
Oh, we got to watch an
mobile app,
ad.
James
No.
wins again.
Not even skippable.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got Shake.
Now, if you're the type of person who still believes in unicorns just because someone on the internet told you to, maybe you need an expert.
I know I need to pay YouTube for the no ads thing.
Stanford-educated economist.
I forgot that's a
Sahil
thing.
Bloom, with a reality check that hits harder than a margin call.
I just don't see it.
Well, I'm going to teach you how to do it. He's going to make.
I don't have YouTube Premium. I did at some point, and I don't know why I don't have it anymore. I always paid for it. It was like $10. Yeah, so I probably have to go. You know what probably happened? It was probably tied to some debit card or something that I probably switched accounts. You know what happens like every time you get a new debit card or something, or you go to a different bank and then all of a sudden you got like 10 zillion things you've got to forget to change your card. I think I just forgot and never even noticed.
His money by selling you a course on how to do it, not by actually doing it. If someone can outperform the market, the best way for them to monetize that unique, extraordinary skill is to raise $1 billion of someone else's money and go and do it, because the performance fees you're going to make.
Signed up for the BDH World Battle,
All the questionable characters team up for the sequel.
but Matt wasn't finished with his campaign of financial justice. He signed up for the BDH World Battle, a trading competition where Patrick Wieland put $100,000 on the line for any major influencer that wins. The gauntlet was officially thrown. Now it's Lance's turn to put his money where his mouth is.
Wait, am I supposed to get
The entry fee?
100,000?
$39. That's less than most people spend on dinner, but apparently a significant barrier for a supposed $100 million trader. Matt's challenge is simple. Grab your eye drops, pay the fee, and get in the ring. 1 week, no excuses. No elaborate backstories about health issues. Let's see if a self-proclaimed $100 million trader can handle a $100,000 challenge.
Ways that that was kind of funny. But yeah, no, I'm not like, I'm the quality of the stream. We're going to obviously keep it like serious with education and trading. We're not going to spend a lot of time spooling up some chaos, but every once in a while we'll keep the entertainment good enough. Was I supposed to make 100K from this, from winning? Am I considered a major influencer? I mean, I'll accept 100K if he's paying. 100K to charity. Oh yeah, so between you, me, and Pat, that was more, I think that bet was a wager to get actual, like, Pat, like, I wouldn't care to like compel Pat to do that. He doesn't have to do that on my behalf. But if, you know, like, I completely understand why he was like trying to get like ICT and all these other big name people to get in there, and he was like baiting them to go. So I won't be like, you got to pay the 100K. I don't really care. He doesn't need to. It'd be cool if he put it to charity. It'd be nice, but it's not like something I would really care too much about. $100K to charity would be, oh, that'd be a good offer on his behalf to do that. I'll accept on your behalf. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that he had made that wager. Somebody told me on chat today that that's what he said. That he posted on socials at 100 or something. I'm just glad to jump in there and beat it. So the next tournament that I do, like, you guys can stay tuned, stay here. I'll show you all the same mechanics and trick on beating that one. What was I trying to look up a second ago? Something. But I thought that was pretty neat. I feel like that podcast definitely is not just like a neutral AI podcast. The language certainly sounds very, you know, anti-Lance and very pro-Matt in that argument. It didn't really like seem like a neutral news report. It sounded like one of you guys or something that also agreed and therefore took a proactive stance to be on one side of it. So maybe it's somebody that watches the stream, which is cool. Whoever you are, cool content. It's funny. I didn't know it was a thing until recently. So thanks for the tournament. Thank you, Apex. Appreciate that. Am I doing the Ninja Trader competition? Oh yeah. I'm gonna do the Ninja competition now. Oh, so that was for an influencer to go to BDH and trade side by side. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I didn't even really think about it. Somebody just mentioned that. Not a big deal to me. And you can't really be neutral when I'm coming from a place of logic. Any rational person would side with me. It's pretty simple, yeah. Like, I feel like COVID made it to where people accepted a whole bunch of stupidity when it came from gurus and stuff. There were just so many people selling so many ideas, and everybody was so desperate for something they would just easily buy into stuff. We went through a slump in social media. In 2015 and 2016, if you just had a whiff of being a paper trader before props were a thing, there would be a public witch hunt on your behalf. The influencers would get together on Twitter and completely destroy you until your business was dead. As a hobby, they love doing it. There used to be FinTwit after hours, dude. How many times, like, Fake Pear Bear and Sim and Mona and Stock Talk Weekly and me and all of us are in there, and somebody earlier in the week, because that was like the drama circle TMZ before we had like a podcast like this, and they would get there and it'd just be late night. Everybody would drink and party and have fun and like hang out together and just gossip. And then if somebody was like busted for being a paper trader, dude, they would go to town. They wouldn't let it go, and the person would disappear from Twitter. That's what it used to be like. It was like no mercy if you're a fake. I loved it. Like the people that really traded, you know, Sim, she really trades. She makes a fortune now. She's very well off, and she's an SPX options trader. She came, you know, she's came through the ranks and whatever, and she's like the same no mercy approach as I am. Like, if you're a fake, get the fuck out of here, sort of thing. But anyways, after COVID came around, it was like that became this sort of, it became okay, and then prop explosion made it even worse. Now everybody's paper trading, and now everyone's a millionaire paper trader, and everybody's a fake, and it's okay. And yeah, you're not allowed to question everybody anymore, because no offense to you guys politically, but you know, Joe Biden era America wussified people, and people were just like, don't hurt my feelings. Like, you know, how dare you? My feelings are important. It became like my feelings are important sort of world. Like, you became the enemy if you went after a fake paper trader. It's like, come on, man, why are you being mean to them? Like, what the fuck? When did Wall Street's become like a pussy world of pronouns? Like, this is fucking crazy. Yeah, what are your pronouns? Fuck you. My pronouns are always fuck you. I can care less what people think about me. I stand on business. You watch my trades, decide for yourself. So I don't care what anybody has to say, but this became a like, why are you being mean to this person? You're like, they're trying so hard. They're a fake. They're a fake trader. They deserve to be roasted. Burned to a crisp. Well, no, they don't. I mean, they're going through stuff. They have mental, you know, anguish and problems. Oh, woe is fucking me. Every trader has this. Welcome to Wall Street, bitches. Hey, what's up? You're not special. Hi. Hold on. I got the pest control here. Let me turn off the camera. Hey, come on in.
Can you reach back there? Are you good?
This couch?
Yeah.
Like one more minute, you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Thank you. All right, they're over there like trying to. We had ants coming up here, but yeah. So, anyways, right. I'm just finished that story. It just feels like these days, I think a lot of the entitled folks that got thrown into trading believe they just walk in and can change the narrative of it. Like, come on, be nice. You know, like somebody's going through mental issues and like they're dealing with stuff. I'm like, okay, you're not special. Like nothing impersonal to that, but you're not special. Everybody going through trading is going through mental things. Everybody's got a problem they're dealing with. Nobody's problem is more special than others. Nobody's mental health is better than others. We all dealing with it, man. Everybody here dealing with the same stuff. So it kind of became a crime to call someone out for their shenanigans and paper trading or whatever, and then you became the villain, and the fraudster became the victim, and then all of a sudden like, and so no, like I'm saying, we're bringing it back. We got to stay true to form. Other than that, like, you know, like saying, Matt, why do you even care? You know, we got to set the narrative here as we're growing bigger and better. We got to make sure that it becomes reminded to people in this world that there are no pronouns in Wall Street. That's it. We're not gonna. I'm gonna make sure that everybody reminds themselves. You can question people. You cannot put up with people's stories. You know. You know how you win America's Got Talent, not because you're a great singer, but because you're a great singer with a stutter, or you're a dancer with a limp, or you're, you know, a puppeteer with an arm missing. I mean, it's no longer the talent, it's the story that sells. The talent story sells victory these days. And I'm glad people do win through a struggle, but it's not the story that should carry your trading, you know, your trading prowess is your skill set. It's not, you should just feel bad for me. I'm going through a lot. Therefore, I should have a Discord because I'm trying really hard. Oh, bless your heart. I'm going to remind people that it doesn't matter. And you should just tell people, you know, don't be afraid. I like to live an example. Don't be afraid to challenge people. I want people to go, well, that guy I watched, Matt, he does it. So yeah, this guy's trying to sell me something, and you might feel like you're alone in this world. Well, I can't say anything because the guy's trying to like bully me out of questioning him. And yeah, you know, he's right. The whole community seems to be behind it. And he's telling me I'm being mean by asking, and I'm being invasive. And you know, you're right. I want you guys to hear my voice in the back end. No, Matt says keep asking questions. I mean, he does it on Twitter. And yeah, I'm going to be like Matt. I'm going to continue to ask the right questions so I get the answers I want. You know, I'm not going to let the fakers shape the narrative of Wall Street anymore. No boot camp today. Not today. Well, I told you guys to take the day off on Friday. So no boot camp today. Identify as a lampshade. Hilarious. Yeah, like we all got stuff going on. And like, you know, but the point is there's a lot of people trying to like talk their way in or guilt their way into public favor to sell something. The Matt Courses, the Lances, the whatevers. There's very few people that are like uncancelable. And I'm not saying this to be cocky. I'm fairly uncancelable. Why? Because I trade. I could tell you guys, I could shit my pants on stream. I could tell all of you to go fuck yourselves. And I'd be okay just because I trade and you can watch it. People will just watch it on that. You know, anybody that really trades is uncancelable. You can say or do whatever you want. It's the people that have a story to sell. You have to worry about that kind of stuff. Hopefully I don't shit my pants on the stream. But in reality, you know, that's really what actually matters at the end of the day. And there's just so many storytellers that aren't going to risk it all and let you see them trade. Like Matt Kors won't let you watch him string an account together over the course of a month. See, like if you look at over the course of the last 5 months that I pointed out with 23 blowups, after 5 months is 100 trading days. divided by 23, that's a blow up every 4 days on average. So he's not going to let you watch him trade 30 days in a row, stringing it together. He's going to do everything he can to dodge the contest. I'd put $100,000 on that bet that he'll dodge, because they don't want you to see it. They don't want to poke a hole in the story they tell people. So anywho, if I shit my pants on stream, it'll go viral and double their viewers. Yeah. Like, I could literally sit here and just make fun of people and talk shit to people, and trading well is what builds a brand. That's I want the atmosphere to be what everybody understands. Nothing will sell your $10,000 trading course anymore if you're Lance with $100 million profit. If you tattooed your fucking bank statement, broker statement to your chest and walked around with your shirt off, everybody on planet Earth would buy your course. Why would you not do that and market it that way? Why would you not say, here's a video, here's the broker statement, I'm the best trader alive, buy my shit? I'd buy it. I'd buy it. Like, if you really had it, you would market it. That's how you market. I won a rinky-dink trading competition with one trading day, and my stream viewers are up 50% in a week. Imagine if I flashed around $100 million profit from trading. Warren Buffett would buy my trading course. You know what I mean? No trades anymore. I'm finished for the day. I capped out on all the accounts limits that I set, with the exception of my funded next that I'm going for 100K profit. The problem is with those is there's no A+ setups. I'm not going to take trades up here. I'm going to wait for dips and then add to those down in here if I get them. There's nothing really to trade up here. You know what I'm saying? Poopy Pants Magic, favorite influencer. Yeah. What I want to happen is when the people of Wall Street, the real leaders, get together and they try to set the narrative of like, it's okay to ask questions again, it's okay to challenge fakes again, it's kind of cool. And then when the legions of like try hard smaller influencers are like, how dare you, you're so mean, oh my god, let's cancel him. I want the cancel culture to just bounce off of everybody's chest and be like, get the fuck out of here with that. This is Wall Street. And take your, oh my god, we're totally gonna boycott this person, oh my god, this person's totally mean. Okay, fuck you too. Like, who cares? It's impervious to actual good traders. Somebody's a good trader is all that matters. That's all that really matters here. So as soon as my account is funded, I thought it would be done by today. It should be done by tomorrow. I will show on my stream a trading account with $100,000 sitting in it, a live account with the account number. The account is called AMC Revenge. That's the account login I chose. And I'll just trade it anyways. If he doesn't show up to the competition that he wanted me to have, I'll just trade it on my own and just do it. You guys can watch the account number. I'll focus part of my stream on that every day. I'll trade that on stream. Actually, I'll just trade that on stream. You guys can watch me manage a real account. I was supposed to do that random trading challenge though. I didn't want to do that with 100K. I wanted to do that with like 20, but I'll pop that 100K account for a month and show you guys what I can do with it. Tyler, what's up, man? Thank you. I appreciate that. So, like I said, I'll just trade that one account and show you guys how I drive up a real account. You have a friend who was ex-Goldman Sachs, still trades, makes around $5 million a year, drives a 65 Corvair, lives in a modest house, doesn't do the social thing. Yeah. That's 100% true. Yeah, if I was at the level of being worth $100 million, I wouldn't have a business that wasn't scalable. I wouldn't have an educational business. That's not a scalable business model. Like, this is how you know, if you're making like a couple million a year, right? You know, less than 10 million a year, 5 million a year. If you're around that level, a trading educational business will make you a couple million a year. Sure, it's worth your time. At 100 million, you wouldn't engage in such a congested, non-scalable business model like education. There's no way that's worth your time and effort and energy to make just $1 million a year. Your net worth doesn't grow at 100 million. That's how I know at that level it becomes useless. At my level, it's worth it. You know, I'm in the less than 10 million a year range. $1 million certainly at this percentage is worth something. In 5 or 10 years, it may not be worth my time. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you wouldn't be worth $65 billion and then try to take $100,000 a year salary somewhere. If you had 100 million, you would even wipe your own ass. Your assistant would. No, you'd have 2 assistants, 1 for each cheek. That way you wouldn't have to, you know, switch sides. You just need to stand up. Next giveaway in 4 minutes. You see that Pat made 1.6 million in taxes last year? That's probably correct. I mean, that he made what, like, roughly, that depends on how his tax structure is and what all his write-ups are. That's probably about the 10 million range. I don't know what he probably wrote off all those cars because he has only props logos on them, so he can write them off as a promotional business expense because he promotes the business with it and all that. So I bet you his taxes really under reflect how much he actually made. I would say he makes about 10 million a year. That sounds accurate. That's probably not. That's probably this year. I don't think that was last year. Probably this year he probably makes about 10 million. The cost of affiliate marketing, the going rate right now is through the roof. This is like the peak of the bubble. Everybody's getting paid ridiculous amounts of money right now. It's the rush for market share. There's so many prop firms hyper competing. The influencers are now gatekeeping their value of screen time. So they're like, I'll talk about you if you pay me $100,000 a month. That's kind of what it's like these days. So influencers are making more now than they ever made before. He makes $1 million a month. That's absolutely probably correct. Yeah. BDH ended on Friday, Christian. I won the tournament. I think props will collapse at some point. Nope. I think props are the future of trading, and I think they're going to only be here. That's why I got in. I think that this is the place to be, and I'm at the front and center at the start of it. So, the only reason I focus on props is because I want to be the biggest name in trading in the world. That's it. Other than that, I wouldn't have dealt with props. And we had our small futures trading geek club over the last 9 years, just me trading my one account on stream. I used to be like, props are like a fad. They're going to go away. And then like nobody really, everybody went to props. And so, for relevancy, so did I. I do think that props are going to be the way to go. And even when regulation kicks in, 2 things are going to happen. The regulation is going to get rid of the sim funded step and props just become straight to live, similar like futures desk, where it's completely legit and legal to have a regular prop firm. Sim funded is the only questionable part. Or sim funded stays the thing and the exchanges sort of adopt it and then they charge like sim funded traders fees and stuff or whatever. The industry is only going to adapt to it. It's such a huge thing. It would make no sense financially for all of these fat pigs at the top in regulation being lobbied by industry to like not adopt this as something that's healthy for liquidity of the markets. Now, the one thing they would say is that, well, there's no liquidity you're providing, therefore it's bucket shop trading. And then they can say, okay, well, they're not, because of that, let's just remove sim funded. You test eval. Once you pass eval, then you can go live. And that's every prop firm that's ever existed. So I just think it's going to be embraced further because it's like the place for beginner traders to get started. It is like the place to start. I'm only seeing the numbers get bigger every year. More and more and more traders are trading props and more traders are trading futures every year. That's rocket scooter sales in general. Rocket scooter sales, there used to be a time when I used to get 5 or 10 customers, you know, a week. I got 186 customers on Friday, last Friday. Futures, our sales at Rocket Scooter look like fucking this, dude. The futures prop explosion is not going anywhere. Like, this is exactly what is happening to futures. Futures are becoming like the new hot thing. And that's why like the goal is to be front center in the hottest part of the industry right now. But I remember like futures were just a thing that people didn't even talk about. There was like, you know, 30 of us would get together in 2016 and I'd live stream on YouTube for like 30 people who were like hardcore, you know, oil traders that all had money and they were all trading big accounts and everybody traded oil that watched me at the time. Futures was like not a thing. Penny stocks were the thing. You know, that's what everybody kind of, small cap was like the hot topic. And now futures the hot topic. Every like person, even that lunatic, you know, pump and dumper that I, you know, called out and was like, let's have a trading contest. That guy, penny stocks fell out of favor with the audience. Now he's trying to do it. He's trying to do futures. Everybody's moving to futures because they see how lucrative it is. Yeah. Futures is where everybody's going. You think that me and Ash from my funded are the only traders consistently show P&L? Ash is really good and he's really transparent. That's what I like about Ash. When you take an L, acknowledge, move on. Ash is straight up like, he's good peeps. He's like a representation of what this industry needs to be like. 1,000 people like him, you know. Futures is the what? Oh, it's the futures. Oh yeah, now crypto's the new penny stock, yeah. But futures are starting to like really get big really fast. I mean, you can look at our stream numbers. It's the same thing. Props is where it's at, man. So ever since this last little move here, there is no tradable trade. I'm watching hedge pressure like sort of be like where I'd want to achieve another long if we were to break in. We call this EST setups. From bull zone, bear zone, bull zone is usually the trade. Usually you blast right through this level and keep going. After a crazy move like Friday, this market's still trying to digest what it wants to do. And I think it's going to boil down to the last couple hours of the day. I'm not at all. We've seen markets, also another thing, markets never forget a crash. Normally something like this happens and this happens and this happens. And then it like does that again. This is usually what happens. So I'm very cautious as to there, you know, there not being another dip down in here, you know, next week or something. Futures will be tokenized eventually on crypto. Dang. Do I remember Chris Dunn? I don't know who that is. Everyone keeps going back to the futures. Money, we gotta go back. Where, Doc? Back to the future. Are we in a cap from overnight move? We are not. There's no such thing as an upward catalyst, only a downward one. Technically, the market can catalyze a short squeeze to the upside, but that also causes volatility to collapse at the end of the squeeze. And therefore, upside catalysts aren't dangerous like downside are. Downside extends volatility to a large degree. Upside squeezes have VIX go up just a little bit. So because of the lack of that, upside squeezes don't have a lot of chop to kill you. So if you, it's a great question. If you push a risk interval to the upside, chase it. You can see that, you know, the stock market or Nasdaq's up 600 points today. it's sort of like mildly trading, right? It's not chopping. The DOM is pretty much back to normal again. 1.21 gigawatts. Any plans for overnight? I look at the hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure dynamic and make my choices from there. So I consider myself a positional trader or a scalper. So the way I define scalping is a scalp is a trade where you're in and out within a matter of a couple minutes or less. Scalping is like you're looking for a couple points, like in and out, like Stephen Kalajian is a scalper. I consider myself a positional day trader. A day trader is someone that opens and closes a position within the day, just like a scalper. But a day trader is not trying to just take a single movement within the realm of noise. It's taking movement outside of the realm of noise. I'll explain the difference when I define it. If the market opens here and dips to there and then rallies, let me explain what's going on under the hood. It doesn't just do that. The market usually starts here and then it moves like this, and then it goes up and then goes up like that. A scalper will make money inside of here, inside of here, inside of here, which is the noise of the movement. The day trader is trying to scalp around the noise or trade around the noise and pick up the directional move. So the directional move requires greater than or equal to 1 strike distance of the underlying, which is 10 points S&P, 40 points NASDAQ minimum. You want a defining move that's beyond the realm of noise. The noise is very rarely a strike distance. It's very rarely greater than 10 points or 40 points NASDAQ. So I'm a positional day trader that looks for a run that usually this trade is about an hour or less, sometimes a couple minutes, sometimes 30 minutes. But I'm trying to get at least 10 S&P and 40 NASDAQ on my trade, but also close by the end of the day. So I call it positional day trading. Traditionally, I don't go for like any move that's less than 40 points of NASDAQ and 10 points of ES. I go for at least that because that means a move that's taken place. We had the downside cat danger on Friday. Oh yeah, 100%. That's right. You heard I'm going to give away my funded futures for winning the BDH. Yeah, I'm giving away 316 my funded futures accounts. I'm giving away all the money to you guys. Ooh, one more giveaway. All right, we're gonna do giveaways all day, every day for the next month to support. All right, one more time, MFFU. I told him to make me some graphics, like congrats for winning the contest or whatever. Let me text him real quick. All right, type it in, type it in, type it in. Wait, there's one song I wanted to play that you guys said that I liked. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Hey, 10,000 views. Let's go. Let mean, we get 10,000 views a day. We just split it up into two segments. But 10,000 in just the morning stream. And to think, I thought the stock market was closed today. Just the bond market was closed. I was kind of hoping for a day off. Again, My Funded Futures was like, Arnv, you're the winner. My Funded Futures was like, no stream on Monday, market holiday. So I just was like, oh, sweet. And I was drinking and playing Battlefield all weekend, having some fun with my friends. I forgot that Columbus Day is just bond market.
Steps out, rockin' call my name, I let it pass by. Now I'm stuck singing blues till the day I die.
What happened? It died. What happened? Looks like it died mid-spin. Okay, let's try this again. The algo broke. It had way... You guys entered way too many times. Carl Bennett, congrats. Congratulations, Fabe Show. How many is that? 4? One more. One more. All right. Kabow wow. Winner number 5. Okay, y'all are the 5 wieners. Today's contest. Congratulations, wieners. So the winners, go to my Discord, go to the contest channel, contact an admin named Slacks, send him a screenshot of your YouTube ID, let him know that you have won the contest, have an account with My Funded Futures, and all of you guys are gonna get some scale accounts. So congrats on that.
Chasing the freedom I've always seen. Fear in my head, doubt in my chest. Me versus me, I give my best. Pressure rising, I won't fold. This is my moment, my story told. Ride that rocket, take me higher. Through the chaos, through the fire.
Congrats to the winners.
Losses cut deep, scars don't fade, but steel is forged where fire's made. Lonely battles I face the pain. Freedom's worth the cost I've paid. Pressure rising, I won't fold. This is my moment, my story told. Ride that rocket, take me higher. Through the chaos, through the fire. Edge is clear, I trust the flow. From the pocket, I let it go. Ride that rocket.
Great day today, y'all. All right. Subnot 2. Oh, Subnot 2 was clicked. When I refreshed it, it wasn't clicked. Oh, dude, it does not save it when I refresh the damn thing. All right, guys, my bad. Sorry about that, you guys. That's my bad. It was, but it froze and I refreshed and I forgot. My bad. My bad, y'all. We got 300 more to go. It'll stay clicked. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It doesn't save the last option you had. So what do you guys think for the rest of the day? This has been quite an interesting setup. This is pretty straightforward. I haven't asked you guys, but did y'all do all right today? Can y'all do me a little favor? Can you, go downstairs, dig in your pocket a little bit and, pull it out for me, you know what I'm saying? Show me what you got down there. Unload your pockets. 'Cause I'm curious. And show me a little bit. I'm a little curious. Mind whipping it out for me real quick? Your pocket. Is there a pay stream for all of your live trades? No, there's not, Captain Crunch. I don't charge for watching me trade. It's all free. You can just watch on YouTube. That'll cancel you. 3.5 when it's cold, 4 when it's warm. That hook is diabolical. Should we have P&L? Oh yeah, nice curves. Oh my god.
Show me your P&L, whip it out. Show your P&L, yeah,
Whip it out. Show me your P&L. Oh, whip it out.
whip it out. Look at the curve. Let's see that bank account. Show me that account. Let's see that P&L too. Yeah, show that thing. Let's see your bank account. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice curve. Oh yeah. Show me your P&L, whip it out. Show your P&L, yeah, whip it out. Let's see the P&L, whip it out. Whip it out. Let's see that bank account. Show me that account. Let's see that P&L too. Yeah, show that thing. Let's see your bank account. Yeah. Oh yeah. What's your mom's maiden name? Yeah, let's hear it. Let's see your birth certificate too. Yeah, whip it out. Let's see that P&L. Oh yeah. Nice curve.
Beautiful song. Beautiful song. Okay. This is a good day. I wish there were more trades I can do. I just happened to just sort of kind of crush it overnight where I didn't have much left to do today. I could always open more. I mean, with Funded Next, you can pass more than $300,000 with accounts. They just sit in your buffer. I can go on this volatility. I can go past like 20 more of them. I've got a buffer of like 10 past accounts with Funded Next, even if I did bust. Essentially, you can only trade so many funded accounts. But if you pass a bunch of evals while you're already maxed out on funded, they just sit there and stack up, and then you want to pull one forward, just sign the agreement. I mean, there's no monthly fee. So with Funded Next, and like the first couple sales they had, I just stocked up and passed as many as I could. So I got a ton of those things just sitting there. Account size I think is optimal. The Funded Next, the 50K is the best one as far as the scalability of cost to drawdown ratio for the legacies. For the rapids, they're all pretty much equally good. Yeah. And by the way, so you guys know, Elite Trader Funding's got a sale going on, 70% off of the statics, which I tell people, beginners, static is the easiest account to pass because there's no trailing drawdown. So if you guys are like struggling in your, sort of trailing drawdown accounts or whatever, you want to try a static. I always start recommending ETF when they have like 70 to 90% off sale on the statics. They become dirt cheap and easier to pass than the other kinds. So that's their sale right now. It's the beginner and expert accounts, which includes the static. Tradeify is still 30% off. Speaking of that, Brett just sent me a message. I never even read it. Let me go see what he wanted. Oh, it's on Twitter. I saw the notification pop up. Hey, Matt, we love your content. We're going to give you 10,000 traders today. Hold on. Giving you 10,000 accounts. I'm just kidding. Oh, shoot. Hey. Was I supposed? Oh, shoot. I totally fucking forgot about this. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I forgot to do this. Tradeify has this big thing coming out, and they're supposed to meet with them and learn about it. Crap. Forgot about it. Was on my calendar though. Well, we'll see what they got coming out. They got this huge something big releasing tonight. So that's what that's about. Okay. So what's going on with our prop partners? Yeah, ETF 70% off of the static, which is their best account, I believe, my opinion. 30% off Tradeify. My funded futures all the way until well, there's no expiration date on this, but $6,000 payout request instead of $1,500 on your scale accounts. That's awesome. That's the accounts we're giving away too. For the drawing, which is why I asked them for scales. That's the one you can get up to $6,000 payouts in the request, which is fantastic. Funded next, 15% off Rapid and 25% off Legacy. Oh, I need to update these banners. My bad. Oopsies. Okay, hold on. Big promos coming through. I'm off today a little bit, y'all. My bad. I should let y'all know this morning. Okay. 15% off. Funded next. Whoopsie. Rapid and 25% off Legacy. $30% off Tradeify. Well, because I thought it was a holiday today. That's why I wasn't preparing. I'm just an idiot. Okay. 80% off Apex, 70% off ETF. Oh, yeah. 70% off ETF. ETF. 70% off. Expert. Whoopsie. Let me ask him really quick. With Funded Next, you got to use the link in their code. Okay. So our code doesn't work for Funded Next. You have to use our link in the description and then their code called Head Start. Make sure you guys click our link and use that code. All right. Yeah, I thought there was a holiday today. I wasn't prepared with updating all my social stuff with that. Gonna be trading tomorrow? Oh, you better believe it, Scriv. Every day. What's going on with Tradeify? They have some huge release and they asked me about it a week ago, but it wasn't on the schedule. Let me send him a message really quick. Oh, hey. I don't know. They want to meet with me to talk about something. Something at Tradeify is something's brewing at Tradeify. I don't know what it is, but I'm supposed to. I have 3. I'm so bad, dude. Like, I was so not prepared today. I literally thought today was going to be like a day where I just got to relax and sit back. I forgot about all of my obligations. This is my bad. I was still running my victory lap around BDH and I forgot. Tradeify has some huge release today, I think, or tomorrow. They want to meet with me to tell me about it today. Is it Wednesday? Oh, it is Wednesday? Okay. Yeah, it's probably Wednesday then. So I don't know what it is. But apparently it's like a huge... I know I'm fired. It's a huge thing that they're doing. And they said they wanted to meet today at 11:30, and I completely forgot. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it is Wednesday. No DLL, you hope? All right, let me send him a message. All right. Did you guys mostly survive today? After a day like yesterday, today was extremely straightforward, right? Today, after yesterday, today didn't come out to be that difficult at all. Today was pretty solid. I was kind of excited to see the market sort of stable today, which was good. Could have gotten like, it could have gotten crazy. Which is good that it didn't. You'll trust this bounce? Yeah. I think that we're gonna like move up, and move up, kind of like we have been doing for the next day or two. And if there is any kind of selling pressure, we kind of finalize. I was mistaken thinking that VIX was expiring this week, but they pushed it ahead one more extra day. Sometimes they'll do that, holiday schedules and stuff. Do I trust fib level serial? No, I don't. 50% maybe, but everything else is more like old school self-fulfilling. There's really no reason the fib level has meaning. There's really no symmetry to the market outside of the risk interval, which we proved was a mathematical symmetry based on margin requirements, based on the actual risk structure of the market. So like we give you a structure number that is rock solid and sound. Let me show you guys something really cool. So if you go down to the platform and you can say like S&P 5850 is a number that's based on margin requirements. I can go to an S&P chart and I can actually draw a box of 5850, which is this right there. And you guys can see like, this is where, you know, people kind of start to accuse us of like starting a cult. It's because our stuff is really good. That's exactly that distance in the platform, which is the actual structure point. Markets tend to span that distance when seeking liquidity. And that distance is based on where risk is distributed. So futures moves in a very systematic fashion. We've proven that. Fibs are arbitrary. They're not based on anything other than Fibonacci numbers. The market doesn't move in structure based on Fibonacci relationship. It's moved on a fixed structure defined by the CME group, by an algo. And so I don't put faith in weak mathematical models like Fibonacci's or Elliott waves or harmonics, these things that look at the shapes, the angles, the amount of waves. This stuff is not rooted or grounded in anything that's actual substance. The CME group tells you that this is the range where liquidity is going to be tested. Our platform will tell you that distance, right? So that number, if the CME group changed the margin requirements tomorrow to double, this range would double. Therefore, the fib would get blasted through. Right. Yeah. So anyways, guys, you know, Rocket Scooter fam, here's your risk interval. Is that pretty cool or what? There's 5850 from top to bottom, right? Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I mean, you can see the waves twice. And it's so crazy that in periods of high volatility, the market is seeking structure in a wide range and just trying to find it wherever it can. Do we all see that, guys? You see how it happened twice? Ladies and gentlemen, do y'all see that? It's pretty neat, right? That is this distance right here. With NASDAQ, and we calculate these every night, by the way, so this is from last night, 210.25. That's the real structure of the market. Everyone else is just finding weak mathematical models. We reverse engineered CME Group's SPAN program that sets margin requirements. We're a whole different league in this. Okay, so what was it? 212 something? 210.25. Okay. I think I had some of these drawn here, but I'll go ahead and draw it again. Let's make a box of 210.25. So this is 210.25, and that's this distance, right? And again, we can sort of like push this over here. And again, you know, like if I had a mic, I would drop it, but you know, it's kind of attached to the stand here. So, you know, like, you feel like you need to be extremely smart to do your platform? No, you don't. The best part is leave that to us. It's not, you don't have to know it. You don't have to know anything. You actually can quite ignorant to most things mathematics. You don't have to understand anything. It's pretty simple. There's a drawing to the side that shows me where pivots can be, and it's color coded. So blues, oranges, etc. The algo itself tells me based on all the confluences, whether it's long or short or not. The idea is this is telling me if I fall there, there's support and support. So these are dips I can buy. This is resistance. Okay, I can exit there. Here's a support. There's a resistance. Oh, okay. There's a trade. There's a resistance. And that's just about as far as it goes. The hard part is position management and risk management, like how you structure and play a trade. But no matter what indicators or techniques you use, you're gonna have to learn how to do that anywhere you go. So that's required to be a good trader anyways, right? Our stuff is, here's a volume pivot, and the algo just writes on the screen what it is: support, resistance, whatever. And I can plan a trade between a support and resistance. And then here's a visual guide to the right. I explain what goes on under the hood because people deserve to know what's going on under the hood. I hate when people are like, trust me, bro. And yes, it is sophisticated under the hood. And yeah, the math is pretty complicated. And when I explain it, a lot of people will get lost, and I completely understand why. But I have to explain it that way. You guys are like saying, okay, there is something here. Instead of being like, just trust me, bro, this is what it does. You know, I'm the like transparency king. So unfortunately, I do like sort of like dump my thoughts about what's all going on under the hood here, but you don't have to understand a thing about why. If you trust that it's working the way that we say it does, then you don't have to think twice about the math. How do we learn this? We teach boot camp. Oh, we did give away 5 boot camps. Speaking of, I forgot because Simon donated 5. Thanks for saying boot camp. All right. You've never taken our boot camp before. You're only 4 days late. You can always jump in. Type in boot camp if you haven't yet. So we'll do this. Isn't that if a strategy is followed by a lot of people, it will eventually stop working? No, it can't stop working. And that's the best part about volume pivots, is that the reason it works is not because of exploitable arbitrage that'll go away. The index futures are tracking the stocks. That arbitrage exists always, and it's already been filled in as much as it can. The idea that we isolate and understand hedging from options means that volume will be guaranteed there as long as hedgers hedge options they sold. And the futures volume is there. The only reason or way that this would ever stop working is that people stopped hedging options they've sold. because that's the volume we find. All we do is find volume. We're not predicting direction. We're not predicting anything. We're just predicting volume. Unless all of Wall Street collectively stops. This is not on TradingView. TradingView is not powerful enough to run it. We had to build our own cracked version of TradingView off of their charting libraries. Student promos. Yeah, if you're a student, send me a message with your student ID and a tuition bill and your government ID. They can stop publishing the options data though. Yeah, they could. That's the way that they can do it. They can stop publishing options data. But the Options Reporting Authority is a company that makes money selling options data. They have no incentive to stop publishing options data, and they're not market makers or exchanges or hedge funds that are benefiting from the lack of transparency. As a matter of fact, the transparency of having data makes them a massively successful company. If anything, they're going to find more data to sell. Why would they stop selling their main product? That's a good thought. And I always try to think the possibility of that, which is, yeah, no, we can buy options data. We can build hedge pressures, right? But then nobody on Wall Street would be able to use options data. And there'd be a freaking pitchforks, you know, a mob of angry people outside the opera buildings. Yeah, good questions. So the idea is that if, you know, people are always hedging on options, we can just predict where that risk is and then show where the volume will be. If more people, when you have volume-based pivots, the best part, other than exploitable arbitrage pivots, the more people that trade two things towards each other, the trade goes away. If there's like an arbitrage opportunity, if more people do something, the less it's going to work because the trade gets crowded. But in a volume-based pivot, if I told 10 billion people to buy here, not that I am, but if I did, and everybody bought here, then it always goes up, even though everyone's doing it. It just becomes who gets in faster that wins the trade. That there's a fractal sort of methodology there that if I were to align all the sporadic buying and selling of Wall Street into a single point and everybody were to buy here, then the difference is when you zoom in on this little part, let's make that little part really big. This is this part zoomed in. Then it's who's seconds away from each other that get the trade. And then as people start to get really faster, it becomes a space race for speed. It becomes the first one in win. So the natural tendency of more people doing something, you just have to be faster at it than someone else. The more people doing something enhances the strength of the pivot and makes it self-fulfilling. You're just more volume on the books. That's a great thought. Exploitable arbitrage will disappear the more people that are doing it, but this isn't arbitrage. This is isolating where volume will be due to hedging. And since 100% of options market makers that sell options will hedge, collectively, everyone would have to stop deciding to hedge at the same time for this to vaporize and go away, or collectively decide to do something different. But even if somebody does something different, that equation they're using, the value options, like variance of Black-Scholes, would be public information, and we would just adapt our models to the new industry standard of hedging. But the models are pretty solid. Options pricing is very efficient. Black-Scholes and Rockseer is a half-price trial. Yeah, if you go to Rocketplace website, it's 50% off. You don't need a code. It's built into the site. William Way, we've done that. That's the thing. To go a step further and say which calls are market makers, that's exactly what we've done. That's why we're where we are. If you weren't able to do that, you wouldn't be able to find hedge pressure, which is predictable volume. Every time you touch this orange line, there is volume 100% of the time. 100% of the time. Because we've isolated market makers, because they're going to be hedging 100% of the time. Average Tesla calls and Apple puts may not be hedged against because they're out of the money or don't apply. So this is the net gamma exposure maximum of dealers sold options to market makers of the underlying stocks. And these volume pivots are rock solid. They will always produce volume when you touch it 100% of the time. When you get here, you see how the volume is going higher and higher and higher and higher as you're approaching the pivot, and lesser and lesser and lesser as you're getting away from it. This is all hedging volume, and its maximized flow is here. So we're just predicting order flow is what we do. So a lot of like programs and software reads order flow and tells you order flow, unusual flow. They're telling you the order flow. We're predicting it from hours in advance. I'm telling you at the start of the market, there's going to be order flow here. Well, everyone else, when it hits, the platform is like, ding, 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 unusual flow, unusual orders, unusual. There it is, here it is. You're like, well, yeah, I mean, with Rocket Scooter, we knew that at 66, 62, it would be unusual flow. So you pair this up with something like book maps or, you know, black box stocks, that they're still around, all these unusual order flow, you know, software out there is confirming a pivot we gave you. And so when you pair them up, dynamite. We're the planning tool, get you ahead of it. You get access to the TradingView platform. You get access to our version of the TradingView platform. It's not considered their version of TradingView. It doesn't connect with their Pine script and their ecosystem or anything. We have our own version of TradingView. We white labeled it. Is net gamma more important, or if there's an outlier of negative or positive? The outliers typically may not apply. So market athletes, what we do that's different is that if it doesn't qualify as a dealer option, we completely ignore it. Some of the outliers do skew traditional gamma maximum JEX data because they're just looking at every option like it means something. If I were to go buy SPY 10,000 calls that expired tomorrow, if I were to buy 100,000 SPY calls at 10,000 strike that expired tomorrow, I would skew JEX data towards the higher number, which would inappropriately move any volume pivot to a place it doesn't need to. Those options are 0% chance of striking in the money, and 0 shares will be hedged against them. Nobody will go out there and buy some shares because they're afraid I'll exercise those calls on them, because there's 0 probability they'll strike in the money. So they're not hedged against. Our algorithm would throw those options out. The traditional JEX model would include it. To answer your question, net gamma of dealers is the most important because it removes any skewed results based on large outliers that can move the data points around, of options that are less likely to expire anywhere near the money and more likely to expire completely worthless. That's correct. Am I bullish or bearish tomorrow? Still bullish until the data shows otherwise. Yeah. So good traders that call out levels often call out levels that are similar with Rocket Scooter. If people find levels that are similar to what we have, then they're doing something right. Where they find levels a different way or not, you know, if you're finding where the volume is in whatever capacity you have as a trader, you're doing it right. Finding volume is exactly the secret to doing well as a trader. How do I determine when I take profit? I trade from pivot to pivot. I follow this plan. I trade from the arrows. I buy at the tail, sell at the tip, or short at the tail, cover at the tip. I trade from pivot to pivot, and then I just essentially, like today, I close at max profit. But normally from here, I would have traded to next resistance, and the algo doesn't show me a resistance until this blue line is there. So once I traded to the blue, I would just close out. Can I teach Hugo how to be more confident? Oh yeah, 100%. You think it's going to crash in a bit? It's very possible there's some end of the day selling, yeah. And I use Rocket Scooter with all prop firms mostly. That's correct, yeah. The trial to test it out is it's half price off for the first month for the trial, yeah. We have about a little bit over 10,000 subscribed active users and lifetime members on our platform. We launched in 2022 and we're growing like super viral right now. And all these contest wins and stuff are helping get us a lot of exposure. But I use only these tools when I trade. I don't use anything else. I don't use technical analysis. I don't use multi-time frame charts. I'll never change this from the 1 minute chart. I don't use candles. I don't use shapes. I don't use patterns. I don't use different time frames. I don't use overlay indicators. I use support, resistance, trade, set a stop, set a profit target. That's it. I trade where there's volume. We can identify if the gamma is positive or negative, and I have flow direction to go with it. We have confluence indicators that let me know what all the stocks are doing in one bite. And when you pair all this together, the algo will say support or resistance at certain key volume pivots based on what the stocks are doing. Simple as that. So Ryan, I do in the boot camp teach people why I take trades. Yeah. Can you use software on gold? Yes, you can. GLD pulls a liquidity map and you can have gold futures on here. Yo, what's up, Austin? What's up, man? What are bull and bear zone? Okay, so the way a bull and bear zone, let me load up a stock really quick. Let's pop like an NVIDIA on the screen. What is a bull and bear zone? So let me give you guys a lesson into a term I've coined called hedging loops. It's a little complicated, but I'll explain what's going on under the hood. You bought 1 million shares of NVIDIA. You are a trader, okay? At any given time, there's nobody selling. You can go to NVIDIA, it does not say 1 million shares on the ask. So when you fat finger ordered 1 million shares, a market maker sold 1 million shares. You with me so far? A market maker is a bank that's hired to work at the exchange to grab the other side of the order. They're quoting the bid and ask on both sides. That makes sure you get filled pretty quick. And now they're in a trade locked with you and they're trying to find somebody to sell to them. They were the seller until another one steps in. Then they unload their position, then they get neutral. In the meantime, before the other seller steps in, they're going to hedge this somehow. They're short the market when there's a big bull. So they're going to hedge with some other kind of trade. So in this example, let's do calls. They're going to buy 10,000 calls. Now forget any hedging, forget anything. They're short 1 million shares and they got 10,000 calls. So when you have a short position and a long position, the overall position is neutral, okay? Now to remind you that there is some hedging that takes place, I'm gonna put like a little bitty delta here to remind you that delta is a process of neutrality. Neutrality is liquid. So as price moves up or down, this trader, market maker, may have to engage in buying or selling more calls or something else to neutralize, because that's how options work. But let's call it fine tuning. There's they have this bulk position that's neutral, but then they fine tune it a little bit by adding and subtracting a little bit to it. Now, they bought some calls from another person. That's why I call this a loop. This person sold the 10,000 calls to them. See, everybody buys or sells from somebody, right? And so now you have you to get in a big ass trade. There's a bank against you that neutralized their insurance against their short. And then these guys sold them that insurance and now they have the risk. Every trader that takes risk with you, there is somebody at the end of the chain taking the other side of the risk. Do we all understand this so far? This is just a 3-point loop. This trader here sold the calls, and as calls go in or out of the money, they got to buy or sell the underlying itself, the stock. So in this example, in this 3-point hedging loop, you bought, they sold, they bought insurance. These guys sold insurance and they're hedging their insurance, delta hedging, by buying or selling shares of the stock. Now we finally have completed the loop where the original risk-based buyer, you, is now matched with a risk-based seller, them. As the options go out of the money, they're forced to sell, thus completing the loop. You're the buyer, they're the seller. And everything else is a neutral trade in the middle. That's the simplest form of a hedging loop. Now these things get pretty complicated. They can have 10, 20, 30 links to the chain before you find the risk-based trader on the other side. We got this so far? So the idea is you against a market maker, them against another market maker, and them against you. It's a 3-point triangle. You is the T, market maker of the stock, and market maker of the options, okay? There's a little triangle. So you guys are all trading against each other. These two guys are trying to be middle, and this person hedging the underlying is trading against you. So now when you separate the risk out into each individual piece, this is what you're left with. We can identify market maker options. That's what Rocksuiter's tech does under the hood. That's what makes us different. The trade of the buyer and seller of the option, market maker to market maker, this person's gamma exposure, this one, his risk is monthly hedge pressure on monthly options and hedge pressure on weeklies. The market maker of the option, the seller, this guy, this trade transaction is this line and this line. you'll see maximum delta hedging of dealer sold options to market makers of the underlying at hedge pressure. Weekly options and monthly options are separated. What is a bull and bear zone? That's this guy against this guy. A bullish trader, you that bought the million shares, against some market maker that's on the other side of your trade and neutral with options. Market makers have the risk against you here. So this is the long trader. This is the short trader against the house. This is bears when there wasn't a bull, and this is bulls when there wasn't a bear, which is that whole reason the hedging loop exists, because the other side of the trade wasn't there. So when we split the options that way, you got primarily in a bull zone, there's just more bulls than bears, because we've identified a trader who was hedged inside of this loop. Therefore, there wasn't a bear to trade against. So therefore, more bulls than bears. Do we all understand this so far? Does this make sense now? All bull zone is we've identified through options, there's more bulls than bears here of the actual stock. And vice versa, in a bear zone, there's more bears than bulls. Does this make sense, everybody? That's all we're trying to do. And it basically, if you're to like line up everything you know about the stock market, it's like, here's the seesaw. This is where it tilts one way or the other. In the middle, we call a liquidity pocket, which is perfectly liquid. This is the balancing act. As a matter of fact, when markets are in a liquidity pocket, both bulls and bears are losing when the market's balanced, and market makers are winning in most cases. Well, they're hedged, but if they weren't hedged, they'd be winning when markets are perfectly balanced. Everybody loses to the house. So the bull and bear zone is a split that's designed to find more long traders in a hedging loop than short traders in a hedging loop at that strike. So I don't just talk shit on Twitter and poke fun at gurus. They're actually a team of mathematicians that built a very substantial trading philosophy out of using options to find volume pivots and using options to identify bulls and bears. I'll come to boot camp today because I announced no boot camp today because I thought that the equities market would be closed because I'm an idiot. My funded futures told me the show was canceled because of holiday. And I was like, sweet, I'm taking the day off too. So only the bond market is closed today. I recommend passing eval, yellowing with proper risk management. Carrie, there's a whole school of thought of that. When they're cheap, like during a sale, I tend to brute force. I don't YOLO, but I brute force. I'll just hit them and blow up and hit them and blow up, hit them, blow up until I pass them all, and then I trade them well. Normally, if you have to have a lot of capital to do that, but you're buying a time skip to the end. If you don't have a lot of capital, you can't do that. So it's up to each person. No boot camp today, no. Has Matt wanted to play Battlefield instead of teach you guys? Hey, maybe. The core is back down, 100% back down. 100%. I said 50K. He moved the goalpost and said 100K in a contract. I said no. And then he's like, well, I'm not doing it. Then I go, okay. So I got my lawyer, paid him a couple $1,000 to draft up a contract. And I've asked him for the last 4 days to send me his lawyer's information because he wanted to draft up a contract to race around the block so you could pee the farthest. What the fuck, dude? Like he says like he's proof that soy formula removes masculinity from adult men. I swear to God. Like, so I go out and pay to get a contract drafted and he's dodging giving me his attorney's information. He wants attorneys getting involved. Fine. My lawyer actually told me, he says, you know, what you can do is he engaged in a verbal contract and you can claim damages because the whole ordeal suffered your brand to justify a lawsuit. And then, you know, he can pay $500,000 defending it, or he can settle out in court. And part of the settlement, you can require him to compete. We'll call that compel him to compete by terms of the own settlement. So you can pay $500,000. He's like, how bad do you want to punish this guy? I was like, well, I'll let you know in a week. I believe his ordeal damaged my brand. So maybe I'll get the court situation to compel him to compete in this verbal contract. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, I've got fuck you money. You don't play in my house. And so we'll have fun with that. Yeah, no, I'm going to make him trade. I don't care what he does to get out of it. He's in it. He's 100% in it going forward. This whole ordeal damaged my brand. I think this warrants a lawsuit. Sure thing. No, lawyers are really smart. Yeah, I owe you all $10 for talking about him, yeah. But like, I hate when people bark up. Like, I think everybody's a fraud out there and they try to call each other's bluff. And then when I don't back down, people, they scurry. They're like, I got 100K on its way right now into a blank Trade Evade account for this thing. And if he doesn't show up, I'm still going to trade it and you guys can watch me. Y'all can tune in and watch me trade. Every day. I'm gonna trade a real live account for the course of November with $100,000 in it. If he doesn't show up, he doesn't show up. The shitty thing about being sued as an LLC is that you cannot defend yourself, cannot file your own paperwork. Whole ordeal, straight face, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I take particular passion in watching penny stock pump and dumpers lose everything they have. Because there was ill-gotten gains off of innocent, hardworking people that somehow believed a movie theater company was going to the moon, diamond hands. And few people got rich off of that. And hundreds of thousands of people lost everything. And to still be around and gloat like you're some trader, you deserve the worst half. You lost 40K on that shit. I'm about to get my revenge for you, Sean. I will ruin the guy that ruined you guys. Trust me. I had a friend commit suicide over a penny stock pump and dump. I am out for blood when it comes to this kind of stuff. I don't play. If you pumped AMC and GameStop, you're a piece of shit and I'm coming for you. 100%. Oh yeah. Yep. That's it. Long story short, he backed out of the contest. So we're going to make him compete. We're going to make it happen. No. A segment where I bring successful rock scooter traders on live stream. Oh my God, I would love that. Would you guys like that? If we brought on a segment, because I've been wanting to do segments on my stream. This is something I'm building out to have other people on here. Would you guys like, if I pulled y'all up just to chat, would y'all like to come on and just chat? Would that be fun? Let's see a sell-off here. Possibly in the last sort of like hour of the day, the market is likely to move. Now with the VIX pulling back the way that it is, I'm going to say that I don't think we break today's range to the downside. I think if there is any movement, NASDAQ is going to test the long-term bull market at least, at best. And I think we might end up on the same path. If not tonight, then tomorrow. But I don't think we break this. I really think that this single Trump event is not enough to plunge this in the darkness, but I'm not going to take any, I'm not going to chase this at a high. The VIX is still high. You know when VIX is high, you tell yourself, whatever there's a dip, I'm going to get it. And so I'm going to wait for dips before I do anything. I mean, I'm maxed out. I can't make any more. Per my own rules today, I've limited my trading to being maxed where I am. But if I were trading, I would buy this 836 level if it tapped at the end of the day, yeah. You want to see a segment with Victor? Oh, that'd be hilarious. Somebody said never consider that suicide would be an option. from trading. Then one day you lost 12K on each of 5 accounts when all you needed was 200 to get a payout. It was a low day that day and you learned from it. That's the thing with trading, man. It's like nobody knows what the dark place looks or feels like until they get there. You'll never know if you're prepared for it. Some people, their life upbringing has prepared them in a way, or their genetics prepared them in a way to be able to handle. Some people, they get there the first time and they never get out of it, you know? Do I like to trade micros? I do sometimes, yeah. Micros are cool. I did micros today, actually. When volatility's high and the market's moving really quick, I like to use micros. Oh yeah, there was that one trader that had that glitch when they were trading options on Robinhood. Yeah, I remember that. The options settlement showed a temporary balance adjustment, or they were owing hundreds of thousands or whatever dollars before the option sold off. And just the you know, that money is used to purchase the shares and then dump the shares, and you keep the residual balance. It net zeroed out plus your gains. But the person saw that intermediate step and couldn't handle it. Yeah, that kid thought they owed all that money. Which is another reason why education is important. Had that person been properly educated, I bet you they joined some fucking Matt Kors type of Discord where these idiots are being trained by other idiots. No shade being thrown, but it's like people are jumping into Wall Street because the gamification is like attracting the kids to it, and they're not learning how bad it gets. That's why I like stand up and preach pretty loud about this authenticity thing. How many people don't even know, you know, what futures taxes are like? And here you guys are spending thousands a month trading prop firms. They even know the difference, right? There's a lot of information that's not being told because it's being taught by unprofitable traders who never had to deal with taxes before in their life because they never had to pay a single dollar in taxes. So never win. They don't know what they have to deal with. And that makes me so irked when there's all these educators out there that aren't teaching people what they need to know. Giveaway is done for today. Black Friday deal on lifetimes. Yes, sir. $1,500 off for lifetime for Black Friday. What criteria makes me trade Asian or London markets is when our hedge pressure overnight dynamic levels are touched. These are levels that I have posted in our Discord every single night. They're currently being automated to the platform. Right now, I just have them drawn because I manually draw them there. But like with S&P, it was, I think I actually deleted it on accident. It was somewhere around here. Yeah, I have an orange pivot and a blue pivot, just like you see here, but overnight, yeah. Is there a lot of taxes on futures? It's of all the things you can trade, it's taxed the least of everything else you can day trade. Yeah, once you Joe Solano says, like the first time you pay taxes on futures gains, your futures for life. You know what I'm saying? Like you go straight gangsta for futures. You never go back. Once you fill out your taxes with your first 1256, oh yeah, dude, you're like, why am I trading anything else? You know, it's like, imagine, you know, day trading stocks. For every 100,000 you make day trading, you lose $20,000 ish more to taxes, give or take. So you do trading futures per 100,000, 20K. It's a big deal. So a lot of people are like, you know, when you're trying to turn trading into a profitable enterprise, just like any kind of business, it's like you can buy steak. You sell steak for $50. You can buy it for 10 and sell it for 50, or you can buy it for 20 and sell it for 50. You know, it eats your margins to do the other, you know, your business margins go way down. If you're day trading stocks. Now you can use some tax structures to like pay yourself and whatever, you know, appropriate salaries. But even so, you know, most straight up day traders just go to futures for the tax reasons. What would I trade if the taxes would be the same? Futures still, index products, you know, just because they're easier to trade than a stock. A stock is more homework you have to do. You have to study a company and what it's doing. Futures, you have to study macroeconomics. It applies to more things. It's a more broader, easier understanding. Fed cuts rates, markets go up. Apple builds a new plant. Okay, well, what's going to happen to the stock? Well, it might go down a little bit because they're investing money into a plant, but that plant might be profitable. Maybe it'll go up. Maybe traders are betting that it's profitable now and it'll go up. You're like taking a lot more guesses in the dark on variables you may not understand when you're doing company micro than absolute macro. Inflation goes down, Fed's more likely to cut rates, and market's likely to be bullish. And that relationship's more trustworthy, I'd say. So I would never trade stocks because it requires you to do a lot more homework and a lot more guessing, which is why fund managers can't outperform the S&P, because you can never guess what the stock market's going to do. You can guess what stocks are going to do, but you can guess what the stock market's going to do. It's always going to go up. Each individual company maybe may not. So I would never really even leave futures, or I never leave index products, because it's a much more straightforward fundamentals, right? It's easier than stocks. So that's my take on it. So my platform has access to privately labeled trading view charts and indicators. Yeah, Jay Quinn, correct. Yeah. Boot camp giveaway. Oh, did I not do the boot camp giveaway? I'm so sorry. All right, everybody. 5 boot camps to give away. I got lost. I somehow forgot I did. I got lost talking. Let's do it. All right. If your name is drawn, you win the boot camp. It is after market closes. Jay Quinn. There you go. Dang, sir. Let's go. Jump. And if you haven't won the boot camp, it's only $20. It's $1 a course. So there's no reason just to not jump in, because, you know, I know you can spend $10,000 with Lance Poopstain. Our classes are $1 a piece. The program, so here's the two things. If you go to that website, the software is $99 for the first month and then $159 every month after. It also includes the boot camp for free. So if you want to buy the software and the boot camp to come with it, then it's bundled. $100 for that first month. Boot camp alone, just to learn day trading without the software, you can also benefit from that and benefit from learning what I do on the stream. It's only $20. 20 classes, $20. The boot camp people have said tremendous things about. There's like, the reason our stream got huge was actually this boot camp. We attracted so many people because it was so cheap and it was such a substantial training opportunity, or trading education. The opportunity was something people just like, oh, I'll just check it out because it's cheap. And then they were blown away and loved it or whatever. They stuck around. So Rocket Scooter is its own cracked version of TradingView that's designed to house our tools. Jay Quinn, I'll tell you guys, if you win, if your name is drawn, you have to go to our Discord, go to the contest channel and contact an admin named Slacks, take a screenshot of your YouTube ID and send it to him. All right, I might have to do this again if people stepped aside. Captain Crunch. All right. I'm going to do this again because I think I waited too long. All right. You guys have 60 seconds to type in the word boot camp. Do it again. My bad. Yeah, I feel bad because, well, I don't feel bad, but you have to be here when I spin the wheel. I don't feel bad, but he did miss out. But if you don't win, like I said, the boot camp is every couple of months. We started last week and we've already gone through 4 of the 17 classes. So you can easily catch up. There's no boot camp today. It's after market close and the videos are pre-recorded. We're not starting a new one. Okay, I got to go in a little bit. All right, hold on. Yep. I got to do this. Okay. Hold on. I got to do this. After this, I got to go though. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me end my stream. I got to go meet with yeah. Okay, I'm gonna spin the wheel. I got 5, and then I'm gonna close out for the day because I got to go figure out what the new thing with Tradeify is. I'm gonna see if they can't give me some cool info. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it or not. No class today, because I announced no class today last Friday. When My Fun and Future said no stream because of holiday, I thought, oh, holiday. I didn't even think twice to, you know, I just announced it myself. I'm like, hey, holiday, it's Columbus Day. Everybody take the day off. Have a 3-day weekend. And I thought the equities market was going to be closed, but only the bond market was closed. But yeah, I'll let you guys know. If Anna, good job. Jay Quinn, good job. I'll give away 5 of these. If you didn't win, feel free to check it out yourself. Like I said, we only made our classes $1 a piece. It's designed because I don't want to sell a trading class. I think that that's a dirty business to sell expensive trading education. It's $1 for a class in principle. Does allow outside scripts to be applied to it? Tom, that's being released early next year with our big release of Rocket Place. Our marketplace is still in beta. We've created a script called Rocket Script, which is very similar to Pine Script, and it'll allow you to bring Pine Script code into our platform when that's released next year. Yeah, early next year. Discord replies soon. Yeah, I'm going to do that tonight, I promise, this afternoon. Bernie, type something in chat. I'm going to have to stop spinning the wheel. I got to go. Boot camp session is about an hour and a half long each day. The videos are about an hour, but I go through them manually with you guys. All right. Well, I don't got time for this. We're going to do ChatGPT the easy way. All right. Because the guys at Tradeify are like, are you here now? Okay, so I got to go. We talk with Brett and the gang. I'll let you guys know what happens. Select. I know I said I was going to do 3 more, but select 5 people from this list. So I'll give away 7. I'll throw in a few more. Okay. So originally it was Anna and Jay Quinn, and then Mendy, Sean Coldfire, TP Trades. TP Trades, my boy. You were saying it. You're like, I need that today. Today's your lucky day, sir. Woo. You knew it. Bernie was here. Were you here and typed? Okay, and Bernie. All right, and Bernie. That's fine. I'll give it to you as well. All right, let's just go. Make sure everybody's here. All right, bootcamp winners. Let me type it in. Hold on. I'll give it to you, Bernie, if you were here. All right, Medi, Coldfire, Sean, TV Trades, Miles, Akima, Anna, and Jay Quinn, and Bernie. All right, there you go. You're all the winners. I gotta go. I love you to death. I go see what's going on with the Tradeify folks. Maybe I'll have some news announcement for you guys. Some big thing coming out on Wednesday. Don't forget, 70% off ETF today. Static accounts, pretty cool. What keyboard is that I type with? Oh, I've got a Black Widow Elite or whatever it's called. All right. Y'all need to do anything? Go to my Discord. Go to the contest channel. Link is in the description for the Discord. Go to contest channel. contact an admin named Slacks, S-L-A-C-K-S. Just take a screenshot of your YouTube ID, send it to him. He'll hook you up with the boot camp. Just let him know that you won. All right, we love you guys. We'll see you all tomorrow.